Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We will start the Finding Gnosis show when somebody clicks on the link that is positioned below the video on YouTube. You will see it in the description. It says speak here, and it gives the link to the StreamYard studio where you can come on and talk. So see you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show, where we continue our struggle, our journey towards Gnosis. And by Gnosis, I mean understanding, knowledge, and outlook that will help us in our journey through this strange existence to understand what it means and to give us inspiration in relation to what we should be doing whilst we are here. I want to say hello to everybody that's already here. There's about 18 of you watching. If you are watching, do give us a share. Share the show on one of your social media accounts so that we can bring in new voices to help us with our journey towards Gnosis. The more voices, the better. We can compare and contrast. We can eradicate bad ideas, and we can form better, more informed outlooks that will hopefully help us as individuals and as a collective. Chickpea has clicked on the link. She is here. She's live on the Finding Gnosis show. It could be you next. The link to join, to speak, is below the video. You can see it in the description. It's a StreamYard link. You just have to click on that, and you too will be on the show, and we will work towards Gnosis together. Chickpea, how is your Gnosis hunting going today?
Okay. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm fine. How are you?
Yes, I'm okay. It was did you stay up late last night?
No, not really. No.
Not really. That's good. So you're well rested today.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes.
And are you still feeling elevated? Because yesterday you said you were healed on the Finding Gnosis show.
No, what's happening? Yeah. Well, I'm not. Yes, my soul feels my soul feels very light. It's really
Wonderful.
weird, and it feels like when I was a little girl, I used to be able to hug my soul. I know there's going to be people in a minute saying, "You didn't have to talk some shit," but when I was young, I could remember when I used to go to bed and I could hug my soul. It was, and that's back.
You could hug your soul. Interesting.
Yeah, I
So
could
you
hug
could
it.
envelope your inner core. Envelope your inner core. You could give yourself self-love.
Yeah. Yes, it was there. Yes, it's back.
Interesting.
My soul used to cuddle it.
Wow. Hello to Black Hole, who says he's walking the streets of Oklahoma City listening to us. Peace to you too, brother. Good to have you with us as you saunter around in Oklahoma. I hope it's going well over there. Hello to T from you. You are here too. Nice to see you, T from you. Roz says, hi, the only piece of advice from a book which stood the test of time for them is to eat only when hungry and estimate how much to eat based on the extent of the hunger.
He's right there.
And they say it was Susie Orbach, and she said it's fine to eat what you crave, fancy, as long as you are actually hungry. I believe they call that grazing. Is that something? That's something you do, isn't it, Chickpea?
I graze. Yeah. Yes, I graze.
You only eat when you're hungry, and how long have you been living like that?
Oh, since I stopped the whole cooking thing. I've been living like this for years. I've always done it.
Decades.
Yeah, decades.
3 decades?
Yes,
4 decades?
4, 5 decades, 6 decades, 5. When
5 decades.
When I had control of my own life, then I started just the whole grazing thing.
So you have been living as a grazer for 50 years?
Yeah, since I've been in charge of my own life, yes. I've always
Wonderful.
done it because I
Wonderful.
don't. I am a herbivore. I don't care anybody else's, but I am a herbivore, and as such,
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Me too.
Yeah, and
Chickpea, what is the best advice you ever received? Who told you it? And what was its effect on you? She's really thinking about this one. This is good. You are still there, Chickpea.
yes.
You're
Sorry,
thinking.
you said. Oh, sorry.
I asked you a question. What is the best advice you have ever received, and who
My best-
told you it? What was its effect on you? Take your time. Don't answer glibly. Really think about it. And Team Fleeca, I'm going to ask you next, so please be thinking about the question.
Well, that was with the psychiatrist when I was in hospital, and he said to me, "I want you to know and to remember, even though you're here, being electrocuted, etc., 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 you're not mentally ill. You just see the world for what it truly is. Remember that sort of thing."
And yeah, he may have told you. That sounds more like an observation, but it wasn't really advice on how to live.
No, well, advice on how to live. I've had people say to me, nonsense. Oh, no, this is, well, okay, how to live. No one's ever told me.
I mean, someone saying to you, you are not mental, you just are a depressive realist. I mean, fair enough. It's an observation, but it's not giving you any advice, is it?
Was it advice? Well, was it advice? It's the most important thing I've ever had said to me because I've had people, sarcastic people tell me that I should eat some meat and I should cheer up and all that shit. But as true advice, good one.
The best advice. I'm not talking about the worst advice.
The best advice.
Do you want us to come back to you, Chickpea? You're struggling.
Yes, I'm struggling because I'm trying to think what the best advice was.
Have a little think about it, and we'll go to Team Fleeca.
Well, I want to help Chickpea out a minute and give her a little advice. Don't eat yellow snow.
What's yellow snow?
Just don't eat it.
What's yellow snow?
You can understand what yellow snow might be, Chickpea. Think about it. What might have turned it yellow?
Someone's pee.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would say that was great advice.
Your IQ is now average.
Oh, thank you.
Chickpea, I'm only joking. You're much more smart. You're much smarter than average.
Thank you.
I'm not worthy.
Stop it. No. D&W, I've always said to you, I only talk to men and stay sweet-natured if the man's got more between his ears than I have. I've told you that.
I thought that it was going to end so much differently than that. I thought it was more between his ears and he was between his legs or something. I don't know why I was expected to end like that, but I was.
Team Fleeca, you've scared someone away. He says, "Oh no, it's that guy again. I'm gone. He winds me up." The most stick. I don't know why he's taking a dislike to you. He says, "Don't take advice from that Fleeca fella. Bye." William White, this is an open panel, brother. You're welcome to come on and give your opinion. There's no need to run away, brother. But I'm sorry you feel like that. But, if we're going to be adults here, we have to accept that people bring different stories, different opinions, different outlooks to the table. And we are just human beings sitting around talking and trying to compare and contrast our outlooks for a greater perspective. Sorry, Team Fleeca, what did you say?
I should say it fully. I was going to say I agree with him just in a theatrical sense, but of course I don't agree to leave the room or not join or continue telling us why he feels this way. I think it's interesting, but I do agree that you shouldn't ever take my advice. I don't even take my advice. I just listen to it and see how it works out. If it works for me, it does. If it doesn't, oh well. I share how I see reality with people. You can take his advice if you want to, unless, of course, he was referring to the "don't eat yellow snow" and somehow he enjoys yellow snow. I don't know. I don't know. But the advice I was given,
the
best advice I was given, just don't take things too seriously.
Fantastic. And who said that to you, and when did they say it to you? And by the way, thank you to somebody who gave me an Amazon gift card. I appreciate you. Much love. If you do want to support the show, there is a link in the description. You can send us a digital Amazon gift card. I've already received one. I appreciate you for doing that. Love you very much. Team Fleeker, go ahead.
Yes. Who said it to me? It's difficult. The question would be who would be the first to say it to me, because multiple people have told me the same advice. I think my granddad was one of the first ones to give me that advice. His name was Johnny Marshall. He was a fat, and I say fat because he liked to be called that. He used to call himself the fat scrapman. And he used to go around, he used to like his Euclid, he used to love his cooked dinners, his gravy, and the man worked, but I don't know how he got so fat, to be honest. He was a grafter, but maybe it was his diet and his drinking. Maybe, no, it definitely was his diet and drinking, I think, but I'm just not a doctor. So, he gave me that advice first, as much as other different advices he gave me. He was part of an old gypsy clan, so he had lots of little bits of advice to give. I didn't get most of them, especially the two heads thing. He used to say, my dad used to have the same thing said to him. I used to say to my dad what it meant. He told me what it meant, and I still didn't know as a teenager, but he used to say things like, how can you be so bloody... I'm going to swear because it was his words. I don't want to write. He used to say, how can you be so fucking stupid with only one head, boy? That's what he used to say to us, and that's how I was raised, the gypsy and military broken home sort of. So yeah, he used to say things like that. So I didn't get a lot of his advice, but one thing I did get is when he said, don't take things so serious. I thought, yeah, I was a kid when he told me that. I was amazing. That's what I thought it was. And then I realized adulthood, as they claim it to be, isn't so much as it. Yeah, everybody's doing their bestest to make you serious, including somebody who took me too serious that he left the room.
So don't take things too seriously. Do you really think that's good advice?
No, I don't think it's good advice. I think it's great.
Great advice. I've lost him. Can you still see him, Chickpea?
No, he's on hold.
He's disappeared.
Yeah.
The god against the glib has eradicated him. Yeah. We're waiting for Team Fleeker to come back. I do speculate that perhaps the god against the glib, that one of the greatest deities that lives above in the clouds, has eradicated him for being glib, saying that the good advice is not to take things seriously, when clearly some things need to be taken seriously, don't they, Chickpea?
Yes.
What would you say needs to be taken seriously?
Well, you know me, the usual rant of mine. I think people should take the suffering of the 92 billion a bit more seriously.
Team Fleeker's back. He's loading. Kenny's here. Kenny, do come on. Kenny is getting a little bit serious. He's taking it seriously. Team Fleeker said, don't take it seriously, Kenny. You're taking it very seriously. Because Kenny says, so Chickpea just came on into the studio just to hold court without having an answer prepared, because she's using this show as her little therapy session. What a fraud. Misery loves coming. I mean, Kenny... Well,
can I say something?
It a bit seriously there, Kenny. Why don't you listen to Team Fleeker, who says, don't take it seriously?
No,
Kenny,
I didn't say that. I said, don't take it too seriously.
Don't take it too seriously. Okay. Yes. Well, you're taking it a bit too seriously there, Kenny. Would you like to come on here, Kenny, and tell us the best advice you've received, what it was, and why you feel it was such wonderful advice? So anyway, the best advice Team Fleeker has received. Oh, I'll give Chickpea a right to reply, Team Fleeker. Go ahead.
I think I should have the right to reply. In the subject, as far as Kelly's concerned, if Kelly liked me, I don't want to be liked. Kenny, whatever his name is. I wouldn't want to be liked by Kenny for all the tea in China, okay? Because at the end of the day, to have a man like that, like me, would be, he's a bit of a trash head, in my opinion.
Well, he says it's Saturday night and he has a date, so he's off to get his end away.
Well, I cannot believe that as a female is actually so desperate to go out with him, because I wouldn't touch him with a barge pole.
Oh,
he's got a certain charisma.
No, he has not.
He's got a good head of hair.
But he doesn't have many brain cells between his. Imagine having to listen to that idiot for 3 hours. Oh, good old. He's incredibly boring.
Well, the proof is in the pudding, and his pudding is going to be in some lady tonight.
Okay,
Really?
guys,
Yeah.
the family is pushing me just to be a little bit rude to interrupt, just to say I did come on to apologize the other night when I froze and went off. I live on top of a mountain, and some of the benefits there is the internet doesn't work sometimes. So I did want to say goodbye correctly, and I think I left a message to tell you how wonderful your show was from Chick Pete. I fell in love with everybody. It's kind of my space. But tonight I did make promises. I will always try to get around and speak to people as long as you let me come on. And I do appreciate sometimes I'm not going to mix with others. You can go take a look at, I'll write it in your thing. It's a metacognitive IQ that I have. It can seem robotic sometimes. Like today, I'm really chilled. I'm really relaxed. I'm ready for this movie night with the family now, and so I hope I answered your question. Sorry I can't be there to continue. I really do. My wife's there going, and I'm like,
yes. And I think that's some good advice from your wife. You know.
So I want to say thank you both. I hope to catch up with you soon.
How long have you guys been together?
Oh, me and Lisa together over 16 now. Was it 17? Coming 17 years?
Oh, you lucky people. You lucky things.
And we've been married for half of that. So
lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Well, look,
she's on the wall behind there. That's in Caerphilly Castle in South Wales. We got married.
Nice. What film are you watching, guys?
That's actually undecided. They're ready to go do a little lottery. What we're going to watch? We think something more from the 90s for our son Carter to show him what we was abused with as children.
Okay, well, look, have a lovely time, folks, and come back and maybe give us a film review at some point.
We definitely will. Even if you guys are still on mad for it later on, I'll see and maybe jump in. If not, I'll catch you again. Okay, thank you, everybody, and I appreciate all your patience with me.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care, buddy.
My son is shouting goodbye in the background. Say goodbye, Daddy.
Bye-bye.
There you go.
Take care. Have a lovely time, folks. Bye.
Bye.
We have Perpetual Pleasures is in the live chat. He says, fixation on every little thing there is to be grateful for. Someone told him that, and he says that's the best advice ever. Did somebody tell you that, Perpetual Pleasures, or did you come up with that advice yourself? Do come on to tell us, please. Kentia says, all you lucky people. Well, Kentia, I'm sure you're lucky in many ways too. Draw out your own gratitude list, and you may be surprised what you have to be grateful for. Kentia, what is the best advice you have ever received? Who told you it? And how has it helped you in life? Or what is it that perhaps is motivating you because of that advice? Kenny says, yes, he can sing. Oh, my goodness me.
Oh, he hates me because you know what?
He doesn't like you. He doesn't like you. He called you an envious vampire.
How can I be jealous of a man? I don't understand.
She doesn't like men. She's a misanthrope.
Jealous of a man, D&W, I said. How can I be jealous of a man? I don't understand this. Jealous of women, yes, that's quite possible, but not jealous.
Divine Hazel tells Team Fleeker to have a beautiful family movie night. Yes. Perpetual Pleasures, come on and tell us. Don't hide in the live chat. Do spread this wisdom. Link is below the video on YouTube. So click on that link. It will bring you into the studio, and I will then pop you on screen so you can tell us the best advice you have ever received. Ricardo says, please keep the ad homs to a minimum. Please keep personal attacks and name calling to a minimum. Yes.
He started it, not me.
No, that's Ricardo. Ricardo saying that. Ricardo.
He's like, no, I'm not talking. I'm not criticizing Ricardo.
Kenny says the problem is you felt inferior to men your whole life, and there's no need to feel inferior to men. Basically, he's trying to give you advice.
How D&W stop it? He's being a nasty little spastic to me. Actually.
Oh no! Don't say that word, Chickpea. We told you not that word. There's a few words that are quite harmful.
But it's okay to call somebody a C-U-N-T.
Yes, that's not. No, that's not okay either. That is obviously that's on the list of words that are problematic as well. C-U-N-T. Don't say that either.
But no, D&W. No. I'd like to say something. D&W.
I'm going to allow the word arsehole. Someone's an arsehole. You can say that, okay?
But D&W. Right.
Kenny, she's a 71-year-old woman. Would you not want to respect your elders?
I don't want his respect.
Okay.
if I had someone like Kenny liking me, I'd be very worried about myself because he's a. I'd be very worried. I wouldn't want his approval. I wouldn't want his approval for all the anything.
All the tea in China, as you said.
Yes, I suppose you could say that. I'm quite fussy about who approves of me and who doesn't, because at the end of the day, I do not want the love of a walking, talking, living graveyard. You know how I feel.
Daniela says, Kenny, leave Chickpea alone, you nasty thing.
Hello, Danielle.
Dover King says, anyone got best advice on making money in this cooked world for someone with no responsibilities yet? Well, you need to give us a little bit more context. What are your skills? What's your personality? Are you willing to commit crime, etc.? No, I'm only joking about that last bit. But yeah, do come on, Dover King, and perhaps we can chat about that. That's if you're an adult. Adults only, obviously, on this stream. Ricardo says the best advice he ever got was take it easy. And also someone told him to stop shouting, you attention seeker. Sorry. Who said that to you, Ricardo, and why? Okay. Chickpea, have you come up with any advice yet? Anybody giving you some good advice in life?
No, I haven't got time to think about it. I'm still thinking about the stupid remarks silly men are making.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Yeah, you're right, actually. I'm trying to think what the best advice ever was.
While she's thinking about that, folks, give the stream a little power share. If we all share at the same time, it does boost the video in the algorithm. More people will come in and be likely to join and talk, and we might have an interesting, fun show. It really is all about who clicks on the link. At the moment, there's just 2 of us. We need more in the room, folks. So give it a share and bring more people to the table so that we can compare and contrast more thoughts and have a fun, engaging, and maybe inspiring and educational conversation. If you want to join, the link is below the video on YouTube.
It's a good question. Who the advice? Yeah, it's an interesting one. That best bit of advice.
Ricardo says loads of people have told him that it's kind of like told him to take his life in his stride and not to worry so much. You would never think that Ricardo was a worrier because he comes across as cool as a cucumber.
We were talking the other night for hours, Ricardo and I.
Really?
He's a lovely guy, actually. I really like him, yeah.
He is a sweetie, I suppose.
Yes, he is a real sweetie.
He says he's got a headache, probably too much technology. Well, close your eyes, put on your headset, and talk to us instead of looking at the screen, Ricardo. Chickpea, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the best advice you've ever received from somebody.
You know what? Really, hi, Divine, the cat family, my bestie. You know what? I tend to live life very much on my own terms, and I just do what my soul tells me to do. And so if my soul doesn't, because I don't follow my brain, I follow some sort of intuition. And, intuition is not to do with brain with logical behavior, is it? So I always follow my intuition, and more often than not, I appear to be doing things wrong. But am I doing them wrong? I don't even know anymore. I don't know, dear W. I don't even know. The best bit of advice. Oh, yeah. Best bit of advice was don't drink so much and smoke so much, because I did far too much drinking and far too much smoking. Yes, that was the best bit of advice. Stop drinking and smoking. Grump? Grump? Where are you, Grump?
Oh, sorry. I was talking, but I was muted. That was the best advice your parents gave you. How long did it take you to realize it was good advice?
That wasn't from my parents. It was from who was that from? That you shouldn't drink and smoke so much. From somebody, but yeah, I think I should have listened to them.
How long did it take you to realize?
Oh, I'll tell you a weird one actually. Many years ago, with my grandmother. My gran said to me, oddly enough, my gran had 10 children, to not have children because at the end of the day, it's all more trouble than it's worth. But I didn't plan on having any anyway, so. So, what was the best bit of advice you ever received? Hard one, isn't it?
Yes, it is a hard one. I would say I mentioned one of them, and that is that I had this friend called Michelle when I was about in my 20s, early 20s, and she was a heroin addict. She was much older than me. She was in her 60s. She was a lesbian, and she had a cat called Salem. And she was a real cockney. Okay. She also was a what they would call a rough diamond. You know.
Yeah.
She was lovely, but real kind of bit of a geezer bird. You know what I mean? Anyway, the point is.
Oh, no, sorry. Yes.
She said, it's simple advice. She said, be nice to the girls and be cool with the guys. It's simple advice, but it does carry you quite far as a man. Be nice to ladies and be cool with guys. And by being cool with guys, it means don't show too much emotion. Don't show too much emotion. Don't be don't bend over too much for people. Just be chill, man. Just don't get too worked up about other guys, what they say to you. Yeah, be cool, because at the end of the day, your energy, when you get angry, when you get upset, it does feed some people, and they get off on it. Also, gives them power over you. So be cool. Be cool.
Do you know that there are courses out there or lessons out there that you can take that tell you to use series of words and this and that and the other to win all arguments, literally to win the stupid argument?
Kenny says nobody would want any kids with a lunatic. Why is he saying that? Do let us know, Kenny. There's plenty of lunatics having kids. There's plenty of lunatics having kids, and obviously there wouldn't be any lunatics in the world if lunatics weren't having kids.
He's talking about me, D and W. I just said that's towards me.
Oh dear. Why the hate for Chickpea? Chickpea is the she's a senior lady. She's young at heart. She's young at heart, and she lives a peaceful grazing, lifestyle. She's a herbivore. She's an urban free-range herbivore, living the lifestyle of a grazer. She's doing no harm to anybody. Why the vitriol, Kenny? Do come on and let us know. Chickpea will be well able for you. Nefarious Rockers, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is the best advice you ever received? Good to see Are You Puking in the live chat, and Cougar Duma. I do hope you guys come on the show. Nefarious Rockers, you're muted. I'm asking you the question, sir. What is the best advice you ever received? Who told you, and what was its effect on you?
I want to answer, but I'd like to keep the information somewhat private.
You're live on the internet, so it might be difficult, but it's up to you.
The best advice I've ever received was from you, D&W.
The best advice Nefarious Rockers ever received was from me, D&W. Now, that is very touching, Nefarious Rockers. I won't ask you to divulge it then, but what effect did it have on you?
I did the right thing. I'll just say that. But I'd like to keep it somewhat private.
Okay, brother.
I haven't received a lot of advice. actually. So I haven't received a lot of advice actually.
Well, you know what, Nefarious Rockers, you've made me smile there. You know, you really have. So whatever I told you, did it help you?
Yes.
Has it made your life better?
Yes.
Happier?
Yes.
Ah, that's wonderful news. And obviously that stays between me and you. And I am glad, brother, that you're doing better. And this is it. Spread some wisdom, try and help people, and you can lift others up. Chickpea's been lifted up on this stream by somebody else. I think it was Witchy Bitchy that helped her out. Nefarious Rockers said I helped him out. It's wonderful stuff. It just goes to show people can inspire others and lift others up. Who said there was no hope? Cougar Duma says, on reflection, he doesn't recall anyone giving him advice of any kind ever. That seems odd, but there you have it. So, I mean, I find that hard to believe, Cougar Duma. I mean, people probably gave you advice, but nothing stuck. Nothing actually, you know, resonated with you, perhaps to the degree where you carried it along in your heart and mind. You know, surely someone gave you advice along the way. Cougar Duma, come on and talk about that. I think that's a really interesting reflection. I'd like to hear Cougar Duma talking about how nobody ever gave him any advice ever, and you know how he lived his life being a person who never received any advice. That's an interesting story. Ricardo sticks up for Chickpea. He says Chickpea is not a lunatic. She's lovely.
Thank you.
In many ways, there is
Ricardo.
a massive Chickpea fan club. It's growing by the day. So, you know, anybody who starts on Chickpea, they have some serious contenders for, you know, let's just say there's a few henchmen walking around trying to protect Chickpea at all times. You know, she's well looked after.
Yeah.
Are You Puking says he probably had good advice, but rarely took it on board. Are You Puking, would you like to come on and tell that? Kenny's really on one today, but you know, Kenny, I won't read that out. There's no need for that, so unless you want to come on and say things. I don't know why he's getting ready for his date, but he's very busy lambasting.
I can't believe that anyone would actually go out with him, I have to say. I'd have to get completely plastered to spend any time with him.
Divine Hazel says anyone who knows her knows she would never listen anyway, so she does not get any advice from anybody because they know she wouldn't listen. She says if the advice isn't from the creator of all there is, she doesn't need it. She doesn't need any advice except advice, motivation, inspiration from the creator of all that is. Divine Hazel, it's been an extremely long, a woefully long time since you graced us with your, you know, lovely voice. Can you click on the link, madam? Come on and tell us about this perspective. We would appreciate it. Perpetual Pleasure says, thanks for hosting these so often. A true blessing and opportunity. Well, brother PP, you are truly loved and adored here. We do like a bit of PP. He really raises the vibration. He really brings in positivity. He practices what he preaches. He sees the darkness and he tries to rise above it. Indeed, he's living in a state of eternal bliss and he wants to bring others with him.
Oh, I must tell you about some advice I got recently from my vet. Would you like to hear what my vet had to say to me?
Yes.
I got in touch with my vet, who I've been with for 30 years and everything else, to talk about the vegan cat issue. And he said to me, I would not advise you to feed your cat.
Well, there are other vets, Chickpea.
What?
There are other vets. Don't put all your vegan eggs in one basket.
Yes, I will. They're a vegan basket.
I want to bring Perpetual Pleasures back into the conversation. He says he assumes cougar means that he never felt the need to take advice from anyone, at least at a personal level, likely due to the INFJ personality type. He says we tend to figure stuff out internally quite well. Yeah, because PP is also an INFJ. He should come on and tell us about that, what that means. I think I've been told I am an INTP, is it? I think. Anyway, I'd have to look it up. I can't remember. Ricardo says, oh, come on. Everyone gets unwanted advice. Even if it's get a job,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
or get your hair cut. Get your fucking hair cut. I remember getting that advice when I was younger. Yeah, get your hair cut. You know? Yeah. You know, haircuts are generally much... wouldn't you say, Chickpea, that nowadays haircuts are generally much better? On men, that is. We're better groomed, as it were, than like the 90s, 80s. Because there's all these Turkish barbers all around the place. And everyone's getting all these, like, they're getting really well groomed. They're doing these really ornate haircuts, fades, and they're using blades to do their hairline and stuff. A lot of people didn't do that shit in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I do like to see. There's a lot of men now have had their hair dyed really blonde.
You like that shit?
Oh yeah, I love that.
Okay.
I love Billy Idol's haircut. He has the most gorgeous haircut. And a while back, I was out in Hackney, and I actually saw a young guy, with that same haircut. And I did my usual little thing, started gazing at him and smiling. And I sort of said to a total stranger, "I love your haircut."
I don't think young males today appreciate just how bad hair days were for men for millennia. We're kind of living in a time of, great hair civility, that the likes of which has never been seen before. Would you not agree, Chickpea?
Yeah.
What do you think, PP? Are haircuts on men generally better nowadays than they have ever been before? PP is muted. We're waiting for him to talk, but it's great to have PP on the show. We are waiting for him to, get ready to talk to us. He is.
So, DW, is your hair short, medium, long?
No, my hair's short. It's never been long. It's been kind of like indie pop, kind of Gallagher brother kind of when I was younger. You know what I mean? Like indie pop. You know that kind of Beatles hair, the hair kind of.
Yeah.
I did have
yes.
for a while when I was younger.
I think I can talk now.
But now I've got the kind of one on top, fade up the sides, short hair. Yeah.
All right. You ever dyed it?
No.
No blonde hair then?
No blonde hair for me.
What was
and my natural hair color is dark brown, but it's fading. It's fading every day.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting
gray. Getting gray. Going gray. They do say that dark-haired people, particularly dark-haired Northern Europeans, are the first to grow gray. It's one of the curses of being a Northern European with dark hair. You generally are one of the first people to go gray. Yeah, that's what they say.
All right.
I don't know whether it's true. I have a theory though. It's because we're ice people. We hid amongst the glaciers, and basically it was good to go gray. It was good to go white in your hair because it meant you could hide in the snow. Yeah. Nobody could see you and take you out with an arrow. So maybe Kugaduma could come on and give his interpretation or answer to my theory that Northern Europeans tend to go gray or their hair tends to go white earlier. I'm talking about the pinkies, not the tan people, the pinkies, because they lived in the icy places where there was snow, and therefore it was beneficial to have white hair, gray hair, because you wouldn't stick out. You could hide in the snow, and nobody would see you, and they wouldn't take you out with a rock or an arrow. That's my theory. You heard it here first. Somebody will do a PhD on that. PP, what do you think?
You mean about like the hair thing? Yeah. What was the question originally you asked about the hair?
Well, it's a fun side. But the PP, do you think haircuts are generally getting better for men?
Well, I guess it depends on which haircut and which generation. A lot of the haircuts I'm seeing, like the mullet coming back, and like a lot of the Gen Z haircuts look really terrible. But in my opinion, but unnecessarily terrible. But I think a lot of early 2000s haircuts were way better. Like the emo era type stuff was a lot cooler, I think. And the punk stuff.
I suppose that's what I had, a kind of emo hair for a while. Yeah, I did have that for a little bit.
Yeah. Emo and punk haircuts tend to be cooler than the modern stuff by a lot.
Not now. Not now. I don't have emo now.
I see.
I'm
Gotcha.
short, one on top and 0 to fade up the sides. But PP, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. What is the best advice you ever received? Who told you, and what effect did it have on your life?
Yes, by far the best advice I'd ever received was to obsessively fixate on every little thing there is to be grateful for, however small it may be. And that advice has helped me more than any piece of advice in my entire life. I heard it from various sources over the years, different New Age sources, from Hare Krishna sources, Nityananda's teachings and stuff, and various other places. And it was just a general principle I'd heard pop up often in so many different words. But when I really applied it and really took it like fully seriously, it helped my life improve by leaps and bounds. And yeah, best advice ever.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I did try it for a while, but then life started glitching back in January. This all happened. But you're right, actually, because quite a few stars do it, don't they? And it does seem to work somehow.
Yeah. And of course, you don't focus on things that aren't worth being grateful for, obviously, just what is worth being grateful for, however small it may be.
I must start doing that again.
And how do you figure out what is worth being grateful for?
Well, it's quite simple. What directly gives you pleasure in a tangible, obvious way, and whatever expands that pleasure out from you to those close to you in a tangible, obvious way. And that's the criteria. Pretty simple. Pleasure that is maximal for you and those close to you, and minimal in terms of how much suffering it afflicts on others, basically. That's more or less the criteria.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And would you like to give a breakdown of some of the things you're maximally grateful for because of the pleasure they bring?
Well, having a healthy, tall body that's considered good looking, and having a healthy interpersonal life with people close to me. Having a wide range of spontaneous interest in hobbies and sciences and all sorts of subject matters that keep me excited, and being grateful for the relationship I have with the pleasure goddess internally in meditation and in terms of my desired ideals. So pretty much on all fronts, I have almost everything to be grateful for. Really, the only thing I'm not grateful for is, all the obvious, extreme tortures and stuff that fill the world. But other than that, as far as my own life goes, I have pretty much everything to be grateful for, with very few exceptions. Yeah.
Wunderbar. Salutations to Brother Marcus. I do hope he can come on the show ASAP and give us his thoughts on the topic. And anything else he wants to talk about. As usual, guys, we're not very strict here. If you do want to veer off, we're happy to meander this way and that from sideshow to sideshow and back to the main topic. No problem at all. So if you want to talk about something else, do come on. Feel free to bring it up. If you feel it's something you want to get off your chest, I feel it's very important to say what you want to say, because you might not be here tomorrow. You might not get another chance. All right, Kukaduma, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. You did say something interesting. I'm going to ask you the question. You've already answered it in the comments, but I want you to answer it verbally or vocally here. What is the best advice you ever received, and who told it to you? What effect did it have on you?
Yeah, I was just, since I made that comment, I've been trying to be honest about it. And I have sort of a strange memory. I don't really remember what people say or what was said. I know that about myself. I can't tell you what someone said a year ago or 5 years ago. I watch what people do, and that's just me being an animal. But I definitely don't feel like anyone ever did. And I think maybe the closest that I came to that was not really advice so much as it was just a description. I ran across one of my old classmates from what we call primary school or elementary school, 5th grade, 6th grade. And I think it was one of my neighborhood friends. And he said something like, "Yeah, we never knew what to make of you. You were always sort of an alien intelligence," or something. He didn't use alien intelligence, but it was basically synonymous with that. And that's a kind of backward advice, I guess, revealing something about me that maybe I didn't know, and I clearly didn't know that. All I knew was that, I didn't have friends to speak of. I didn't talk to people. Teachers liked me. I mean, I did my assignments. I participated in everything that I was supposed to participate in, but I didn't hang around with people much, and never got any advice. My parents didn't give me advice, but they were kind of a little bit detached, and the family, the extended family, also same thing, very detached, blue collar workers, focusing on whatever it is they're doing, and the children culturally in rural Northern California, the children were like, chickens and pigs and other animals. Children are to be seen and not heard. So I never got much from those people, but I don't resent it. That's just the way it was, and I figure I turned out okay. I'm married now.
Cougar Duma, I'm going to say the same thing to you that I said to Chickpea. I don't think that was advice. That was just someone's observation.
Yeah, that's how I kind of feel, but maybe it's someone trying to tell me. We may have even been in a conversation like I made just what I just said to you. Like, yeah, I kind of, do my own thing. I don't really pursue people. And I think someone said, yeah, and we always sort of thought of you as a kind of an alien from space. And how to interpret that? I don't think that it was a good friend. I don't think it was someone being mean, but it's like, oh, I definitely didn't know that about myself. So was it advice? I don't know. It was an observation. Read into it what you will.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's only in your view, it was advice because it inspired you to think about something and live differently. But not everybody has that next level way of thinking. So I don't think we could classify that as advice. It was an observation that inspired you to think differently or to think differently about something. But again, I don't think it was advice, Cougar Duma. Has nobody ever said to you, do this or do that with your life or don't do that?
No.
Well, I have the first good piece of advice for Cougar Doomer. You ready?
Sure.
The first ever official piece of advice.
Can you speak louder into the microphone there,
yes. Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Keep being an absolute badass for the rest of your life. There you go. There's my first piece.
Okay. Well, that's probably easy for me to do. Thank you for an easy assignment. And it's not easy for me to do because I'm a badass. It's easy for me to do just because I'm basically bad and I don't care.
There you go. Cougar views himself as bad. You view yourself as bad. Quite an attack on oneself there, Cougar. Why are you bad?
On some fundamental level, not that I practice this much, but I just know it's true. I'm really, really dangerous.
Wow, that sounds quite scary.
I guess what I am is I'm bad news. I'm bad news.
Interesting. Would you say you're sinister? You're dangerous?
No.
Artistic sense?
No, I am casually dangerous.
Casually dangerous. To who?
Yeah. To nobody, to be honest. Look,
then how could
the tiger in the zoo? The tiger in the zoo is casually dangerous by nature.
So you have the potential to be terribly dangerous. Are you a...
No. I am always terribly dangerous. I have the capacity for absolute ruin.
And do you ever feel that way inclined, that you want to bring down the world, so to speak?
No, it's never like that. It's always situational. I just find myself in a situation and all my instincts just go from nothing to 10. And at that point, you don't want to pursue whatever it is you're doing because I'm really dangerous at that point.
Interesting. PP, what do you think of this dangerous man? Have you got any advice? PP, he says no one's ever given him any advice. You just gave him some advice. Kugaduma, PP just gave you some advice. I don't know if you are aware of that. So you have actually received some advice. He said, keep being a badass.
Yeah, I think at this point, I'm about to turn 67. It's too late for me to be anything other than a badass. But just to put some context on it, here's how my badassery plays itself out. I had a shop that I built, a 10 by 12 shop that I was going to do cabinetry in, and it was up on whatever we call them, pier blocks or cinder blocks for a foundation. And I thought, okay, I'm going to dig a basement under this 10 by 12 hut. It was fully framed, floor, big ceiling, everything. It was like a little house. I'm going to put a foundation under this, and it's going to be deep enough for me to walk under comfortably. And I'm 6'2", so that was my thought. Now, I know how to do that. I just know how to do that. And I bought the tools, and I bought some special screw jacks to hold up the building while I was digging the dirt out from underneath it. And so I did that. And it took me like 3 years. I have a Dodge pickup that's also a dump truck. I converted it. Oh, more badassery. I converted my 68 Dodge 1-ton pickup to a dump truck. Okay, I just did that. And then I hauled all this dirt to the truck and dumped it at the landfill. And over a couple of years, I built a basement under the shed. Never moved the shed, never lifted it, never set it sideways, just built a complete full basement underneath. It's wired. It's got water. I ordered a toilet. It's going to have a toilet. I'm thinking of it now as a fallout shelter in case things get really hairy out there. Now, I call that being a badass. I just tackle things like putting a dump kit in my truck so I can haul dirt to the landfill, then digging a basement by hand and hauling that to the landfill. And I just do things. It's a kind of badassery. When people see what I do, they're like, Jesus Christ, you're an animal. And it's true. That's what I am. I'm largely harmless, but on the other hand, people who can do things like that and be completely successful and be completely confident from the first thought to the last execution, people like that are like MacGyver. Just bad. I'm bad. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm bad.
I thought Michael Jackson had joined the stream there for a moment. We got Wild Heart here. Wild Heart, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What's the best advice that you've ever received? Who told you, and what effect did it have on your life?
Oh, that's a good question. What is the best advice I've ever received? That might take some thinking about. You might have to get back to me on that. I might have to think about that. What is the best advice I've ever received?
Was it when I told you to give up drinking because it slows your thoughts?
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah. I genuinely don't know. I think the best advice you can have is to learn like new things, to get a good education. Yeah.
Keep learning.
Yeah, but I don't know whether anyone told me that.
Who told you that?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
No one told me that.
I'm asking advice that people have told you.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of.
Okay, well, look, we'll leave it with you. I know you came unprepared. You just popped on here, and that's okay. We'll move back to Nefarious Rockers. You haven't said anything for a while. Do you feel compelled to enunciate anything right now?
I haven't really been told that much advice. The only advice I've been told was by you, DMW, but I'd prefer if it was held private.
But again, you've already said earlier that it helped you.
Yes.
And you're happy.
Oh, I've got one. Sorry to interrupt. I've got one. I think the best advice I've ever been given is be yourself.
Be yourself. Yeah, we always hear that one bandied about.
Yeah.
What the hell does that even mean? Who are you? Who are you, first of all, Wildheart?
No, it doesn't matter. It's just whoever you are, be yourself. Don't fake things for other people so that they like your. It's different for everyone, but if you are yourself, if you be yourself.
What if you're a sadistic asshole?
Yeah, then you will be a sadistic asshole, and everyone
And
will know.
remain a
he is
sadistic asshole.
asshole. Yeah.
What if
then
you're a
everyone will know.
contemptuous cunt?
Yeah, then everyone will know you are that. But just be true to yourself. Do you know what I mean?
And remain one. Doesn't seem like good
Yeah.
advice.
Yeah.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
What do you say to that, Cougar, if someone says be yourself? Is that always good advice? I don't know if it is always good advice.
No, I never said it was always good advice.
Well, I'm asking for the best advice,
Right.
which in my view means always good advice.
Yeah. I never
Be
said
yourself. I mean, don't people generally have room for improvement? So I don't know. Be yourself. I mean, who else are you going to be, honestly? And maybe if you're a sycophant and you spend all your time trying to be Michael Jackson or a baseball player or something like that, then I guess someone could come along and grab you and say, hey, knock that off. Be yourself. So that's good advice for life changes. But most of us, I think, just spend all of our time being ourselves. And maybe if someone came along and said, hey, you're being yourself and you're pretty cool, I think that would be nice to hear once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I think sorry, not to like kind of piss on your fire, but I think the question is flawed. I don't think there is a piece of advice that you could get that would always be, the best advice. I think whatever answer you're gonna get, you're gonna find flaws in it. You know what I mean? Not to piss on your fire.
Chick P, have you had any inspiration as to what the best advice you've ever received was?
You've got me in a subject that I've not very never thought about before. Never thought about this before, ever, my whole life.
I mean, it doesn't have to be world-breaking advice. It doesn't have to be something that sets the world on fire. It may be the best advice someone's given you, but it still may not be that great. So it doesn't have to be, phantasmagorical. If it was go and do the dishes, mow the lawn once a week, maybe that is the best advice you ever got. As I said, it doesn't need to be breathtakingly amazing. So don't get swept up unnecessarily worrying about this.
Yeah.
It may be that you never got amazing advice, and literally the best advice you ever got was to make sure your shoes were tied before you left the house.
Yeah. God, I've never thought about it before. I never have.
Did your mum ever say to you, make sure you put a clean pair of knickers on every day in case you get hit by a bus?
No, she didn't have to do that. I did it automatically.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, can I just say, Chip P, I think we've spoken before. Your voice seems familiar. Yeah. Maybe under a different name, but it's good to see you. Yeah.
I don't have any other names. I just have this name.
All right. Okay.
There's no other. I don't have any whatevers. Just this one thing, and I don't have any other channels or nothing. I've been here before. You've heard me before. Here, wittering away. Where are you in the UK, Wildheart?
Manchester.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm in Hackney. Just heard of Hackney.
Oh yeah, Hackney. Is that near London or in London?
Yeah, London. Yeah.
Oh it's good to speak to you again. Yeah.
The infamous London borough of Hackney.
Yeah.
Now, you know what gets me, actually, because Hackney Council gets so much bad press from everybody. You think when you read about it in the papers that it's a really vicious, horrible borough. Hackney Council is actually a really good council. I will give them praise on here because they're a good council.
Yeah. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Got any cats? Have you got any cats?
Have I got any cats? I don't have any cats. I live on the 3rd floor of a council block, so
Right.
I'm not allowed any pets. Any
Oh, God,
dogs.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I am
I'm
so
not allowed
sorry
any.
to hear that. I tell you something. I live with 7 cats, and if I didn't have my cats,
Yeah.
there'd be no love in my life anymore. It's really comforting.
That's sad. It's sad, but it's nice that you have cats as well. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's kind
life's
of
very dull without them.
sad. Yeah.
Very dull. They are fun. No, I'm lucky. I live on the ground and I've got a garden outside, so I've been lucky.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I do like cats. If I could have some, I would, but I can't.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in that situation.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Someone has to say bleep Hackney. Now, what would he know about Hackney anyway? Whoever's on here. Stupid man.
Someone said, William White says, here's some good advice. The easiest thing to replace is money. The hardest is trust. Good for contemplation. There's a lot in that, isn't there, guys?
Yeah. I'll tell you one bit of advice I've always had. Be careful who you lend your money to. And I should have followed that.
Yeah, and that kind of links in. The easiest thing to replace is money. The hardest is trust. But what if someone steals your money?
Yeah. You just lend them. Blah, blah.
You wouldn't trust them anymore. So, yeah.
You know how somebody said to me once?
PP says, sorry, Chickpea, 1 second. PP says, great one, although money can be extremely hard to replace if you are in debt or way below the poverty line. Divine Hazel says, hit the like button. Yeah, it does help the algorithm so that new people find the show and come on here. Fuck Hackney. Someone just felt compelled to say that. KFA, is it? I don't know why they felt compelled to say that. Maybe they had a bad experience with Hackney. Perhaps you could come on and tell us, KFA, why you felt the need to say that. What happened in Hackney? What did Hackney ever do to you? Do let us know.
That makes me so cross because I tell you something. This is actually not a bad borough to live in, for all its faults.
I'm guessing it's got something to do with the male public toilets. Do you know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't know about the public toilets, so I wouldn't know. I don't use them. I've got this weird bladder, and you know what? I could go out and not go to the loo all day long. It's really weird, so I don't use public toilets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't know anything about public toilets.
Give your best advice to those watching, Chickpea.
Give your best advice to those watching. Stop. I won't say it, D&W. You know what I'm going to say.
You can say it.
Stop being party to the murder of the 92 billion.
Go vegan, folks.
Oh, I've got to ask the question. What is the 92 billion? Sorry,
92 billion land animals we bring into being every year and then slaughter in the slaughterhouses, etc., etc. I'm a radical vegan. Wild heart animal.
I used to like you. No, I don't.
No, you don't like me. Yeah, I'm very radical. It's my main grudge in life. And if the meat eaters weren't here, I'm talking about the human meat eaters now, not the animals eating meat, I would be a happy lady on this planet. But because of what goes on, I'm unhappy.
But wait, First of all, why are you a vegan, and why are you unhappy about other people
I
not
don't
being?
like cruelty to animals. I just don't like what we do.
Yeah, but it's not really cruelty to animals, is it?
Oh, really? Isn't it? How would you like if someone did that to you?
No, but animals kill animals.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm not going to compare myself to an animal. Okay, I'm a human being. I've got
No,
a higher.
you know human beings are animals.
Speak for yourself.
No,
I'm
human
a human
beings are
higher.
animals.
Yeah, but animals do not
Wait,
function.
whoa.
I'm a big
Curiosity there. Do you agree that human beings are animals?
Most are, yes. 98% are.
No, all human beings are
No.
animals. 98%.
No,
How did you come up with that number?
98% are meat-eating trash, in my opinion.
That's your opinion. That's not fact. Do you agree that human beings, Homo sapiens, are animals? We are part of the animal kind.
Do you always compare yourself to a creature with an IQ of 15 or 20?
No, I'm saying, do you agree
No.
that
Okay. Now, a cat.
You're not answering. You're not answering the question.
No, neither are you.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
No,
Do you
neither are
agree
you.
that? Do you agree that Homo sapiens are animals?
No. You might be, but I'm not.
So I am the same species as you, and you are not an animal, and I am.
I don't think like an animal. I've got a higher IQ than the average animal. Sad, brutal reality. I've got empathy and respect for life that the average lion even doesn't have, which is
So you think you're not an animal?
not in the same way as other. Oh, for goodness sake! All right, I don't be funny, says to you, okay? But a fox can kill a hen and eat it in 1 or 2 minutes. I'd like to see you catch a fox.
That's nothing. That's nothing to do. That's absolutely nothing to do with it. Do you believe that you are an animal?
No.
As a Homo sapien, you think? So what?
You know what? Fuck off, KFA. Okay, you stupid little man.
Yeah, KFA really has a bee in his bonnet about Hackney. He says Hackney is a dive.
Really?
There you go.
A dive where the average house or flat costs you £400,000. Yeah, that's how much of a dive it is.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be unkind or unpleasant to anyone. But I know I'm right. That's the problem. So you're saying you are a Homo sapien, but are you saying all Homo sapiens aren't animals?
Actually, I think the average Homo sapien is an absolute bleep hole. That's what I'm saying.
So are you saying most Homo sapiens are animals, or all Homo sapiens are animals? Because that's what defines.
I said bleep holes. Okay. Yes, I'm very radical. I'm very thing is okay. Animals do not factory farm each other. Okay, they don't. I'm not opposed to.
Yeah, we do. Do you agree that humans are animals?
You might be. I'm not.
The answer is yes.
No, you are. I'm not. You are. I'm not. I even my faults. I'm on a higher level.
If I'm a human and I'm an animal, and you are a human, then you are an animal. That's how it works.
No. I am a bit of a higher being stuck in a meat bag.
Well, you are higher. Oh, that's offensive. So you are a higher being than me, even though we are both humans.
Yes, I'm afraid I do think that actually. Yes.
You are a high. You are a high.
I'm not a living, talking, walking graveyard like you are.
KFA says Hackney has no consciousness, whatever he means by
Oh,
that.
for fuck's sake, stupid man. Yeah, Hackney's one of the liveliest places in London. Fact.
But you know how biology works. Like, if someone is a human, do you agree that I am human?
Silas wants to know: are you drunk, Wildheart? Because you sound pissed.
Well, is that guy drunk? A little bit, yeah. But that doesn't invalidate my points, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, it should be taken into consideration that you are under the influence. You are thinking a little bit slower than is usually the case for yourself.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I'm either right or
Really?
wrong.
So
it doesn't matter.
Your sentience has been dimmed.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I'm either right or wrong.
Okay. Well, why don't you dim it a little bit more then, if it doesn't matter?
What do you mean? Should I drink more?
What does your perception matter if it doesn't matter if we dim you a little bit more and perhaps turn you off?
I'm saying it doesn't matter as to my points are either correct or they are not correct, no matter how drunk I am.
Challenger, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
I'm just enjoying the Saturday evening. Can I just listen to the conversation before I rebuttal, please? May I, please?
By the way, I am also on cocaine, so there's that one.
Well,
Yeah.
you might want to fucking say that's just a joke because you're live on the internet.
Oh no, okay, that's just a joke.
What a specimen, mate. Wildheart, you're not doing yourself any favors.
I know, I never do.
Challenger, what's the best advice you ever received? Who told you? What was it?
And I already
how did it
told
affect
you
your
in
life?
the chat. I already told you in the chat. The sheep in the field comment was Vanguard's comment, and I am Vanguard.
Yeah, tell us what it is, please. You're on the show now.
Right, so I was told a long time ago by a very, very nice pig to be wary of sheep who only eat on one side of a whole field. Very good advice.
Okay, Challenger, you got a bit sloshed last week, so if you get, you're already sloshed. It appears, both of you. If you appear further inebriated, I will have to kick you both off.
Well,
Sorry,
how divisive of you? How divisive of you?
It's just a fact. It's just.
I'm fine, by the way. No, I'm good.
You think you are? That's for others to judge. The others will judge whether they accept your inebriated state. If they feel it's too much to bear, you will be gone off the show.
Yeah,
So
no, that's
leave it
fine.
to the audience. KFA still is going on about Hackney. Sealust has fallen in love with Perpetual Pleasurist, and it seems the feelings are mutual. PP says, "Hey Patsy," which is Sealust's other name. Daniela says, "Drunks and druggies." Yes. Unfortunately, it does seem that some people are not in charge of their mind. Should we trust them? Should we listen to them? Is the best advice they can perhaps listen to is get sober. But will they listen to it? Are they in a fit state to understand that it is the best advice they can receive?
Sorry, can I make a confession? I am an alcoholic, and I am going into a detox in the next 2 weeks. So you are quite right to call me a drunk. Yeah.
So what will this involve, Wildheart?
I'm going to the Chapman Barker unit for 2 weeks.
So they'll keep you in there. Will they literally lock you in so you can't get hold of anything?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to make it about me. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, it's very best of luck. Very best of luck to you on that. Why has it come to this? What is the reason for you having to go in there? Are you literally physically dependent on alcohol or drugs?
Yeah, alcohol. Yeah,
Do you get the shakes? Do you start, convulsing if you can't get a hold of a drink?
Yeah, I have seizures. Yeah.
Oh dear.
But I shouldn't have mentioned that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. And yes,
Yeah.
it's good that you're getting professional help. I do wish you all the best with that. And I really
Yeah.
hope you avail of that help and take it very, very seriously. Liver disease is no
Yeah.
joke. Kidney disease is no joke. Losing your marbles because of, drug abuse and alcohol abuse is no joke. It's no joke. It brings you into dire situations, puts your life
Yeah.
in danger, gives you a lesser quality of life, and it can harm others around you as well. So you have a lot to
Yeah.
do, young man, and I'm glad you're getting the help. It sounds like you're going into a good place. Not everybody gets that chance, so remember you are lucky, and
Yeah.
take it seriously.
Yeah. And
What are your
I
hopes and aspirations?
apologize.
What are your hopes and aspirations when you become sober? What would you like to do?
I'm gonna, after I go into detox, I'm gonna go into prehab thing, which is like 10 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Like daily, like 5 days a week, like a job. And then I'm gonna get like retraining so I can get like work. That's a 6 month plan. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
So
What type of work would you like
So
to
you
do?
want to go back into the old meat grinder?
What
being
type of work would you like to
fed
do?
to
What type
slave?
of work would you like to do, Wild Heart?
I would like to do kind of something with computers, either software or hardware. Like building computers or fixing computers.
Do you have any
Or
experience in that regard?
not professionally, no. Only like how normal people just interact with computers. I'm quite good with computers, like
Why not?
software.
I don't think it's going to be hard for you to become a coder unless you get the qualification. You could become like a help desk professional, maybe easier. IT help desk, maybe. You can learn that kind of thing
Yeah.
easily. Maybe
Yeah.
look for IT help desk, customer service roles. Maybe. Any advice for him, Cougar Duma? He's trying to become sober and change his life. What advice would you give him? I'm not
plants
saying.
Plants do have a nervous system. They very much
Oh,
do.
please, Challenger, you're going to get kicked off if you start trolling again. Okay. Cougar Duma, any advice for Wild Heart?
You mean as regards technology? Well, there's lots of people doing different work, come from different backgrounds, right? The problem with technology work, as I have experienced it, and this is neither a good nor a bad, it's just a thing, is that it's stressful. You're asked to do a lot of hard work, mentally hard work. You got to be sharp, really, really on it. You can't take things simple. You can't. Well, this is Silicon Valley culture, so maybe I'm talking out of my ass. But when I did startups, and in startups, there's a lot at stake. You've got 6 months to pull everything together, and everyone has to work their ass off. And you got to be sharp, and you got to be smart, and you got to always be on it. And then Friday afternoon, we all go down to the taqueria, and have tacos and nachos and drink margaritas. So there's a time to come down, but you got to be on it, man. Like all the fucking time doing technology work. The stuff I did in technology work was mind bending. Nothing.
Yeah, but
Nothing was
Silicon
off the
Valley
shelf.
is very pernicious, isn't it? It's very pernicious. Silicon Valley is so pernicious. It really is, isn't it?
Well, it is, and it's probably the worst place to try and start a career. But technology work in general, just as a species of activity, is very, very mentally demanding, extremely so. And you got to be on it all the time.
Just to be clear, if it helps, excuse me. I was like a plasterer for like 15 years. I'm a trained, qualified plasterer. But I can't do that anymore because of my back. So I've got to kind of switch careers. So I was thinking of computers.
Is D Prophet going to come on the show? That's the question. We haven't had him on the show forever. He says the best advice ever: never listen to a doomer. What do you think of that, guys?
Well, you should listen to them if they're right.
The late show. Really?
Wait, Duma. Are you talking about a certain political place called the Duma, Robert?
The late show. I'm just trying to get over that name. That's one. The late show. That's fine. No, that's fine.
The Duma. Wow.
So I guess I do want to clarify something. I'm a technologist, but I came into technology from doing data analysis, and I did data analysis as a environmental scientist. So I'm not a doomer. What I am is I'm a realist. And if I think you're fucked, and I have good data to cover that, then I want to tell you you're fucked. I will also tell you that you're doing the right thing, but there's a time when we have to be honest. What I am is optimistic. I think people can do a lot of really amazing things. I've seen people do amazing things. My time in Silicon Valley doing startups taught me that people can do amazing things. Seriously, I was in the room when amazing things were going down. And I have a lot of optimism in people. Some days I don't.
Well, that's most days for me. Humanity is not very optimistic at all at the moment, is it?
Can I just ask, what is your metric for deeming someone as being, as you put it, fucked? What is your metric for that? As to
Okay, fair enough. I actually don't have opinions about individuals. I think most people struggle and they do the best they can, and that's fine. When I own,
look at the data. You just have to browse at the data. Humanity's pretty well fucked, isn't it, so far?
Yeah, I think so.
No, but he was talking about individuals being fucked.
I'm optimistic about I'm optimistic about individuals. I don't really feel like people as individuals are fucked. I think people have a lot of capacity to do amazing things with their lives. Where it becomes sketchy is when you find yourself in an environment where either the tools aren't available, the resources aren't available, it's violent, there's oligarchs everywhere, there's no rule of law. And I think even if you're a very capable individual and you love your family and you love your community and you go to church every Sunday and all that, I think you can be capable and plugged in and even optimistic, and you can still be fucked. And that's where I draw the line.
Yeah, man, take the greed, take the coveting out of humanity, and most of it will get on along nicely, if you ask me.
Yeah, probably. And we've done pretty well for like 8,000 years. And I don't know, where do we go from here? It's hard to say.
It's a lot longer than that, mate. It's a lot longer. Yeah, man.
How long do you think it?
Late is here. D Prophet is here. PP is insinuating that Late or AKA D Prophet is some kind of sadistic psychopath. He says that the Late Show guy, AKA D Prophet, just likes to rile folks up in conversation. He gets a kick out of it. So that's basically saying he's some kind of sadistic psychopath. And he also says, so just be aware of that. He says that stuff mostly to get a kick out of the conversation that ensues. There you go. But he is here. He says, how are we fucked? He says, how are we fucked? There's more of us than ever living more comfortable as prosperous lives than ever. What are you talking about, Cougar Duma?
There has been,
people who think today is worse than the past have zero grasp of history.
Well, I wouldn't call in buying a new iPhone every fucking year a prosperous life. Capiche? Well,
D&W, can I say something?
You just did.
I didn't say anything.
You just did. That's 2 things you've said now.
Who, me?
3 times.
All right, calm down. Go
ahead,
on,
GP.
Tony.
What is it you want to
Can I
say?
you know, some interesting thoughts just occurred to me about some of the men that come here. And I've had women say the same to me, quite a few of the women that come on here sometimes, that some of the men on here are very, very anti-female, I've noticed, and very bullying and very ill-mannered and all the rest of it. And I'm not the only female that has said that. I'm not the only female that quite often leaves because certain men are on the panel. I hate to have to say that to you, dear W.
But you wouldn't say that about any of the men here, would you, right now?
Not right now this very second, but something I decided to say to you because I've noticed, you know what?
Okay, I'm glad you've brought it to our attention.
No,
we will delve into that matter, and we will,
I'm not the only female
carefully, forensically look.
Stop being so facetious, D&W.
No, I'm being serious. I don't want women haters. If you're going to hate anyone, hate yourself or hate everybody. Don't be unfair.
Right, okay. May I use the collective brain?
Late Show says he doesn't just get a rise. So he's admitting he's a sadistic psycho.
Okay, you've got to finish.
He also likes being right when he does it. So he likes being correct when
right,
he
new
is
question.
His,
May I ask a question?
Psychopathy.
Come on.
And also, D&W, I really, really miss having Yerf Dog here and Marcus and all the other lovely guys that used to come here.
Hasn't been around for a few days. I hope he comes back. Marcus is here.
Wow!
He'll come on later, hopefully. Life abolitionism says he takes up. He says I take up for the women. I'm not sure what he means. I take up
new
for
question. New question. Totally off the string of
what
threads.
The hell do you mean by that
totally
statement, LA? And let us know.
The fuck.
New
question. Can I ask the collective brain here? What was the European Parliament called? The Duma? Was it Polish or some sort of previous Soviet region? I just remember there was like a parliament called the Duma before. Does anybody know that one?
No.
Global Solidarity says 1.5 degrees Celsius above normal today, 2 degrees Celsius by 2050, 3 degrees Celsius by 2100. There is no return to normal. And Late Show, who is hiding in the comments. He's hiding in the comments. It's easy to fling mud from the comments section. Come on here and say it. D-Profit.
Well, maybe somebody in chat will know.
Sorry if I'm aggressively right.
Parliament
here's another one.
Challenger, I'm talking. Sorry.
Styrofoam. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Late Show says, sorry if I'm aggressively right, Chickpea. I'll try really hard to wrap the truth in styrofoam.
You're always right. I've noticed that.
What a cheeky monkey.
The men always think they're right. If you're right 51% of the time, well, congratulations for you.
I think it might have been Poland, the Duma, but it wasn't D-O-O-M-E-R. It was like D-U-M-E-R, D-U-H-M.
Yeah, no. It says he means he takes up representing their challenges if they can't. So he's talking about LA. LA is apparently the savior of womankind. He takes their points seriously. He battles for women all over the world. And but he doesn't battle for their right to be mothers. So is he truly a friend of women? I don't know. Maybe.
I'm just saying, D&W, you get quite a few nice little male bullies on here. I suspect in the real world.
I mean, look, isn't that the way of the internet? Isn't that the way of the world? You go anywhere, there's going to be bullies. There's going to be nasty people. I mean, it's not
but
just
notice here.
These characterize this place as in any way different from anywhere else.
The link is not in the chat, just so you know.
It's below the video. It says it in the description.
Below the video title.
It says it in the ticker here, below our video on YouTube, and it says it on all the banners I've been showing. The link to join the show is below the video, and that's how everybody got here. Even
and Sorry, global celebrity now is just posted the link, the streamer link. If anyone wants to know.
So Vegan Equilibrium just joined. PP, you've come back, but Vegan Equilibrium, what is the best advice you ever received? Who told you, and how has it affected your life?
The best advice I ever got was to get a vasectomy. My oldest brother told me, and yeah, it was definitely the best advice ever.
Your oldest brother told you that?
Yeah.
How long ago?
Years ago.
Well, can I ask you a serious question? Are you a Christian?
Who's being asked?
Yourself, who has had the procedure of tying your tubes.
It's not tying.
It's not. But no, I'm not a Christian.
Right, fair enough, fair enough. But anyway, what about abstination? And in other words, why would you want to mutilate yourself not to have any more?
It's not a mutilation. It's not a mutilation. It's actually an improvement. A mutilation is when you mangle or completely destroy the integrity of an organ or something. This is a surgical procedure that very carefully and intricately separates the vas deferens from the epididymi or whatever it's called. And
just don't have any more children without
and
surgery.
it's not in any way a mutilation. A mutilation is if someone fucking puts a knife in their balls and just twists.
Can I just point out the hypocrisy of someone, I presume you're Christian, claiming...
Wait, before you do that, why the hell would I abstain when I can have sex without having to worry? I can have as much sex as I want. Why would I want to abstain from that? That's ridiculous.
What do you mean before I say that? Why did you interrupt me to make that?
I just wanted, because I wanted to finish. He had said something. I wanted to finish my point about having a vasectomy.
I understand, mate. I understand. But anyway, when you slice any human part to stop a natural function, it's a mutilation.
Circumcision. So you're against circumcision?
No. It's not a mutilation. So when you get a life-saving surgery, is that a mutilation?
Wait. Christian, there's a guy to my left. I can't see his name. But are you saying you are against circumcision?
I'm against circumcision because there's no good reason for it.
I'm asking him,
are
you against circumcision? Are you against
I'm a big foreskin. I love foreskins. Foreskins should be left alone. Leave foreskins.
Damn, this guy loves foreskins. This guy likes foreskins. He said it.
Right, so you are a Christian and you are against circumcision. So you're going against the word of God.
Foreskins alone. Leave foreskins alone. We all need foreskins.
Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, mate. I'm a pagan.
Oh, that's fine, man. No. Yeah, that's fine.
We get Deep Prophet and Vegan it going at it. Oh my god.
Deep Prophet says, imagine not wanting to inseminate a woman.
Yeah, imagine getting to bust inside her all you want without ever having to worry about one of those screaming, disgusting, needy, fucking gross little creatures ever falling out of her.
Wow.
And having to spend at least $500,000 to get them to the age of 18 and then to be stuck taking care of them the rest of your life.
Wow, I'd still left my tackle left alone. Capiche?
All right, if you want to abstain from having sex because you hate having sex that much, then go right ahead. I
LA
don't.
comes out of nowhere. LA
You
comes out of
said
nowhere
that?
and says he's
I
glad
just
he
said
has
I'd
no
prefer my
foreskin.
tackle intact. I prefer
Yeah,
my
mine's
tackle
intact too. Mine's well intact, except for the fact that I don't have a foreskin, which I am. I am annoyed with my parents about that. So
Are you Jewish?
Yeah, it's a good job
my
that you're
family's Jewish.
It's a good job that you're a pagan, not a Christian, because if you were a
D
Christian,
Prophet says raising kids isn't
yeah,
that big of a deal, bro.
then
Oh,
you'll
And he
be
also says
shit.
grow
Cope.
the hell up.
He's smoking the copium.
Wow.
Perpetual Pleasure
What,
says circumcision of
what
infants is
kind of
hellish and evil.
what kind of pagan are you? Like Wiccan or?
Are you talking to me, Mr. Spectacles? Mr. Spectacles, are you
I'm just
talking to me?
interested. What kind of pagan are you?
I'm very much a Viking Scottish vegan. I mean, not a vegan.
So what gods do you believe in?
Odin.
What gods do I believe in? A lot more than you believe in, because you believe in monotheism.
I
Times
don't
3.
believe in monotheism. I don't. Why did you assume that I believe in a god?
Because you assumed in
I'm
what
an
I believe
atheist.
in. Fuck off, will you?
No, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any gods. What gods do you believe
So
in?
assume does
Odin.
not equate to assume. So if you assume, I will assume. Capiche? Wow.
But
Right, well,
does pagan not mean? Does pagan not mean that you believe in multiple gods or multiple deities or something?
Monotheism, polytheism, not monotheism. Yes.
Yeah.
So I was correct. I wasn't assuming. You said you were pagan, which means you believe in multiple gods. So no, I was not assuming. I was going based on what you said.
All right. Well, I'm not so much of an arsehole that I won't pick on that one. But anyway, crack on.
So which
So I
gods?
asked what gods you believe in.
It's not. Sorry. It's not like an aggressive thing. We're just asking.
By the way,
We're just asking what gods do you believe in? It's not like just just a general question. What gods do you believe?
All I've got to say to you is in the old gods and the new gods, I find
We believe in the old gods and the new god. So you believe in every god that's ever existed.
Gods, plural, yes.
Sorry, guys. Well, the two drunks just be quiet for a moment. D Prophet says, "LOL, atheism is so cringe. Imagine that a tapestry of complex systems working together with such precision is not in some way sublime designed. Imagine being that stupid." D Prophet, would you like to come on and talk about that? And Kenny says he has just arrived at his date in Hackney.
Nice. Well done. Good luck with that.
Hear that, Chippy? He's in your neighborhood.
So in the old gods,
I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. What gods do you believe in? Being a pagan, as you are.
If Chippy gets annoyed of you for being drunk or drugged up, you will be kicked off the show. So try and appear at least try and have a semblance of sobriety.
Like I'm trying to tell this fellow.
Sorry, I think that was a valid question. What gods do you believe in? I think that was a valid fucking question. Prick.
Again, I'm answering. I believe in the old gods and the new gods, both plural.
Gods. Right,
The good gods and the bad gods. The happy gods and the sad gods.
Name the old gods and the new gods.
I think it's time you got your taxi home there, Wild Heart. Oh no, sorry, you are at home. I don't know what you're going to do then.
I am at home, yeah.
I don't know what to say then.
I don't know why I'm being unconscionable or I don't know why. I don't know why you got a problem. I'm asking him. He's obviously been
I've
obtrusive,
told you many
not answering
times.
the question.
I
He's
believe
been
in the old gods and the
not
new
me.
gods. I've told you many
Right?
times.
Name the. Okay, that's fine. So name the old gods.
D&W, I
Let's
have a
start with
question
the
for you.
old gods.
I'm gonna kick you both off in a little while, and when you come back from your rehab, you can come on when you're sober. How about that?
I'll
Something to
tell
look
you
forward
what,
to.
you have fun with him anyway. Crack on. Old gods on the new gods. Goodbye.
Right, old gods. What are the old gods?
All right, he's gone.
I forgot
I have
now.
a suggestion, D&W, that would help.
Go on, PP.
So I would suggest that just have a very specific set of criteria before hosting that ensures that people are clearly fully cognizant in how they talk and behave before coming on in a very obvious way. That's a good criteria to have, I would say. That doesn't require interpretation.
Yeah. Wild Heart, when are you going for your rehab? When are you going to the drunk tank?
In the next 2 weeks, and I do apologise. I'm not trying to be like obtrusive or.
Well, it's
Like,
just I want you to know it's
yeah.
incredibly annoying. I want you to know that,
Okay.
so that you know how bad it
Yeah.
is to be a drunk. So you know
Yeah.
it's not good. Just you need to know that it's not good. So that
Yeah.
so that you take it seriously. You've been given a
Yeah.
chance. You're still young, and you've got your whole life ahead of you. Don't
No.
continue down this road.
Yeah, I'm actually not that young. I'm 44 years old.
Well, you know that's young enough, isn't it?
it?
That's young enough.
But
Young enough.
I do apologise for being. I didn't mean to be aggressive. It's just when someone like that comes up and says, "I believe in the old gods and the new gods."
All right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, now please mute.
I didn't mean to be. I didn't mean to be aggressive.
Okay, now mute yourself, please, and we'll talk to you in a bit. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Who is bursting at the seams, wanting to say something?
Me.
Go ahead.
Dude, sorry, beg your pardon. I don't think it's your best interest to have all these stupid drunken men on here shouting off all the time.
Well, you see, it is what it is. They're at that stage in life, and they're trying to get help, and we don't want to push them to the shadows without giving them a little bit of advice, do we?
Well, the good way to do it, like I said on my channel, is I just have a lot of time frames, approximate, like a few minutes at a time. And then I just pop in and be like, okay, so what did you have to say? So basically what I do on my lives, I direct the convo to where nobody talks over anybody else. That's a good way to do it, because drunks, they'll be the only people that talk over anyone in that case, in those scenarios.
Okay.
So you can sift them out pretty easy.
All right. Well, goodbye, Wildheart. We'll see you next time. This is a safe space for drunk men, says Yawn God. Virtual fists can't hurt like real ones.
Yes, that's true.
Silas says drunk or druggies do not intend to be offensive, but they are. Not necessarily offensive, just a little bit annoying sometimes.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed. It's like there seems to be a lot of people who like they just have a really, really hard time with like alcohol. It's just that's what I encourage people. It's like if you notice at all on any level you have a hard time regulating alcohol intake, definitely tamp down on that and notice that, because it just becomes a really big nuisance in their life with other people.
Brother Marcus brings up the Greek god Dionysus is the Greek, and Bacchus is the Roman. They are the primary god of wine, ritual madness, and drunken revelry in classical mythology. So there you go.
I had I have this ex-girlfriend. She was by far like the hottest girl I ever dated. She was so beautiful, and she had this fantastic Southern accent. But she was a fucking alcoholic, man, and I could not fucking deal with it. It sucked so bad. It sucked so bad. And I just so I just had to, I don't know. I had to move on. It's really sad, man. It's really, really sad.
It does suck, man. Yeah, it fucks people's lives up badly.
D Prophet, you coming on yet?
That was I don't know if Cougar Doomer has ever talked to D Prophet, but just Cougar ahead of time, heads up. D Prophet is I've had many conversations with him directly. D Prophet is known for bringing up topics that he knows for sure will rile people up emotionally. Obviously, that's not the sole reason he does it, but he definitely enjoys. He gets kicks out of the rile up factor way more than I don't get a kick out of that part.
What archetype is he,
But
PP?
archetype, I would say. Some hybrid between like a jester / Joker archetype and a something else. I just haven't been able to pinpoint the other side. Like, so here's the thing: D Prophet, he actually is a guy who has intelligence. It's just that I noticed that he has that pattern of like enjoying the rile up factor for its own sake versus really trying to focus on points of agreement as his main interest.
Are you saying he's wasting his potential?
Yes, that's how I see D Prophet. I see that he's unnecessarily does that with people, but I guess he gets a kick out of it for some reason. So it's like I've had good conversations with him. I've had some not so good, some lousy, but I just wanted to let Cougar know that as a fellow INFJ to don't take convos that might come up with D Prophet. Don't put any weight into them emotionally. I would suggest knowing that he's
that's fine. I appreciate that. One of the things I'm learning how to do is just to completely ignore people. Door slam.
Right.
Ignore. Door slam.
Yeah. If people start bringing up points that are just flatly false in terms of scientific things that are not true or whatever, then that's the point where I kind of tend to do the same thing. It's like it's kind of beating your head against a brick wall at that point. It's like, all right, well, there you go.
And sometimes
in general, I don't care what people think about anything. Honestly,
same here.
Well, you know that he's like just trolling a lot. Like when he was debating vegan gains, like he does this thing where he'll be like he acts like he has this gotcha, and then like vegan gains made a very obvious like rebuttal that shuts down his point, and then D Prop's just like, well, actually, you're right, that is true. It's like he knows. You know what I mean? Like he knows what he's saying is ridiculous. I think he, like you said, he just likes to rile people up and be a nudge.
That's why I've gotten to the point of I just tend to chuckle and laugh when I hear him going back and forth between somebody because it's hard for me to take it fully seriously, really.
Right.
The only ones I can take seriously are the ones where it's literally just me and him. That's it, because I can actually tend to get somewhere with him. But if there's an audience or other people talking, it becomes just a laughing stock when I hear it, But the best combos I've had with D-Prop have been the ones where he's been on with me just one-on-one. We've gotten actually pretty good ground that way. But in any other scenario, it seems to be just, the ridiculousness factor seems to take over.
Are you saying D-Prop is ridiculous?
Not necessarily. He just enjoys the ridiculous factor, I think. I mean, because based on the combos I've had with him, we've actually covered a lot of good ground, and we do agree on some key things, certain areas. So it's not that everything he says, at least in my opinion, that is off the wall. It's just when I noticed that was his pattern, and he kind of more or less admitted to that, I was like, okay, my main focus really is on focusing on points of agreement and coming to, helping each other grow in knowledge and, skills and things. But if I notice someone's main kind of interest in talks is more interested in the debate side or more interested in the being right aspect itself side of things, then I'm like, well, this isn't really as much a convo. It's more just like I'm talking to someone who wants to be right and to basically slam their points down and or just get people riled up as the main focus. So it's like, it kind of breaks down the convo at that point if that's really the
okay.
impetus,
Vegan Equilibrium, did you answer the question? What was the best advice you ever received?
Yeah, I said to get a vasectomy, and my older brother told me.
You did, yeah, okay. Right, I think the time has come to get our update from Cougar Duma as to just what the hell is going on in this world in terms of what he terms global heating. Have you got any news for us in that sense, Cougar Duma?
Yeah. Yeah, the situation is not good. I wish there was good news, but there isn't. Hawaii right now is in a catastrophic situation. I think they're calling it historic for the islands. They're supposed to get something like 8 feet of rain. We're measuring rain in feet. They're supposed to get 8 feet of rain in the next 48 hours.
Holy shit.
Sorry, where's
Yeah.
that?
Wow.
Hawaii, the
Hawaii,
state of
wow.
Hawaii.
8 feet of rain in 48 hours.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell. That's what they're saying. They're saying bloody hell. And I don't want to go into the details. If anybody wants to learn any of this stuff on a deep dive, just go to my channel. I do videos about once a day. I haven't done one today, but
I mean,
I generally cover topics.
In terms of deluges, what's the kind of like the norm? Like, do they get like 5 feet of rain sometimes? You know, what is
No. They do occasionally get hurricanes. Well, they're called typhoons in the Pacific that loop up from Mexico and go north instead of west. They get, but they're generally pretty weak because by the time they loop up into the Central Pacific, where Hawaii is, they tend to lose steam because they've left the equatorial waters behind. But this is not a hurricane. This is it has many of the trappings of a hurricane: really high winds, torrential rain. But what this is coming down from the north. I guess it's worth talking about. This is a new phenomenon for the Earth system. This is a cyclone. Just call it a cyclone. It's a spinning wind. It's not a hurricane because it doesn't have hurricane behaviors. So
and
it's
why
coming
is
out
it
from
not
the
a
north.
tornado? Because it doesn't have a funnel?
No, it's not a tornado. It doesn't have a funnel. If you know what a hurricane is, they're wide area winds that circulate at high speed, and they have a large eye, and they can be 50, 100, 200 miles, 500 miles across. But they're circular. They spin. Okay, they're spinning winds. They're cyclones. And this one came from the north. And the reason why it came from the north is because the northern jet stream, which determines a lot of the weather in the northern hemisphere, the northern jet stream is basically blown to rat shit. And it's spinning off cyclones, and they are coming from the north. This is angular momentum from the jet stream that is breaking off. So it's like spinning shrapnel as the jet stream basically is unmade. So this one came down from the north. It brought a cold core with it. So it came from the Arctic, and it's sitting to the west, northwest of Hawaii, and it's just churning in place. And it's bringing in warm, moist air from the South Pacific, and it's funneling it in a continuous barrage, like a fire hose, right over the Hawaiian Islands. And the combination of the cold core, the high rotation from the jet stream, and the really warm, really wet moisture from the South Pacific, which is kind of having a maritime heat wave, that combination is turning out to just be completely ruinous. And they've had a storm since yesterday, and it's supposed to proceed through Sunday and end on Monday. And they're projecting total rainfalls for some places. This doesn't mean the whole thing. In fact, they're not even sure that this is correct because it's so off the chart. It's almost like, what the fuck? Okay, they're having a what the fuck moment
This is
over this.
absolutely batshit crazy. I can't believe this is crazy.
No, this is...
LA says we're all going to be dead by the end of August. I don't know why he's saying that.
Okay, so the island of Hawaii, the Hawaiian Islands, are in the crosshairs. They are absolutely going to be bombarded, and we'll know sometime on Monday afternoon how they got through this. And they may not. There's several reservoirs that are expected to fail, just completely fail. The water's going over the top, and that's it. They're fucked. The other thing that's happening is somewhat related because it's also related to the jet stream behavior. Is that California and eventually the rest of the lower 48 states is heading into a monstrous, historic, troublesome, amazingly bad heat wave. They knew this was coming, but all it's done is gotten worse. We're going to be getting temperatures on the western half of the country that will be record-breaking temperatures if it was summer, and it's not. It's early spring. So it's going to be 110 degrees in Southern California. Where I live, it's probably going to be close to 90 or 95. That's a hot day in summer, like July. And we're in big trouble. The entire country, I saw a map just today, an update of a map, temperature map today, and the entire country, the entire lower 48 states, is going to be above average temperatures, and some of the places are going to be extremely, catastrophically above average temperatures. So there could be lethality associated with just the heat.
Is there a volcano erupting there as well? Brother Marcus says volcanic fragments rain down as Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupts.
I don't know, and I don't think rain has anything to do with the lava flows, if there is one. You know, they're really hot.
I mean, is that a problem? Is that dangerous that there may be a volcano? Is there a volcano? I don't know. Is that happening now, Brother Marcus? Life abolitionism, Brother Marcus, do come on. Links in the live chat, and it's under the video for everybody who wants to join. The link is under the video on YouTube. You can see it there in the description.
And I have
so once again, I'll finish up here because I have to get back to work. I'm wiring my basement. I'm not a doomer. The things I'm saying are not doom. This is data from the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, NOAA, the satellites. It's just there, folks. It's just there. It's just there. It's happening. Okay. It's like walking out of your front door and seeing your neighbor's house on fire. That's data. Okay. Shit just went down.
Okay, Kugaduma, don't go too soon because there's a man here who says we shouldn't listen to you. Damn that boy Vital, aka D Prophet, aka late show. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to just say peace be with everyone. I don't know what PP is talking about.
Peace be with everyone. You don't know what PP is talking about. Is that what you said? D Prophet, are you there? He's muted himself. We can't hear you, D Prophet. Can anybody hear me? He's gone. Kugaduma, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened. PP disappeared and D Prophet just went silent.
Yeah, you're the only one I can hear for what it's worth.
Brother Market says officials say the latest eruption at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park has sent lava shooting up to 1,000 feet high, prompting road closures and warnings as ash and volcanic debris drift into nearby communities. So they have that on their plate as well as the heavy rain.
What?
It's my jeans that I've only ever washed one.
They've been in there for like 2 seconds, honey.
Okay, D Prophet. D Prophet is trying to run his family and speak on the Finding Gnosis show at the same time. He's multitasking, but he has just muted himself. LA, are you coming on here? I want to talk to you, LA. I think you got the wrong end of the stick yesterday. You thought I was trying to sabotage your stream in an act of malice. I was actually trying to do something fun whereby your stream would be shown on my stream and we could talk to each other, but it didn't work out. It wasn't anything, you know, I didn't mean it as a malevolent act to annoy you. I was just trying to stream and interact. It didn't work though, did it? Okay, Nefarious Rockers, you're atrociously quiet. We got PP back. PP, aka Gnostic Antinatalist. What would you like to say? Hello, D Prophet. Good to see you.
Hey, man.
Yeah. What would you like to say, D Prophet?
Great day. Just came in from the St. Patrick's Day parade. Got a fresh, brand new set of the brand new Ninja Turtles figures that just came out. They're looking fresh right here. These are the Stan Sakai turtles. Very, very, very stylish. And yeah, it was a great parade. A lot of free candy. A lot of celebrating my Irish heritage. And it's been a great day so far. How about you? How's everybody else?
Great, man. Yep.
You got something you want to say to me, Buckaroo?
Does anybody else have anything to say? I mean, I can speak if somebody wants me to, but
I have
Well, I
something
just
to say. It was one time I was offered advice by someone.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
So there was someone I caught up to a while ago, more than a year ago, and this person had this website on that it was like a fake dog meat website, a fake web. It's like a fake dog meat business. I mean, where there was a website about selling dog meat. Or obviously it was to prove a point about speciesism, so it was a vegan who had the website. And he had just finished watching Schindler's List, and there was this former Nazi on Schindler's List that helped the Jews escape. But that former Nazi felt so much obligation and so much compassion exhaustion from just doing that, and he said it's never enough. And this vegan I talked to identified with that former Nazi, and he had a lot of compassion exhaustion, so he asked me whether he should take a break or not, or what he should do, since it was overwhelming him. So I told him to take a break, and I think that was good advice. I told him.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you for that, Nefaris. LA, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say? What is the best advice you ever received? Who told you, and what effect did it have on your life?
Well, I didn't receive it directly. I would say just listening to Ayn Rand's philosophy about rational selfishness and ethical egoism was probably the best quote unquote advice I've ever received. Basically, have self esteem, not to be a sacrificial animal, not to put other people's needs before your own, and that your own happiness is the greatest moral achievement. And that basically man is I don't know. I don't want to go too far with it, but a man's life and his virtue or his happiness is it should be the focus of his own, like his own ethics and values. His happiness and his values, not other people's values.
Cool.
So yeah, I think that really just was a paradigm in a way that I used to think, and now I don't do anything unless it's in my rational self-interest, or if it's mutually beneficial, that's fine. But it's not going to be me sacrificing to make somebody else happy.
Good point.
And how does that win you friends and gain you influence?
Well, it's protecting me from having other people take advantage of me, because I used to think that it was wrong to be selfish, and meanwhile, these people who tell you to not be selfish are being selfish themselves.
Very true.
It's like, somebody saying they want to borrow money, or can I have your whatever? Can I have your shoes? And it's like, oh, you're so no, you're being selfish because you're trying to extract from me. So you're selfish, and I'm going to be equally selfish and say no. No is a complete sentence.
There you go. It's hard to break out of that too, because a lot of people, they really try to emotional manipulate us, don't they?
Right. That is the root. That is the root of altruism. That is based on guilt. You basically have to live your life as a sacrificial animal to make other people happy.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Why
to
do you
train out
think
of that?
that? Why do you think a lot of animals are altruistic?
I don't think animals are altruistic. I think that animals
I mean,
do
there's
what
a
is
lot of evidence.
You've never seen
no.
an animal.
Animals do what is they live according to mutualism. They don't sacrifice themselves to others.
No,
Give
they
me one
do.
example. Give me one example of an animal that sacrifices itself for
Well,
another species.
Okay, I literally posted a video, I think it was today or yesterday, on my story, which is all examples of interspecies altruism. Like different species, like helping an elephant, helping a gazelle out of a drowning gazelle, a horse pouring food out for birds,
That's not
bull
sacrifice.
that a bull that helped a turtle, like a turtle that was on its back could walk, helped it flip over. And in terms of
That's
sacrifice,
not sacrifice. That's not altruism. I think you. I'm not
how's
sure.
that not altruism?
I think you haven't listened to Ayn Rand the way that she defines it. I think you're talking about something completely different to say that you can't help anybody ever. That's not that's not the way that she's using the term altruism. Altruism is a completely different thing. It's just putting other people's needs before your own, and basically saying that you don't have a right to live for your own sake, that you should only live for others, which is what so many people have been telling me. Stop thinking about yourself. Stop thinking about your own misery and focus on helping others. Like, no, that doesn't cut it anymore.
Well, I mean, I guess my understanding of altruism was just helping others in general. That didn't necessarily have to be some great sacrifice. Like, I think that like sharing isn't that considered altruistic. I guess we're just not agreeing on terms here. We got to agree on the terms of altruism.
I'm using it the way that Ayn Rand used it, and it's.
I'm not familiar with how she used it.
Ayn Rand isn't an authority on anything.
I'm okay, but if you subscribe to her philosophy, then I don't consider myself an objectivist, but I do agree with her ethical egoism. The way that she used it is basically you can help somebody if it's in your rational self-interest, if that person has value to you or whatever. Like, you care about your brother, so you should help them. But you don't. I mean, so that, for example, if a random stranger wants your money and you only have $20, back in the day, I would think that I should feed the homeless stranger and I should go without. I don't think that way anymore. I would help my brother because my brother would help me. That random stranger is trying to extract and does not care whether I starve or not.
So, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, if you've been told that you should just give to others because Jesus is going to reward you in the end, then you would just give them the money and then hope that Jesus will provide for you after you have already thrown your pearls to swine. So I don't do that anymore.
That's not Jesus' philosophy. You literally just said, "Don't put your pearls in front of the swine." So you've got it. You're just like nobody's telling you have to be altruistic to like evil people, but you are steadfastly saying that you shouldn't be, and that it's more moral to just be altruistic to yourself, which is kind of
that's you're not okay. He asked me what was my advice, what helped me the most, and I'm telling you that philosophy helped me. If you guys disagree with that, that's fine. You probably have your own moral standards that help you, but it helped me. So I'm telling you what helped me.
Fair enough. Yeah, hey, I got it. The best piece of advice I ever got was to banish all thoughts, to banish my anger, and to forgive my mother.
Hey. Forgiveness is powerful. It can be, for sure.
Big time.
Can be very healing also.
But yeah, Ayn Rand was a fucking retard. So I'm really sorry that you fell into her philosophy as like a way of life. That sucks.
Well, actually, what she says is that altruism ultimately calls for the sacrifice of your mind. So you're not allowed to think for yourself or have your own values or evaluate ethical principles for yourself, because other people want to have primacy over your mind and they want to dictate you what your ethical framework should be. So you should reject that. And other people tell you things to do that serve their interests and you disagree with it. You can think for yourself and you can reject it. The guilt tripping does not work if you have self-esteem.
I agree with that part. I mean, that's, I'm not, yeah, that sounds right.
But isn't that the whole approach that I'm not going to be specific, but you guys like to guilt trip everybody.
Well, it's kind of like just put it in the human context and then ask if it would be. I mean, ask if you'd feel the same way in the human context.
You're going to have to convince me based on reason, not on emotions. I don't.
That's not emotion. That is reason. It is based on reason.
Reason.
And you know what's funny is you're always going on and on about, oh, well, animals get the right to this and that, but we don't. Like, is that not a guilt trip? Is that? I'll go vegan when you become an anti-natalist and you start posting anti-natalist stuff.
It's not a guilt trip.
You're such a hypocrite, dude.
It's not a guilt trip. It's not a guilt trip because I'm telling you that if you want something from me, this is my demand. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. So So I don't have to guilt trip you. I'm just not going to do what you want me to do.
I'm gonna use emotional blackmail against you if you don't change. That's the whole same thing.
But you're the one who's asking me to do something. You're the one who's asking me to do. You initiated the request because you're asking me to do something, but you don't want to receive. I'm not talking about you because no, you're not even.
And actually trying to convince someone not to kill someone else. Like,
okay, how hard is it? How hard is it to abstain from procreation? You want me to do something
from procreation.
I'm not talking about you. You know, I had that debate with Vegan Gaines, and he wanted me to do something. Yet he didn't want to give
having children. He's not having kids.
He would not endorse anti-natalism on his channel. Yet he still wanted me to do what he wanted me to do. That's not how this works. It's going to be mutualism. It's either going to be mutual support or mutual indifference. You can't manipulate me because I have self-esteem. Go try somebody who doesn't have any self-esteem and they can feel guilty and capitulate and do whatever you want them to do. You can't manipulate me like that.
That's great. I'm glad you have self-esteem in murdering defenseless little animals. You should be really proud of yourself.
I'm glad they have self-esteem because they're breeding. I'm glad you're vegan parents, friend.
You should feel real proud of yourself.
They should feel real proud of themselves for breeding human beings into hell.
You're so confident.
And for their human speciesism, because they'll openly say that they prefer animals to humans, and it's speciesism.
There we go. All right.
Inverted.
I'm gonna check out of this one. We know where this goes, and it's nowhere.
Job well done. Job well done. This wasn't even supposed to be an argument, by the way. This was me saying what. This was me saying what helped me. Ayn Rand's philosophy helped me. If it didn't help you, fine. This wasn't supposed to be a debate, but you want primacy over my mind to tell me how I should think. That's not how this works.
Right. Okay.
And that's why.
That's right.
That's why I suggested D&W that the way we would actually be able to cover a lot of good ground very consistently in these combos better, more effectively if the topic remained on points of agreement as focus the whole time. And if D&W moderated combos in that specific way. That's how I do it on my lives, and it works really good. Personally, I'm saddened to often see it seems like D&W, you leave it to just descend into chaos organically, which can be prevented, is preventable. And I really wish
let's guilt trip D&W now.
Everybody does things differently.
No, I'm just joking.
I like people to speak and see where it goes organically, see what happens. And you know, I know what you're saying. You want points of agreement. I think points of disagreement are useful because you let the conversation flow, see who wears out, and see if anybody changes their mind. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes people change their mind. And also it's for the listener. The listener can listen, see who's making the better argument, and make their mind up by contrasting, comparing different perspectives. So I think it's good sometimes, not all the time. I will agree with you, not all the time. Sometimes it's good for robust argumentation to happen, because it gets the matter out and it allows people to think about things perhaps that they wouldn't have thought about, you know, before, because they're hearing alternative perspectives in a passionate way, in a way that, you know, people feel very strongly about. Maybe they never thought maybe they never thought people cared about the matter before, but now they know people care passionately about it. So I feel that's important sometimes. Hello to Yerf Dogs. He's back, guys. Everybody was asking where he was. He is back. He's in the chat. If he does come on LA, there's no need to run away. As I said,
I don't plan on being here very long anyway. I mean,
no.
I just wanted to answer your question. I don't need to dominate the conversation. I was just sharing what helped me. Maybe it helps other people. If they don't think that they should have self-esteem, then that's fine. You can have a low self-esteem and let others manipulate you.
Yeah, let others manipulate you into not hurting other people. If you have a strong self-esteem, you should be able to hurt others without someone else making you feel guilty about it. It's perfectly all right to stab someone in the throat, or bolt gun them in the head, or rape them and steal their children, as long as you have a good self-esteem about it.
I just love how you're still trying to manipulate me. It's not working. It's not working. It has no effect on me whatsoever.
Sure. No, I know, because you're a sociopath. Actually, you're a psychopath.
You're so triggered. This is hilarious. I haven't even said anything controversial at all.
I want to hand the mic to PP momentarily. PP, you've been asked, have you ever had a guru? Do you have a guru? Do give your thoughts on that question.
Yes, I will definitely answer that.
I'll be right back, guys. I said I'm going to the kitchen, but I'll be back. I am listening.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify something though too. Like, it'll probably be better once you get back. So, but regarding the focus on points of agreement, people can fully disagree very passionately amidst a conversation where the focus is on points of agreement. That can still occur and does. Like on my channel, I've had many intense disagreements, but because we were focused on points of agreement as the central topic focus, it never descended into any type of back and forth aggression or anything like this that's ever occurred here. It saddens me because I really love this stream and I love being able to come on, and I know for a fact that we could have way better outcomes consistently every single time we have this if the conversations were moderated in a better quality way. Like, I know for a fact we could have better outcomes for everybody, is what I'm saying. That's what saddens me. Not that and you can have disagreements, but the problem is if it's just left kind of just willy-nilly and people just bring up this and that and it always ends up descending into this very prolonged thing where two people are forced to dig their heels in, and it just ends up being this unnecessary thing, whereas we could get a lot more accomplished every one of these conversations, which is what I love to see happen. Like when me and Cougar talk, I feel like we cover a lot of great ground. When me and certain other individuals talk, whoever else, when me and Life Abolitionists directly go talking, I think we cover a lot of ground too, really smooth. And with me and Vegan, even one-on-one, it's just, it seems like there's definitely a way that this could be done better. And I just so wish it would be, because I know the outcomes are going to be better. That's all.
I just have a question, because I'm sure, what is his name? Noodles, I'm sure your parents are not vegan. Are they sociopaths?
Yeah, I think the sociopath label is very unnecessary, and it's not. I definitely do not see that in LA, Life Abolitionist, at all. I do not see the sociopath label being accurate whatsoever. There is very
vegans use that term. Vegans use that term to shame and shoot people down. It's absolutely asinine.
Right, guilt tripping, the same thing. That's what I was talking about. It's like you watch the video, and then you feel guilty about it. You don't think, you don't even consider whether going plant based is actually going to do anything, or maybe there's a better way to curb factory farming. It says no. You watch the video, now you have to do everything they say. You're not allowed to make any value judgments at all. You're totally enslaved to whatever they say, because they're speaking as proxies on behalf of the animals, and you just have to do whatever they say. And if you push back, you're just a moral monster. You're a sociopath, because you don't allow me to control you and manipulate you. But I could easily say the same thing. I could easily say, oh, if you really cared about animals, you would be an anti-nihilist, because humans harm animals. But they would never submit to my manipulation. They would say, no, I can still procreate and just go plant-based and pretend that I actually care about animals.
Yeah, the term sociopath specifically has to do with, in the accurate terminology of it, how specific people treat other people and why, and due to specific malfunctioning brain chemistry. When it comes to dietary stuff and things like that, the sociopath label either or has nothing to do with that. That's an entirely separate series. So even if someone is a mean person or a cruel person, that still doesn't mean sociopathy. Sociopathy is a very specific thing. that people need to understand what that actually means instead of throwing it around loosely. It's very important.
I don't know. I didn't think I was saying anything controversial. I was just trying to share my personal
No, you're
story
not life
of.
abolitionist. It's just that veganism is extremely passionate about the dietary vegan thing and everything related to animal topic, and it's understandable why the passion is there. But it tends to, like I said, this is why I mentioned to DNW. It's an inevitability that things lead to something roundabout connected to that, unless the moderation happens to where it's kept on a point of agreement topic. Like even with me and Vital, we've covered a lot of ground really well on my channel, as far as I know. I think we've gone live, you and me, one-on-one, haven't we, Vital? I think
All
we
right,
have.
PP, enough. I know I'm inadequate as a moderator. Fair
I
enough.
don't even like talking about it because I know how the conversation is going to end. It's going to end up ugly. Like nobody knows what people eat behind closed doors. So why is this even brought up? Like if you're going to ask people what they eat and then they tell you, it's like you're looking for contention.
Yeah, it's just an unnecessary thing to focus on personal
LA,
things. Yeah.
LA does have a victim mentality, and he does talk about something that makes no sense to me. He wants to be born and hates. He wants to not be born and hates the world. That's how it seems to me, says William White.
But see, that's an
Great.
example. That's something that LA is just going to have to defend himself on unnecessarily. That's what it's not. You guys understand my point. I don't. You get it. What I'm trying to get at.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. This is the primacy. This is the anti-human speciesism. That it's okay for you to have empathy for other species, but for you to have empathy for yourself or members of your own species, that is unethical. You should be a sacrificial animal. If I talk about myself, I'm whining. I should just get over it. I'm a victim. Um, this is what I'm. There's no empathy. It's just you should just lay down and just do whatever they say and not think about yourself whatsoever. And if you actually went along with my solution, I would not exist and I would not be consuming anything. So you would actually get what you want. But if I go their way, I still have to exist and I don't get anything out of it. So why wouldn't they just give me what I want? Why wouldn't they just put me out my misery so I wouldn't be consuming anything? Like it's a win-win for everybody, right? I get what I want, you get what you want.
Yeah. And regarding the actually, that's interesting. The question you asked about the girl thing is actually connected to the same topic as well, about you know focus on points of agreement, focus on teamwork type stuff in conversations, especially on lives. But basically, that whole guru thing is a really deep, long topic that I have a lot to say on. For the most part, I don't advise people to get into any type of formalized guru, mystic, anything at all, because it leads to various types of cults, either direct or implied, and it's just not a good dynamic for the most part. What most people term guru disciple dynamics are not healthy, because they lead to more of the same thing, the disagreements, the squabbles between people unnecessarily, totally pointlessly, in my view. There's very
Well,
few actual genuine gurus in the world. Yeah.
Well, Pastor D has already agreed to help me. He basically said that once I get my nonprofit established, he's willing to help me raise money. So that was
Cool.
actually constructive. So I'll take criticism from somebody who's actually going to put in the work or actually help me to accomplish my goal. But if you're just here to extract without providing anything of value, I'm going to reject that outright.
LA, given your outlook, if we universalize your principle, then society would cease to function because everyone would only seek what they want, and to hell with everyone else. That's a view on your outlook from the left.
No, you would do what is in your, everybody would be doing what is in their mutual self-interest, which is actually better for the collective. You can't claim, the state cannot protect the interests of the collective without protecting the interests of the individual. There is no such thing as the public or the collective. It's just a collection of individuals. So what is in my interest is presumably in the interest of everybody else. If you respect my rights, and I respect your rights. Like the public and the collect, those are nebulous terms that are used for authoritarianism. or it's like it's something that is undefined and undefinable, where you get to have the most the most egregious government overreach, and you justify it by saying you're protecting the public. But who is the public? Am I not a part of the public? Do I not matter as an individual?
Yeah, you definitely do. This is something
I
that's.
I,
Oh,
I agree with you, Earth Dogs here. I personally don't think there's anything wrong with discourse that leads to disagreement in a in a civilized conversation, because I think we have to grow up here. We're adults. We're coming together. We have our subjective experiences and outlooks, and when we're talking, we're communicating our outlook in a public sphere. And when you do that, when you make a public statement, you should be open to others disagreeing with you. Now, it doesn't need to degrade into abuse. I agree with that. People need to stop taking things extremely personally and listen to others, talk about the ideas rather than who's saying them. That's stellar advice.
and the only way that can happen is with good moderation, DW. That's the only way that can occur.
Yeah.
What you just said.
Yeah, well,
So-
feel free to moderate, PP. You are piece of the furniture here. I expect everybody to chip in when things are getting a little bit heated. I can't.
Well, does he have moderating privileges?
Well, no, I mean, like verbally, you're here, aren't you? You can say, "Hi, guys, calm down." You know.
So here's the thing.
You're
I want to run a test with this. So is everyone okay if I actually start help moderating this chat the way I do it on my own live, so you can see what I'm talking about? Like firsthand what I'm talking in terms of how it helps the combos go a lot smoother. So basically, the step one is we all need to focus on right now. What do we want our main central focus of agreement to be first and foremost? Everybody in this chat. So Cougar, Vital, Vegan, Nefarious Rockers, myself, DW. We have to establish that first, then we can go forward in a healthy conversation. What do we want our main central point of agreement to be that we're inclined to focus on as our main thing first going forward? That's the first thing we have to do. And if there is none, there's really no point in talking with other people if there's no point of agreement at all that we can focus on. Otherwise, it's just going to be back and forth. That's it.
Agreement on what? Just rules of engagement.
Boxing match where people are forced to defend themselves.
Well, I mean, the show was just about the best advice people had received. That was the topic of the show.
Why would you platform a personal attack on me to show a comment that says I'm a comment? Why would you post that so that everybody can see it?
Oh yes. Did you take that as a personal attack? Sorry, I agree. That is the type of comment that would upset you. Sorry about that. I have no good excuse for that one. I do apologize profusely, and obviously you and your Earth Dogs don't see eye to eye. He does say you pivot from this to that for your argumentation, and you always guard your outlook despite the banality of it. Sometimes he views you as selfish.
I've already said I'm selfish, so we can agree on that. Everybody should be selfish.
Yes, everyone is definitely hyper-technically selfish for sure on various levels. Selfishness in and of itself, inherently by itself, is not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. It's just what it is, right? So it depends on if the selfishness is cruelly driven or if it is driven by not driven by a cruelty sense or drive, but it's driven by...
I will say one thing. He is right about this, LA. You did threaten to punch his teeth in. Not a good thing.
No, what I said was that he should debate me in person so that when he does make these comments, he wouldn't make them because his teeth would be on the ground. That's what I said. So you can say it on YouTube.
Wow, someone's drilling.
Sorry guys. Me, I'm bad. I'll mute myself.
Okay, but you know, LA. Why would you get that aggressive? Why would you make that kind of an announcement on the internet that you'd punch his teeth in when he is just talking about your argument?
No, he's not. He's bringing up personal details and weaponizing it against me and trying to, I guess, humiliate me And so I basically say it to my face. If you want to debate
I know
me,
what this is about now. I know what this is about now. I know what this is about. You said he brought up things that weren't true. And I can say it because it's not true. You didn't fail the bar exam, and you feel that he said that, and it's not true, and it was unnecessary because you never said that.
I never said that. He just
I get that.
made an assumption based on the fact that I have a law degree.
That did upset you, and okay, understandable, really. In that, you're saying you never failed the bar exam. There's no need to go there, and that's why you got upset. Okay. Well, would you be open? As I say, going forward, we're all adults. Hopefully, people can talk and not resort to making threats or making statements that are untrue or personal attacks when we're just talking about ideas.
We can resolve this. We can resolve this by not. I don't have to talk about him at all. He just should not address me.
Well,
and then
you don't have to talk about him. Just talk about the ideas.
No, but he's always saying stuff, so then I have to respond. It's like, just leave me alone. Why do you have to? The first thing he does when he comes in here is L.A., L.A., L.A. Like, what the hell? What about all these other people on the panel? Why doesn't he ever address them?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That could be moderated out also. That from being able to happen. Actually, it's really not that difficult. The best way to do that is to ensure that people are.
Do you believe in censorship, PP?
Moderation, definitely yes. Censorship, no. So there's a difference, though. Moderation
This
has
is like
to do
a
with
public square. It's like a bar room. I mean, people can come in and say what they want. You don't have to take it as gospel. We're all adults.
He can say whatever he wants, but when I respond, then everybody gets triggered. So if he goes low, I'm going to go to the earth's crust. I'm not going to hold back. He's going to get the net. I'm going to go even nastier than he goes.
Yeah. So the idea, basically, the only way to prevent that, including with me, with anyone actually, is if there's a specific criteria of how people have to talk to each other in the chat when they discuss stuff, and that it stays on the topic of mutual point of agreement.
I mean, it's very hard because the rule is there. Don't get personal. Stick to the ideas.
It's too vague, though. It's too generalized.
That is the rule.
We got to be more specific. It's too generalized because you see how it degrades in almost every chat, brother.
Yeah,
it keeps happening. It's a pattern, right?
Well, it hasn't happened. Yeah. It hasn't happened yet. In fairness, I'm looking at the chat. It hasn't actually happened. People are they are talking about the ideas.
Yeah, which is good for the most part. But the way to ensure that, right,
it's not easy. Look, at the end of the day, there's some massive fractures in terms of people disagree on highly emotive issues on this show, and so you're going to have some serious contention. There's going to be boiling points. There's going to be high strung emotions. It's going to happen. Maybe in some ways, though, it's good to let it happen, a cathartic release, as it were, so that people can walk away feeling a bit better afterwards. There is that side to it as well. It's like a therapeutic in some sense.
It's funny that you said that. If I just say something real quick, you're saying that their issues on here are contentious and emotional, and just kind of as an outsider, I haven't found any issues on here that were particularly contentious. There was one time when someone did mention that genocide was kind of okay, and I bridled at that, but I didn't really pursue it. I just thought it was kind of sad. But when you're talking about vegan lifestyles and antinatalism and stuff like that, I mean, these are kind of opinions, so it doesn't hurt anybody. Everyone's doing their own thing. No one's saying we should reinstitute slavery. I mean, I don't understand what you're referring to as being contentious.
Well, okay. Well, look, I mean, yesterday we got praised for allowing intellectual conversation and debate without much fighting. Yesterday, we were praised for that by people watching. We had a few subscribers who joined. I mean, let's be honest. There's some panels out there that are much more aggressive, much more argumentative, and it's very difficult. The more bods you have on a panel, I suppose the more the entropy increases, the more likelihood there will be disagreement. It is just part and parcel of it. If you want to have a peaceful, everybody hold hands and sing Kumbaya, that's okay. It probably won't happen on this channel. I'm just telling you now. It won't happen on this channel. We won't all sing Kumbaya here all the time. Sometimes we will, but not all the time.
Well, I know, for example, that, the few times I give a message that's science-y or that hews close to what I talk about in preference, I'm a materialist. People just go completely batshit crazy in the comments. I do know that. I don't take it personally. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. That's what you think. And I would never respond to that. I would never tell anybody you're stupid, you're a troll, you're whatever. It's like, you think the earth is flat. Oh, that's interesting. Please explain, and I don't give a shit, guys. I just don't.
I think that's wise, Cougar. And I would say to anybody getting upset, even you, LA brother, I'm sorry to say this, brother, but you just have to be less emotional.
I don't have to be anything. I don't have to deal with this asshole at all. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, well, there you go. But what I'm saying is it's clearly affecting your neurochemistry, you getting worked up, and that's not good for you. It's releasing cortisol. It's spiking your stress levels. That's causing problems for you. And it's causing a kind of, it's causing you to feel bad. And
I have intentionally chosen not to come on here when he's here. So I don't want to engage with him. It's almost like I'm being forced to respond to his comments anyway.
Well, I'm sorry, LA. It's a public forum. People are entitled to speak. If they say something, I show it. That's the way it goes.
It's fine. But if that's the case, then he can come up and I can leave. I don't have to engage with him.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to, of course. But it's hard to say this without sound. I know you're going to misconstrue this as being patronizing. But if there is a way for you to be less emotional, I would say that would help you going forwards. Cougar Duma does it.
How does it benefit me? It benefits him. He gets what he wants. He wants to antagonize me, and he thinks that I should just sit here and take it.
Cougar Duma,
you can look a lot less like an asshole.
Cougar Duma, 1 second. Someone is there's an echo. LA, if you don't get too emotional, right? You can think clearly. You can make your argument, because what people hear when you get emotional is someone who seems ruffled. You sound like an animal who's been cornered, who's worried because they're actually thinking that they haven't got the intellectual capacity to back their claims up, and that's why they're making all this big hullabaloo and noise. You're not calm. Calmness, I think, shows confidence. It shows surety. When you get emotional, in my view, you are close to losing. And it may not be, look, I'm not saying you have lost an argument. I'm just saying the person watching, the person viewing it, views emotion as a sign of losing your mind, losing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, LA.
I have no desire to talk about him anymore. Like if we can change the subject, but if we're going to talk about him, then
this isn't about him. This is just in general about how to carry yourself.
Okay, then am I acting that way? Am I acting that way towards anybody besides him?
Cougar Duma, what do you think?
Not that I've seen.
Because Cougar Duma has said that he himself remains stoic, unemotional. He doesn't let it get to him. Cougar Duma, what do you think of what I'm trying to say to LA here?
I think it's a valid point, but I don't think it works as a point. People have strong feelings about things. I'm really worried about humanity right now. I'm terrified for what's going to happen to people, but I don't care. I can't fix it. I can't do anything about it. And so I just shut that part down. Now, if having strong feelings and then having strong emotions about those feelings is, I think I don't know where that goes. Strong feelings, especially in disputation and argumentation, strong feelings are just not going to work. I think communicating is really important. I come here to hear what people have to say. I really enjoy the conversations. And like I say, I don't talk to people outside of here, period, full stop. And so I really appreciate what's going on. And I don't hear any people saying anything that should require strenuous objections. Just straight out, these are reasonable opinions, and I think where people maybe get religious or the lives teachings of Jesus or something like that,
Right.
and they freak out, right? And so it comes from both directions. I don't know that L.A. is off. He has some ideas that are maybe not mainstream or centrist, but so what? I mean, we like ideas that are coming from left field. This is important to us. It's important to me. I like hearing things that come from left field. I like it. I like, wow, that's trippy. And I may disagree with it, but it's like, it's still trippy. I like it. And this emotional attacks is just bullshit. You guys gotta calm the fuck down.
So, I agree with you, Cougar. I agree with you. Now, I want to say something, guys. People are asking, where is the link to get on? Pinned in the chat. If you want to support the show, you can. Obviously, I pay for the StreamYard and all different things. You can send us an Amazon digital voucher. Just put in the email address, findinggnosissociety@gmail.com, in the recipient of the digital voucher. The link for the digital voucher is in the pinned in the live chat and under the video. Just put that email address in and give whatever you want. It's appreciated. That's the pin message. The link to get on the show to speak is in the description. So that's all you need to know. If you want to come on, the link is below the video. We have Witchy Bishy. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. You've felt strongly compelled to come on, so you've clicked the button to come on. What do you want to say?
I wanted to answer the question. The best advice I'd ever
You don't need to use Amazon, by the way, to do it. Sorry, go ahead, Witchy.
It's okay. The best advice I was ever given was the question. And the best advice I was ever given was, when nothing works, do nothing, because nothing works.
There you go. What do you think of that, folks?
Interesting way to say it.
When nothing works, do nothing, because nothing works.
That's very Zen. I like it. It's like the sound of one hand clapping.
It sounds like a version of don't put excess effort into something that hasn't been working well for you. Basically, another way to say that, more or less.
Yeah, stop doing what you're doing because it's not working, and try nothing for a little while, right?
Yep. I've had to apply that many times in my life. Or I should say, versus doing nothing, I guess nothing is a figurative expression for do something different, or basically don't keep doing the same crazy thing. Like if you do something and it doesn't work, basically that's the definition of an insanity if you keep trying to do it. Right? Kind of like that idea.
Somebody operating a drill, can you mute?
Yeah,
please?
sorry, Cougar, I've muted you, mate, while you're using your drill. But you cannot.
No, I was supposed to be muted. I'm surprised you were hearing that. I really did mute myself. I'm going to try it again.
Thank you. And LA, I came up also because I downloaded your book last night and I've been reading it.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
And my daughter wants to read it. I have a 14-year-old who's always saying, I didn't choose to be born. And I was like, I found a book you're going to identify with.
Well, it's not purely anti-natalism. It's like, I would say chapters 2 and 10. But outside of that, it's just a critique of capitalism and
she's also
democracy.
an anarchist and anti-capitalist. So
I would love her. Is she of age?
No, she's 14, honey.
Okay.
No, she's just about. Wait, what is today? She turns 15 at the end of the month. But she firmly believes in like not having any kids. She's anti-capitalist. She's pro-anarchy / socialism, and she thinks that I handed her a curse rather than a blessing by giving birth to her.
Be careful what you fill youngsters' heads with. Composting does not necessarily mean flowers will come out.
I wonder how she came. I wonder how she came to this. Like, where did she get that? Did she hear somebody else say that, or did she get that?
This is on her own, and my daughter is also. I homeschooled my kids a lot through the early years to teach them to be critical thinkers before I put them into public schools, so that they can wade through a crap ton of propaganda every day and figure out for themselves what's worth actually knowing.
D Prophet, will you be buying the book for your family?
Would I what?
Well, you see, Life Abolitionism wrote a book, and Witchy Bishy bought it for her 14-year-old daughter. The book is about the the fact that people
no,
are slaves.
no.
They should.
I bought it for myself, but I'm gonna allow my $14-year-old daughter to read it so we can discuss it because from what I've read so far, and I'm on midway through chapter 1. I read the forward and introduction. Is really well written. It has good argument, and whether I agree with the premise or not, it's a well written legal and moral argument, and
Okay,
those are
but
good
what book
things,
is
I
this?
think.
Right. Just to let you know, on my channel, I have read all these chapters 1 through 10, and so I don't know if that is helpful,
LA,
but you can also the charts are there, so that's helpful too.
D Prophet asked you what the book is about.
It's my philosophy, which is life abolitionism, which is a synthesis of antinatalism, elective promortalism, socialism, and anarchy, and it's basically
I would definitely let my children read that book 100%.
Wow, I'm so glad Whisky just came up here to say that.
And
because I'm raising them because I have faith that I'm raising them to be smart enough to laugh that shit off the fucking stage.
My daughter will give it consideration and I'll give it consideration, but like I said, you don't have to agree with the premise to read something just for the fact that it's a well-written argument. Like sometimes
Listen, that's true. And hey, look, we're in homeschooling right now. We're going over Greek philosophy. We just talked about Diogenes, who was the guy who lived in the barrel and who was a cynic. I'm already going over your cynicism with my 6-year-old. He gets it. It doesn't work for him. Maybe when he gets older, but I'm like, cynicism isn't some fucking grand revelation. You know what I mean?
Have you read the book? I'm not sure how you can have a preemptive conclusion without knowing what my arguments are.
I've heard your arguments. I've been arguing with antinatalists and cynics for 3 years now. I've heard it.
It's not purely anti-natalism. See, you don't get it, and that's fine. You're just not interested. This is what always happens because you don't get anything out of it.
No. You have orange flavored cynicism now. I've been reading cherry flavored cynicism. It's the same fucking thing with a different flavor. It's cynicism. Okay, I get it.
You don't know. You haven't read it, so I'm not interested in the opinion of somebody.
You know what? You are going to write something that's going to blow. It's going to be an idea that I've never heard before. It's going to blow my mind. I'm going to regret having children. I'm going to think all life.
No, that's not even what it's about. That's not even about. You're making a lot of assumptions. You're thinking I'm trying to shame people about procreation. It's not even about that.
Listen to me. You listen to a bunch of people on YouTube who read a David Benatar book. Now you've got your own.
No, it's not based on David Benatar. I actually pushed back against Benatar. Benatar does not go far enough. That's the reason why I wrote this book.
I was just going to say, it's Benatar that's been distilled through fucking Inmendum and some other fucking wig nuts on the internet, and now you've written it down in some philosophical jello that I'm supposed to read and get blown out of my seat.
Nobody asked you to read it. Nobody's telling you to read it.
I've seen and experienced things that you.
Nobody asked you to read it. Why are you being such a hater? Why are you being such a hater? If other people want to read it, let them read it. Nobody asked you. Nobody's holding a gun to your head.
I'm not saying that. In fact, I said that I'd read it to my children. All I'm saying is that I guarantee you've not presented anything in there that is new.
Shut up. Just shut up because you haven't read the book and you're just talking out your ass.
These arguments have been the same for 2,000 years. They've been the same.
How do you have a conclusion when you have not read the book? You're speaking based on ignorance.
This is what I was talking about.
You sound so fucking retarded. It's ridiculous. You don't get to have an opinion about a book you have not read.
LA, please don't use that word.
He's attacking me though. You see that? You see how nasty he was?
You could say he sounds uneducated, but you don't have to sink to his level. Stay above it. What he's saying is his opinion, and it did come across as an attack, but he hasn't used any ad hominem, and you went to one. Please don't.
I'm simply pointing out that there are no new ideas that you can express with criticism.
Okay, then basically everybody should stop writing books. Everybody should stop having conversations because there are no new ideas under the sun. We should just stop thinking. That's ridiculous.
Well, to be fair, LA, what I've read so far is presented in a way I haven't seen the information presented before, and I have found it to be a little bit enlightening about who you are at the very least.
Do you have a PDF? Send me the PDF. I'll read it, bro.
I don't want to send a PDF because then you can share it to other people. I did make it available for free for like 5 days.
Why don't you want me to share your
it, dude.
ideas?
It's
Why
10
are you afraid of
freaking
me
bucks.
sharing your ideas with other people?
It's 10 freaking bucks, and this man wrote 13 fucking chapters. The least you could do is pass him 10 bucks for the time he spent doing it.
You give me a chapter free, and we'll see about that. I'm not going to pay somebody for fucking cynical philosophy. Get
I'm
out of
not
here.
interested. If you don't
So
want to read it, you don't have to read it. I don't think.
Download the Kindle app and download it from Amazon. You get an hour of free sample time to read it before you purchase.
And you can go to my channel because I've already read it, so you can actually listen to it for free without even having to read it yourself.
1 second, guys. There's somebody here in the background. Mr. Bila, would you like to wave at the camera? Put one finger up. Put your middle finger up at me. Middle finger. Middle finger. Middle finger. Okay, he's real. Mr. Bila, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What brings you here?
All sorts, really. What brings me here is just really introspection, just trying to understand my mind, myself, and my thoughts. I have an analogy that I'd like to say, but I don't know if people want me to say it.
Well, I have no idea until you say it, and that's
Let
quite
me guess.
dangerous.
Everyone's in a cave, and it's really dark, and there's a light shining on the wall. No,
Go ahead, Bila. As long as it's not illegal, go ahead.
Oh, it's quite illegal actually. So actually, for me, it's quite illegal actually. For
Well,
me,
then don't say
it. I won't say it, but I will either way because so many illegal things happen these days. And just because something illegal doesn't mean it's sort of like cannabis really. In
Are
London.
you okay, Mr. Bila? Do you need professional help?
I'm getting it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad about that. You've come on here and you said you want to say something illegal, and you don't care whether it's illegal or not. That's worrying.
No, I didn't say I didn't care. I said that I ought not to think about the illegality of it because of the nature of the way illegality is treated, right? So often.
Are you high at the moment, Mr. Bila? Have you partaken in the herb?
No, I'm not. I wish I was, actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bila, look, can you do me a favor? Seeing as you think it might be illegal, can you say it in rhyming scheme and use metaphor rather than say it directly, so that perhaps you can say it in a poetic form whereby it leaves some room for doubt, but we might get the message?
I can't do that. I'm too autistic to do that.
Oh dear. Oh
So
dear.
I just have to say.
Can you say it
God
as a
is
story?
I can't. I have to just say it. He's disabled.
Sorry?
God is disabled.
God is disabled.
Yes, he's a disabled guy.
That's what you want to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, why do you think?
And I have to add to this analogy, like a disabled child, he needs tending. He needs someone to tend him, take care of him. To wipe his mess. But the shocker in this is that he made himself disabled. That's the shocker. And what's even more shocking is that at any point in time he can make himself undisabled. So you have to ask yourself, what is he doing? He must mean he's disabled.
Are you God's carer?
You checkmated God, bro. Oh my God, you checkmated God. It's so edgy.
Are you volunteering as God's carer, Mr. Bila?
I am. I'm his favorite.
Are you saying that God is as retarded as this take?
Yes. I am. And by take, I mean my face. My face that I'm taking.
Mr. Bila, it's good to have you here. It's an interesting hypothesis. I don't know how we're going to prove it other than speculate on the matter. But in relation to the topic of the show, what is the best advice you have ever received? Who told you, and what was its effect on you?
The best advice I've received. Gosh. I think it has to be my mum. And that's to take care of yourself. Often we don't take care of ourselves. And I think that, let's put everything aside for a minute, guys. Let's take care of ourselves. I haven't been taking care of myself lately.
I'm sorry to hear that. So it's good that your mum told you to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
And you're saying that people aren't taking care of themselves. You haven't been taking care of yourself. At least you're aware of that now, Mr. Beeler. How do you intend to take care of yourself now going forward, seeing as your mother told you to, and you feel it's the best advice you ever received?
That really, really hurt.
Sorry, did I shout into your ear?
No. Yes, but no.
What's wrong, Mr. Beeler?
Oh my God.
Okay, Mr. Beeler. Thank you so much. We have set scales here.
You stop it.
Set scales. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
You stop it. You stop it. You stop it.
I guess if it was to stick to the question of the best advice, it would probably be not going to the military, which is something I seriously. So
that is good advice. We don't want to get naked in those rooms. Gosh, sorry about that. Naked in those showers. Oh, sorry. Again. Oh.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Beeler. So you were told not to join the military. Did you join the military, Scales?
No, I did not.
And why was it such brilliant advice?
Well, because the military is immoral and they basically create the most suffering on the earth.
Yes.
I would have been part of that.
Yes. Yes, and
even more than corporations.
Yes, because it's the military who goes out and secures corporate assets overseas. Well, it's not these executives who are going out there and securing the resources like in the banana wars. It's like the Marines. Because they're gonna force people basically to farm fruit for them when they could have farmed it themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Well, set scales. What advice do you have for everybody else that you feel they need to listen to, and why?
Guys, can I just say I'm on both sides, right? It's really weird. It's really weird, He thinks that I'm on his side, and I am. I am on his side, actually. I am. And I hate it that people aren't on his side. But I'm also cognizant of what is going on, right? Because a lot of people like myself in the past weren't. They were quite disabled like him. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Are you still talking about God, Mr. Beeler?
I am. Even though I'm an atheist.
Why did God create this strange reality and existence?
My Lord. Oh Lord. Oh, he hates himself. Hates his own image. Because we look like him, don't we?
It's a big
you're saying God is.
I look like him. I look like him. I am him. I'm he.
So you say God is self-loathing, and that's why he created him a mirror image of himself so he could hurt it.
Yeah.
Ah.
But he loves himself so much. It's very strange. It's like a weird narcissistic personality disorder on a scale never ever calculated before.
Why is it narcissistic? I mean, how did the narcissistic personality form? Because they say the narcissistic personality forms in childhood due to abuse. Who abused God?
Right. Yeah, that question is just out of order.
This is such a blasé human explanation for God.
No response.
So clearly from a human perspective. Hi, I'm a mentally ill guy. Here's what God is.
D-Prophet, you may be illuminating us with amazing knowledge and wisdom, but we can't hear you because your microphone sucks.
Yeah, it does suck. It sucks a lot.
How about now? How are we doing now?
That's with a greater gravitas. Maybe
Yeah.
your words deserve such gravitas. Maybe not. We'll see. What do you have to say?
This is just a very human.
Nothing else. I'm going to bed. I feel quite tired now here in London. I don't know where you guys are. Are you also in the UK?
Yes, I am, and others here are from all over the place.
Okay. Well, I feel quite tired. I want to head off to bed. I'm going to listen to some Babylonian music.
Not a British band.
Soul.
All right. Good night,
Mr. Bila. Do come back to the Finding Gnosis show soon. It was nice to have you here.
I will be there. Fine notice.
You take care of yourself, sir. And
Thanks.
remember what your mother said. Look after yourself.
Take care of yourself. Yeah, you're
Exactly.
right. Yeah, beside everything, guys. Yeah.
Mama was right.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Thanks.
Take care now.
Bye-bye.
This place really is fun for the mentally ill, isn't it?
D-Prophet, what do you have to say? By the way, LA's book is about the fact that people brought here without their consent. That isn't fair. That isn't a nice thing to do. Therefore, there should be completely unregulated and free access to being able to off yourself without state interference, without criminal sanctions for anybody.
As I said, not a single new or interesting idea. Same shit regurgitated.
No, you haven't read it, and you're getting a. That's not even really my position. My position is not even. It's not prescriptive. It's descriptive. I'm basically saying that the state does not have any legitimate authority to regulate it in the first place, and I do present solutions at the end, but it's not. I'm not getting into the details of whether it should be regulated or not. I don't think the state has any authority to criminalize it in the first place.
And that right there is a reason not to join the military, because all the military does is follow the orders of the state, going against their own conscious decision-making abilities.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm going to defend the military as a veteran myself. And as an anarchist too, I didn't feel that I was exploited when I was in the military. I signed a contract. I fulfilled my contractual obligation. I got what I came to get out of it. It is not the same thing as a civilian, where it's pure extraction. You have to obey all these unjust laws. You get nothing. They don't pay for your housing. They don't pay for your education. You're left to fend for yourself. You have all these duties. You have all these duties that are imposed on you by the state. You would be better off in the military. You would be better off in the military because I would say that. Come on, can I speak, please? As a civilian, you're basically a slave. I would say if you want to make a comparison, you're probably an indentured servant. So you're getting paid for your servitude, whereas you're getting no compensation for your submission to the state as a civilian.
All right, let me respond to that and just say, here's the difference. When you join the military, all of your benefits come at the expense of someone else. Who are you strong arming? Who are you blowing up? Who are you providing humanitarian aid to, which the government's going to charge a debt to at a later date? This is where the benefits come from. It comes at other people's expense who you're never going to see again, or in other parts of the world.
Right, but the problem is that after Vietnam, they had a hard difficulty trying to get people to join. Like recruitment was like at record lows, so they had to increase. And not just Vietnam; it was actually World War II also. So now we have all these education benefits, and I earned it because I submitted. I gave complete authority to the state to control me, and as a result, I got all these education benefits. So. I understand that it comes at other people's expense, but it's like it's not free money. You have to sacrifice years of your life in order to earn it for the benefit of the state. The bottom line is that you're going to be exploited either way. If I'm going to be exploited, I want some kind of compensation out of it. That's what I'm saying.
On top of that, the money that you're talking about you're getting, that comes at other people's expense too, who may not have necessarily consented to that in the form of taxation.
Unfortunately, the way the monetary system works, the only reason that the U.S. dollar has any value is because of the military. Because we have all these wars, because we imposed our will through force. Without the military, the U.S. dollar would have collapsed a long time ago.
I don't disagree with that.
Because of this fake rigged economy, you need the military in order to sustain it. That's the only thing that we have. We don't produce anything. We have a service-oriented economy.
We have a trust-based economy that's based off of the belief that money is worth stuff and you can exchange it for goods at the store or products and services.
Right, but that's what all these wars are for, is to force them into the centralized banking system, so we get to exchange our fiat currency in exchange for natural resources and goods that are manufactured in third world countries. And so this is how we're able to maintain a high quality of life. Without the military, we would be screwed.
I would just like to say, LA, thank you for your service.
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't think I sacrificed, but I appreciate it anyway.
Well, you put yourself in a place where you could have been called to sacrifice.
Yeah. I do feel. I mean, I feel sorry for them because they don't have any opportunities, right? A lot of these people are poor, and this is their only way to try to make a life for themselves. So, if you have children and you don't create a future for them, then what are you supposed to do? Like, how are you going to make a life for yourself if you don't have any money, or your parents didn't create a trade for your family? They shouldn't even have to figure this out on their own. That's something that the parents should have figured out before they decided to procreate.
I have to say, I've been feeling very anti-natalist lately.
Well, hopefully you can convince Vegan Gains to endorse it on his channel.
But I'm still not sure it's the correct thing.
It's a very small ask. Only thing I want him is to give a shout out so that everybody can run the clip to say Vegan Gains endorse anti-natalism, and then you can get what you want out of me. Then I will go vegan. I really would prefer the Vegan Society to change their definition, but I'll settle for an endorsement to include all exportation, not just for animals but humans also, which would imply.
They do.
No, the definition says the elimination of the exploitation of animals as far as possible and practical. It is.
Well, yeah, humans are animals. That's not
how they interpret it.
That's because there's these people. See, I don't agree with it when people are like, "Oh, this is purely about the animals, not humans." I'm like, humans are animals. It is all umbrellaed. When they say animals, it includes human animals too.
It's not true. If it was true, vegans would not procreate because they are necessarily exploiting their animals through procreation by taking their 8-year-olds to these factory farms so that they can pimp them out.
By taking what, 8-year, what?
Yeah, like Shannon, she took her little 8-year-old to some factory farm so she can pimp her son out on YouTube and say, "Look, my cute little 8-year-old went to a factory farm and he was horrified. Now you should go vegan." This is what they.
Actually, he was the one that went vegan and convinced her to go vegan, and he was the one that wanted to start doing activism.
As an 8-year-old, like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, that's very good parenting.
She was a vegetarian until he decided he wanted to go vegan. I think it was when he was like 5 years old or something, 4 or 5 years old. And she tried to discourage him, and he said, "No, I'm gonna do it." And then convinced her to go vegan, and he got really into the activism thing.
You know what?
That's really telling. That's really telling. The fact that an 8-year-old is leading a philosophy, that really says that the philosophy itself lacks any depth. If you're being led by an 8-year-old, then it's really not that complicated. It's really that you saw some documentary and you were motivated by your emotions, and now that is dictating your entire framework.
Actually, lots of kids don't want to hurt animals, and lots of kids don't like, lots of kids, when they find out that they're eating animals, they feel very conflicted, but the parents pressure them, and but most kids don't want to hurt animals. They're inclined not to.
But nobody wants to harm animals. Even people who consume animal products don't want to harm animals.
LA,
right? But kids are really horrified by what happens to animals, like more
LA?
so than adults.
LA, I have a question. You made a point about people being influenced by.
Witchy, you're very quiet. We can't really hear you.
I have my mic right by my mouth.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what it is then.
You're just used to hearing each other yell instead of actually listening to each other.
Yeah, maybe, but you sound very quiet.
Just let her finish, because I can hear her and I'll answer her question.
Elliot, you made a point that they're watching some video and that makes them want to go vegan, yet you wrote a book attempting to convince people of something. Is it different depending on the media, or should we just not let media influence us at all?
No, it's about the underlying reason or the philosophy behind it. That if it's that simple, that you're motivated by an emotional reaction to a documentary on YouTube, that is not the same thing as a well thought out philosophy where you can explain your principles. The problem with veganism is that the definition itself is very problematic. It is specious. It only applies to animals. It says nothing about the exploitation of humans. And then we even had this discussion on my channel last night. We were talking about how most of them are very ill-read. Like, they don't read the literature, even the vegan literature, where it talks about animal rights. They keep talking about animal rights, but they don't even know the definition of the word rights. They don't understand that rights can only exist under a social contract. They're using the wrong language, and they're trying to...
Oh, that's not true. That's not true.
Okay, well, I'm answering her question. My problem. I'm explaining the difference between what I'm doing and what they're doing. They don't read the literature. They're only responding to the documentaries and the appeals to emotion.
If the outcome is the same and the message is received and the actions are changed, what's the difference?
The difference is, okay, if that's what they find, that's fine. If they agree with that, then that's what they should do. But for someone like me who has a problem with the definition and the lack of the philosophy or lack thereof, it is a problem. I don't agree with the philosophy that only talks about exploiting animals but says nothing about humans. And then they get to continue procreating. They get to continue procreating and still call themselves vegan.
It's about how you interpret it. Now, actually, in the newest vegan society definition, they do mention something about humans or human rights, but even before that was added, it's about interpretation.
Do you want me to pull it up?
interpretation.
Do you want me to pull it up? Do you want me
You
to
can
pull
if
up
you
the
want.
definition?
You
Because
can
it
if
has
you
not.
want, but I don't care. You can if you want, but I don't care. I always interpret it as animals, as an umbrella term, which includes humans. Okay, it
Then
means
why do
all anim. It
then
means
why
all animals.
then why do vegans get to procreate and still call themselves vegan?
Well, a lot of vegans don't view that as exploitation.
Gosh. But they would never want to breed an animal. It's a complete double standard. They would say that breeding an animal.
I understand. Hey, I agree in to a certain extent. I agree with you.
No, I want you to say explicitly what you're agreeing with. Do you agree that they are exploiting their children?
LA. Have you ever thought about starting your own ASMRI? ASMRI. ASMR channel. Sorry.
I looked it up, but I don't remember. I don't remember what that means.
It's like the noises that people like to listen to.
To relax.
Right, that was your solution before, because you were basically telling those people not to drink, but you told me that my solution is that I need to smoke a fat one and get laid or something like that. So that's really going along the same lines as getting drunk. Like it's a form of escapism.
Yes,
It doesn't address the underlying problem.
Oh.
So should I just get drunk? Is that what I should do and just calm down and just enjoy being oppressed?
That's what all the slaves.
I would vote against that as a recovered alcoholic. I would vote
Maybe it's
against you
because
trying
you're a
any
bottom.
kind of drugs in your
Because I'm a
time.
bottom. Oh wow! But when I say that,
that was like so inappropriate.
He always talks about being a bottom. He wants to be a.
Now, are you a power bottom or just a regular
I
bottom?
don't want to be specific with that. I'll leave that one alone.
He's submissive by nature, and he is angry about it.
I'm not submissive. I'm not submissive at all.
I don't think
I'm
a
actually
submissive
very
person.
dominant.
That's a big deal.
I'd say he leans more towards power bottom because I don't see a power bottom
What
as
the hell
being
is a
submissive
power
per se. It's
What the hell
someone
is a
who
power bottom?
uses who creates their own torque. They're a bottom, but they use their own. They create their own torque. They use a lot of the power. You know. They create. The other person doesn't have to thrust. The top does not have to thrust as much.
Maybe LA. This is the problem. You need more balance. Maybe you're too submissive at nighttime, and then you're.
No, I'm not. I'm actually very dominant. That's what he's trying to explain to you.
The submissive has all the power.
A power bottom is not submissive.
You learn something you didn't really need to know every day.
Yeah, a power bottom is a bottom that's aggressive.
But I could definitely see he's aggressive.
Well, I don't know. I think we should get off that topic. Can we talk about something else?
Wait, you want to get off this topic?
We're talking about the state before. LA is very anti-state.
Yes, I am.
But he supports the military. I don't understand.
No, I don't support it. I don't support the military. I don't. That's
LA. What was your like being a gay man in the military? Was there a DL military culture?
There was, and I guess I was too paranoid to do anything. But yeah, I had guys that would, they would subtly like flirt and stuff, but I just never did anything. I was like, and I joined at 17, so I was still Christian, and I didn't want to, I was still trying to fight against it, so I didn't do anything. I just I don't know. I like when I was taking night classes in college, and I was like studying and I worked out all the time. I didn't really have time. Like all of my friends were like going out and partying. I didn't do any of that.
I see.
So I was like a late bloomer.
When you say, yeah, well, all right.
Has anyone else here written a book at all?
Cougar
I've
had.
written a song.
Oh,
Cougar was still working on his book. I hadn't. I
no,
asked about it and was told it was still in production.
he already has one. He's working on a new one.
I'd be interested in reading Cougar's book.
I can't hear you.
Where do we get that?
Avatar's moving.
Where do we
backwards.
find Cougar's book?
My book is available. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. My book is available on Amazon. It's called It Was 100 Days, and it's the number 100, 100. It was 100 days. And most people would classify it as a post-collapse novel about recovery, civilizational recovery post-collapse.
Okay.
Well, I'm writing a
All right.
similar book.
Also, along the same lines, I do have a YouTube channel, same as LA does, and I think you can find it at either Cougar Doomer or Cougar is a Doomer. I think it's agnostic. I talk mostly about global heating. I'm a scientist, and so I talk about data and situations. I also talk about artificial intelligence, and I talk about the intersection of the two. And there is a definite intersection where they overlap both constructively and destructively. And my second book, called Ariadne, is about that overlap, both constructive and destructive.
Okay. Well, so go to Amazon and buy Cougar Doomer's book. It was 100 days.
You got my $3, Cougar. It's downloading.
Oh, great! Yeah, thanks. It's ebook, paperback, and hardback, depending on what type of book you like to have in your life. It's all the same. It's all the same book.
Yeah, I tend to buy things first, either check them out in my local library or buy them on digital copies these days. And then if I really like the book and it's something that I'd like to have around, or books I have read over and over again in my life, I buy hardback copies. I'm a bibliophile though, so I stopped counting how many books I'd read at about 8,500, and there's been a lot since then.
Oh wow, good for you. Yeah, you're a real hero. Listen, the other reason to buy the book, and I want to encourage people to buy the paper book, one of the two, is to pass it forward. You know, neighbor, family member, whatever, gift, whatever. Just get it out. I don't need the sales. I really don't. I mean, I'll use the money, but I don't need the sales. I don't need the money. But I want the book to move around because I think yeah, I'm a doomer, and I don't think we have many options at this point. And in the book, I explore what it's like to not have any options. The people in the book have one option, and that's to pull themselves together and create a village. And they do that. They try. They have some success doing that, and that's where it's optimistic. It can be done. And I wrote a book, like basically a user's manual for the things you have to think about and how you would go about that. It's dramatic. It's written like a journal, though. There's no dialogue. It's just written as a journal, and I thought that was the best way to go about it. It's dispassionate and just dramatic, but it's not violent. Although there is violence in the book, and trigger warnings, I guess.
I like that it's a novel because like one of the things I brought up the other day, nobody wanted to actually get into a discussion about it. They kind of wrote it off, was how we use popular references a lot, even in philosophical discussions like movies, books, even memes, and people will reference them quite often. And I think that one of the best ways to reach a broad audience with ideas is to write it in novel form rather than in a narrative form.
Yeah, and one of course it's fiction, but I like to quip that it's fiction only until it isn't. I wrote the novel in part for the reason you just mentioned, and I appreciate you mentioning that. There was actually a call. I was listening to a podcast or something where a writer was talking to a host, and the writer said, "We need more stories about global heating and societal collapse and how people are going to cope and how they might fail to cope and what happens when they don't." And I thought, oh, yeah, narrative, of course, we need narrative. So I wrote a book, and I it's technical, it's dramatic, it hews to the truth. People don't want to believe in global heating, that's fine, but that's where I am. So it's educational, it's a user's manual, but I wrote it because there was a call to action, and I did that.
Yeah, I'm
Cool.
writing a book on the same subject, actually, about surviving the apocalypse and breaking the cycle of history. And it's more of a philosophical approach of what are the cycles and what are the repeated themes that humans do that basically led to these apocalypses, and how to break these cycles.
Yeah, that's it. That's interesting. That's a speculative history.
Yes.
I'm not really concerned about apocalypse. I don't like that word. That's why I call it civilizational collapse. Civilizational collapse is a real thing. It's not mentioned in anyone's private book of scripture. It's just a reality. Civilizations collapse, and they do it on a pretty regular basis. And as for why they do that, yes, there are turnings and things like that. Joseph Tainter wrote about this quite a bit. So there's actually scholarly work and opinion on why civilizations collapse. I'm somewhat interested in why the current civilization might collapse. I think there's a lot that we can discuss there and be fruitful about it. But I'm almost done. But I really am interested in how people respond. Although I don't do much with people, I am actually fascinated with human responses to crises, how they do that successfully and how they fail. And the book is about that. So I'm done.
When do you think this civilization will collapse, if it does?
Well,
30 years, maybe a little less.
I would say, because I'm concerned about the wheels coming off of the Earth system, which it seems to be doing now. The problem is things can spin out of bounds really fast. We've been seeing that in the last 3 years. As scientists, we've been seeing this, and among ourselves, remarking on it. We are in the jaws of this thing. And there's a lot of people, not just myself, a lot of people are losing their shit at this point. I don't know how else to say it. Even hardcore scientists are saying, we have to do something, anything at all. Go to Mars, we have to do something. And these are hardcore, very stoic people, and they are really losing their shit. And so when I think we're going to have a really horrible summer. It's already shaping up. We're going to have a really bad, very dangerous summer.
This summer?
Yeah, this summer. Midsummer, like September,
Where I live,
August,
that's
September.
absolutely true. The fires are already starting. We are less than a third of our annual water precipitation. And
yeah,
I mean, right now I should have snow on the ground, and it was 70 degrees today.
yeah, that's right.
Where's that?
What?
Central New Mexico.
Where?
Central New Mexico, up in the Rockies.
Yeah, the entire Colorado Basin. The entire Colorado Basin is in the negative for water storage.
Yeah, we're drying up bad, and the
the reservoirs are at what they call dead pool. So those are big projects, and they're at dead pool. That means they can't actually get the water out. There's water in there, but it's dead to the world.
Well,
so we're having massive knock-on effects.
Can I bring in some good news?
Sure.
Well, the good news is that 10 to 11,000 people become eligible for Medicare every day now, and it will be like that for about the next 8 to 10 years. And there's a gold rush going on for selling these people Medicare plans or getting them on Medicare plans, because the Medicare broker, the insurance brokers that sell the plan get like, you know, like $300 to $600 per plan, apparently, and it doesn't take that long, and you can pay for warm leads. So apparently, a lot of people are going to be cashing in on this thing and like maybe getting rich. And you get residual payments. So like every year the person stays on the plan, the broker gets a residual payment. So like there's this huge gold rush going on right now for that.
And how is that helpful in the context of the current discussion?
Well, just in case anybody wanted to get rich while society collapses.
How is that even positive? Like, that's I don't want to get into it. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't think there's any response.
Because there's easy money.
Yeah, but easy money is kind of how we got here.
Very Semitic idea there, Noodles.
You are such a anti-Semitic piece of crap. You know that?
Come on, it's all about the money. Make the easy money.
I'm just saying, if you wanted something uplifting, it's not hard to become an insurance broker. I'm not like, I'm not trying to, I think the stereotype you're thinking of would be like the guy trying to hoard it all for himself. Don't let anyone else know about it. I'm trying to help liberate people. I'm saying, hey, look, a bunch of people are about to get old and die. Well, might as well get paid.
You're trying to help promote people, drawing the elderly into premiums for insurance that should have already been provided.
Actually, no, not premium. Medicare is free from the government.
Not what you're selling. You're selling Part B. Don't you even understand that?
Because it's Advantage.
Part A is free from the government. And then they indemnified themselves from covering a bunch of shit. So they sell you Part B, which is a private insurance. So you're literally dragging old people into a very corrupt system of healthcare.
So what's the better solution?
To not treat people like goyim.
Wait, so we should not help them get insurance?
You're speaking like the insurance system is a good system, whole cloth. It's not.
Well, you're okay. So are you? This is like the whole, like democracy sucks, like the tax system sucks. Yeah, like okay, we'd all love to live in a utopia, but it's kind of like better. It's better than what a lot of what other places have. So
rather than selling them a Medicare program, what we should do is a lot of our elderly, which is dual eligibility, where they get Medicare and Medicaid, and that way the cost is split between the federal government and the state.
Yeah, you can't. I didn't think that wasn't. I mean, that's kind of like
it doesn't even cover the bills.
So are you saying that the insurance brokers don't do that? They don't help them get on these things?
There would be absolutely no benefit to a broker to get them dual eligibility with Medicaid and Medicare, because then they wouldn't.
They do everything
the broker makes nothing.
Well, my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding is that someone has to be responsible for helping them do that, and that is part of what the broker does, or maybe that's what an agent does with an agency. But but yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know who's actually the person that does that, because my understanding is the broker gets paid by the government. The government, it's a check from the government for the Medicare stuff.
Well, there was a time before insurance brokers would argue over how much the medical bill would be. It was just a straight transaction between the patient and the people at the doctor's office. No middlemen. So that would right there, eliminating healthcare would almost certainly make health costs cheaper.
Witchy, what you're saying is that this insurance thing that I'm talking about is actually bad news.
That wasn't Witchy. That was me, Set, who just said
No,
that.
no, I know. But I was addressing what Wishy said. You're really quiet. I can't hear you. She's speaking?
No.
Oh.
You're not going to address
I'm
what I
sorry,
said?
guys. I have teenage children, and one of them walked up and started speaking, so I muted. I missed a little bit there.
Oh, I was saying. So what you're saying is so you're saying that this insurance broker thing for the Medicare is actually bad news, because it means that a lot of like elderly people are being taken advantage of by the government and by the people looking to cash in on what the government has done.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my opinion.
So how do we? Yeah. So you're saying now how? I'm interested in knowing how to get these people what you said, which is get the Medicaid to. Did you say it was Medicaid that pays the Part B premium? Is that how it works?
So if you're dual eligible for Medicare and Medicaid, you don't need Part B. Part B is how they brought private insurance companies into the Medicare system. And it's expanded to the point where even if you get Medicaid, which is sad to me in my state, it's managed by private HMOs and PPOs, which are for-profit companies that take the government money to administer it for the clients instead of the government doing it themselves. And they take a profit off of that. So, I mean, as much as I like better the idea of Medicaid and Medicare being paired for the elderly instead of charging them a new premium, I'm still disappointed in both of those programs, because they're also with Medicare, you'll find MMOs, managed organizations, and HMOs, health management organizations, and PPOs, and these are all privately held companies too. So
multi-management organizations.
If you're going to ask me for a real solution, is we scrap the insurance industry as a whole, and we go back to the old way of actually just paying your doctor a fair amount.
That's
and
literally what I said. And
changing the diet of America and getting rid of the unhealthy food pyramid so that not everybody's a fucking patient.
Well, I agree with doing things to incentivize better lifestyle choices, but I mean, this is like, how are we going to? Are we going to force people not to eat the crap?
My beliefs are tyrannical, vegan. You'll find as you get to know me that I believe in eugenics, and I believe in one world government. My beliefs are tyrannical and not democratic.
I think we're kind of on the same page. Which I think actually you and I probably have a lot of common ground. I agree with eugenics, and I don't know about the one world government thing, but I certainly, I would certainly agree with a sort of vegan dictatorship of some kind, or some, some kind, something along those lines.
Dude, vegans are too anemic to run a dictatorship. Come on.
Dude, you can't even get up out of your chair, so don't even talk to me about that shit.
I'm an omnivore, but I believe
That's a very interesting assertion. I've never heard that before, but
okay. So I have a greenhouse, and we buy beef from a cattle rancher, and I raise chickens. I'm an omnivore, but I just believe in conscientious management. Like we kept rabbits. I need to get more again. We had an outbreak in of
I don't want to
virus.
know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It's just
But
going to make me upset.
but I believe in the idea that whether or not there's meat in your diet or not, you have to have a very intended diet, not a random diet where you just grab whatever is convenient the way Americans eat. And I really hate the idea on the food pyramid that carbohydrates make such a big grouping and fruits, because sugars like that wear out your kidneys.
Well, fruit has been shown to be the number one thing in all that is lacking in all cause morbidity. So basically they showed the more fruit people eat, the less disease they have overall. So it is certainly not fruit that is the problem. I would say it is definitely high fat diets. It might be high refined sugar diets. It might be, other certain processed things that cause problems. No, that's not true. Sugar is not sugar. When you get it in a certain package, like in the form of fruit, you're getting it. It is processed much differently than if you were to just have straight cane sugar, which, by the way, is still not as bad for you as saturated fat and cholesterol.
Where are you getting cane sugar? Cane sugar is not the common anymore. It's more from beets, sugar beets.
Well, once again, it's all sucrose. So we're talking about sucrose. Where I'm just saying that even still, all of that still not as bad as eating high saturated fat and cholesterol.
And I would
but you know what,
disagree. I live on a high-fat diet, so I live the opposite of what you do. But that's okay, because if we lived under
either way,
tyranny, we
I'm
would
just
both
looking.
have
I'm
to
just
do
telling you
whatever
what health outcome data that I've looked at. But I would say that in my opinion, if there is a pyramid, now there was my plate before idiot RFK Jr. got involved. But before, if there was a pyramid, I would say the base of the pyramid should be greens. In my opinion, it should be green leafy vegetables and cruciferous vegetables. That would be my opinion. And then the next tier up would be fruit.
Well, if we lived under an actual tyranny, all these people who claim that we live under tyranny and we don't, but if we lived under an actual tyranny, the masters would tell each of us whether we had to be vegan or high fat and what was best for us, and that would just be the end of it. And I'm sorry, but it's my belief that at least 80% of human population needs that. They're sheep, they follow, they need direction. They can't find it on their own.
I would agree with that to a certain extent. We have some common ground. I just think that it's one of these things, like, at this point, like, what we have is the fruit of the collective consciousness, and there are necessary evils. Like, for example, I hate the police. I think they're fundamentally bad, or fundamentally a fucked up thing that is you can't really, it's too difficult to regulate since there's not a free market for security. But at the end of the day, we still kind of need them. And the same thing with things like insurance or taxes or anything else. Like, I think that they're, and you could say that tax is theft, but in some cases it doesn't matter. We just need to do it.
Most of the people I hear say tax is theft don't really pay much tax, because most of them, by the time they file, they think an income tax return is the refund they get. The return is the form they fill out, and they get a refund. Most people have very low taxable income when it comes to income tax, or no taxable income when you add in the fact that they have children or they're paying off a mortgage and have interest. Like, there's a lot of things that knock down your taxable income. This is my area of actual knowledge. I have a bachelor's in accounting and a master's in tax law. And the way taxes are set up, the people who pay the most tax are the upper echelon, and it does work to keep the lowest people from falling into the cracks way more than it would have been in the past. Like, people complain about homelessness now. Imagine if we didn't have the social services that those taxes pay for, how many more people would be in that position?
Right. So, I mean, would you agree with a socialized healthcare system? Or maybe you already said, people should pay out of pocket, but like,
Well,
how does that work? Because wouldn't that be extremely expensive?
So it would be fine if we had a socialized health system if it was actually run through the government and there was no for-profit entities with contracts siphoning off a profit. See, my biggest problem is profit. Profit translates to usury for me. It's something for nothing. Because as an accountant, I know that every single expense you can is already counted against the product before you see profit. Profit
But
literally means
somebody has to be able to make money, right, for doing their job, right?
Yeah, that's part of the cost. If you do a job, you and I do a job, right? And we work putting together Ford pickup trucks. Before you count the profit off of that truck, you calculate in our labor cost. Those are expenses. Profit is literally what you get above all the expenses, including paying yourself if you're managing.
Right, but isn't it important to be able to accrue some level of profit to, in order to save and make sure you can build a bigger business, expand your business, be able to save money and
Not if it's a government-run entity. That money comes from tax. For-profit business. Like, I don't have a problem with capitalism and for-profit business. The problem is our government has been leased out to for-profit companies. So our tax dollars aren't fully going to the things that we need. They're being siphoned off of by profiteers. So unless you get rid of that, socialized medicine is not going to be any different than what we have now. You will still have the profiteers privatizing it, just like our prisons, where the guards are contracted out with a company. The food is contracted out. They don't even have prisoners do their own laundry anymore. That's contracted out with a company.
Damn, really? They don't let the prisoners do that? That's interesting. We should look into that one. That's pretty wild to me.
It's unfortunate, but this is this situation we're in, is that our government behaviors and practices have been contracted out to for-profit companies, which means there's a portion of all of that money that's literally just going to line pockets, because the government dollars, these are government facilities, the government dollars, the tax dollars, pay for the expanding and the necessary repairs and maintenance of these facilities. And they still make something off of the top of that called profit. So if you have socialized medicine, you're just feeding into Obama kind of tried to do it, but what he said was we all had to buy in rather than pay tax dollars to buy in. But either way, if we keep the same medical and insurance system that we have, there are only maybe 6 actual what's the word now? See, my brain is shutting down. They're not the lenders, but there's the main banks that lend the money to the smaller banks. And so
I have to get off the stream for a second, but I'll be back on.
That's okay. Everybody's probably tired of hearing me answer your questions anyway because I drone on. But thanks for the conversation. Yeah, they really got bored of me droning on, or I can't hear people because nobody's talking and we've got dead air.
Everybody
Or they're all
is
watching
quiet.
LA.
I'm just really busy, guys.
Well, I was making a joke anyway because it got really quiet up in here.
Yeah, I mean, people often complain there's
Cleaning up after dinner and wrangling small children, so I'm sorry.
I don't mind. It was the first time I didn't have to try and yell over everybody, so it was kind of nice.
That's it. It's good. Witchy Bishy, what's the best advice you ever had?
I told you earlier, when nothing works, do nothing because nothing works.
Oh yeah.
I didn't tell you where I
Zen.
got it
Very
or why
zen.
it struck me though.
Yes, you have dogs. There's plenty of time, brother. Do come on. Links below the video in the description. Witchy Bishy. Things are very quiet now, you know. Divine, a few people got annoyed with me because I said don't promote other channels in the live chat because LA went live and she was sharing the fact that he was live and I said yeah, please don't promote other channels. I mean,
That's like
that's kind of
walking into a restaurant and saying, or an Italian restaurant and saying, there's an Italian restaurant down the street that just opened.
I know. I mean, it's
We only promote the NECA King on this channel. That's the only other channel we promote.
I do promote the NECA King, but to promote another live stream whilst I'm live, I mean, I think that's basically it's kind of bad manners, you know. Now, the reason it's bad manners is because if I allow it for one person, I have to allow it for everybody, right?
Hold on 1 second, BNW. Joe Rogan is going live. I've got to share the link in the chat.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck, you know? And then Gaia had a little fucking fanny fit saying, "Oh my god, D&W is getting fucking possessed." Go fuck yourself, Gaia. You know? It's just basic fucking etiquette. I know you're socially fucking inept sometimes, but that's just the way it is. Am I not right, Witchy?
I would imagine that even the people who are arguing you know it's rude. They just don't care.
Yeah, they couldn't give two shits. So I stripped Guy of his moderation capabilities because, you know, he's being a bit of a twat lately. I don't know why. He's had it in for me for a while. So he's no longer a moderator. There's been a little bit of bitching on this channel today. I don't know why. I've noticed a few people making snide comments about the channel and stuff. If you don't like it, don't come here. Simple. Isn't that right, Witchy? I mean, they've been criticizing how it's moderated. PP was doing that. Well, if you don't like it,
I don't know.
Go somewhere else.
Do you plan to monetize this channel ever?
Well, it's not. It's there is you can give something if you want. You can give
right. But would you ever like to monetize this channel?
Well, I could now, I suppose, if I wanted to. I haven't done it yet. Yerf Dogs, the link is in the description, bro.
So my answer depends on that, because if you plan to monetize, let them stay here and bitch, because all they're doing is bitching in the chat. And what that does is it increases how much chat and interaction you're getting, which increases your algorithm to push your live stream out into other people's purview. So let them. They're just talking shit in the chat. I mean, that's the peanut gallery, right?
Right. Anyway, if you do want to give something, you can support the channel, anybody watching, by giving Amazon vouchers. It's in the description. Yeah, that's no, there's a link. There should be a link is there not a link in the description, guys, as well? Yeah, it's there.
I got here from the link in the description.
Yeah, there's a link in the description. Refresh it, bro. It's who's your guru, then it says speak, and then there's a link, a StreamYard link, and then after that is the Amazon gift card link. Yeah. Hello to Retro. Retro says train wreck in slow motion for days. I mean, Retro, come on and talk about it, bro. I mean, there's no point cribbing and moaning in the live chat. Objective Ethics says, D&W, I'm going to shoot you a gift card as a token of my appreciation. Yes. Oh, that's really nice of you. Yes, G, Great British Pounds is the right one. Yeah, I mean, the link in the description goes to the UK digital Amazon cards, so you don't have to worry. Yes, the description. Yeah. Hello to Retro. If you want to come on and talk about it, please do. Whoever you're pissed off with isn't here at the moment, unless it's just me. Even then, you're welcome to come on. Yerf Dogs, hello there. I'm a bit grumpy today. But
I'd like to complain about the way things have gone today. I'm not satisfied with the service.
You're not satisfied with a totally free service. Yeah, nobody has to be here.
Why don't you get in the chat and link to a podcast you'd rather listen to?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I think Gary is probably going to go live later too, so I might post a link to that.
If he doesn't swallow the shotgun, he might go live.
Oh dear. I mean, I don't know. It is.
I was allowed to promote my book and my YouTube channel, so well played.
I think that actually Gary might die at any time.
Yes, Sky works. It wasn't him that posted it. It was one of his minions. Sorry.
I mean, and he promotes LA's book and channel all the time too. And there's nothing wrong with LA going live. It's just you don't go into a live stream announcing other live streams. It just, like you said, it's like going to a party.
It's kind of like, as I say,
street.
I'm exactly, and I promote everybody here. I let people come on here, and if people want to go and watch other people's shit, you can go ahead. But
speaking of which, if I can interject for a second,
I've even shared your channel.
Thank you. After the stream is done, I posted the first to YouTube unboxing of the new NECA Stan Sakai Ninja Turtles that just came out, Target exclusive. So I got the first one to YouTube. If you guys want to go check that out after the stream is over, okay? There you go.
Oh yeah. You can even watch it at the same time. Yes, Great British Pounds is the correct currency, brother. Thank you, Owie. Yes, so you can even watch it at the same time as this one. D-Profit, of course.
Is it possible to? I thought Amazon was region specific for cards. Can you do it from another country and give? What Amazon are you registered with?
.co.uk. You can. You go on it and you can do it. Yeah, you can.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, that is just that. But I don't know really. It was bizarre. Yes, it's been a bizarre few days. Retro has been taking a pop at me. Everyone's been taking a pop at me. That's fair enough. I'm a human punch bag. Fair enough. But there's people being really angry, really angry, frustrated. It happens. Like it's a cyclical thing. It does happen. I just wish everybody could get along. Obviously, that's idealism. It's not reality. And it's so interesting tonight because people say, like PP came on here saying that this stream isn't being run properly. Everybody needs to talk about points of agreement. I mean, in my view, I think that's okay if he wants to do that, but don't come on someone else's stream telling them how to fucking do things when you're doing it, but you're not getting any views.
I mean, quite frankly, the chaos of the discourse here sometimes is the reason to be here. It's part of the fact. These are like 8-hour streams. If it doesn't get a little chaotic sometimes, what's the fucking point?
Retro says he's worried about the company you keep. He's not willing to reduce his morals and IQ to below floor levels. I'm sorry you believe the IQ and morality here is subterranean. He says no offense to anyone in particular.
No offense to anyone, just to everyone.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Retro. Well, have a nice weekend, brother. You don't have to be here, but thank you anyway.
crikey! I mean, you're not going to like everyone on the panel. I don't see
No,
why
you're
that's
not.
any kind of.
I mean, I don't dislike
benchmark.
Retro. He just doesn't like me at the moment for whatever reason. Now, what happened was there's a backstory here. There was someone called Denizen was on here, and he was fighting with Chickpea. Now, Chickpea called him a few names. He called her a few names. I believe the day before all this happened, Retro was annoyed because Denizen was talking so much. That was evident. I noticed that. Retro, you were annoyed because you felt Denizen was talking too much. And you made that known. And then the next day, Chickpea and Denizen were fighting. Denizen ended up calling her CUNT. And yeah, that was bad. But she had called him something before. And I believe, Retro, you said Denizen's mother something lay on the bed and took it from you. I mean, you said something about his mum, which is generally call for alarm. And after that point, I said, yeah, and next person who says something to insult someone, to hurt someone, is getting kicked off. I laid down the law for everybody. And unfortunately, brother, you went against it straight away within about a minute. And that's why you got kicked off. Did you want special treatment? Do you feel you're entitled to be treated better than everybody else? Unfortunately, brother, we tried to be egalitarian here. We tried to let everyone have their view, and we tried to let everyone grow and develop, but whilst also trying to foster an atmosphere of respect. It's very difficult. Chickpea accepted. She was out of hand. She went at Denizen's throat. She often has. I've already said I give Chickpea a lot more leeway than anybody else, mainly because she's a 71-year-old woman and she's entitled to be a bit grumpy. Well, Retro, again, come on and talk about it, bro. You're a big boy. Come on. He says I'm lying and I'm spreading nonsense. Come on and talk about it then if you feel it's a lie. Otherwise, there's nothing can be sorted out. Divine Hazel is happy to see Yerf dogs, as are we all. Skywork says, yes, name calling, very sophisticated. Yeah. And it is what it is. Anyway, Yerf dogs, what's the best advice you ever received? Who told you? And what did it do for you?
Sit down and shut up. No, I'm serious. Just stop talking and listen. And that served me quite well.
Yeah.
To be honest. Years ago. Like by 20s kind of thing, It wasn't sit down and shut up. It was just, you've got to, the more you talk, the less you're going to have to say. That's worth hearing. So, and I've obviously failed in that tremendously over the years, but I think it lands as pretty solid. It's a good place to go from.
Yeah.
And not so much advice, but I'll never forget there's a couple of other things. There's a book called The Carrot, which is a children's book, and it talks about the how if you sow carrot seeds, it's 5 or 6 pages long. But if you plant carrot seeds, you're going to grow carrots, and obviously the parable's quite cool. But I think it's not advice so much, but when it comes to meditation and stuff like that, which I've talked about before, I'll never forget the question asked to the Russian monk. He was asked, "What's the purpose of meditation?" And the response was to find out who's asking that question. Now, maybe that doesn't land with anyone else, but for me, that was kind of like, oh, wow, that's quite profound. So there you go. That's my great teaching.
I think there's a lot to be said for it. And it's similar to that other pearl of wisdom that you talk about sometimes, and that is try to be comfortable sitting alone by yourself in a room with your own thoughts. As Blaze,
that was Louis Pasteur or something, wasn't it? The world's problems are because people can't sit alone in a room.
Yeah.
Without their thoughts. But there's another one even by Norm Macdonald, and I'm going to bring it up so I get the quote right. Hang on a minute. But I think it's very sage advice. Okay, maybe I'm not going to, I don't want to.
I mean, Retro, I've been running a stream for 5 years or something like that. I make a mistake and you can't forgive me. I mean, for fuck's sake, am I not human? If you feel I've made a mistake, can't you forgive me? Have I not forgiven loads of people before? You're going, ciao. Okay, well, that's okay. Good luck to you. Bye bye. No hard feelings. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I think this is probably the most sage from Norm Macdonald, the old comedian who unfortunately passed away. He says, the only thing that an old man can tell a young man is that it goes fast, real fast. And if you're not careful, it's too late. But of course, the young man will never understand this truth. And by God, that's true.
I think it's so true. I think it's so true. Even like I was going along the other day in the car and I saw this old boy standing at a shop doorway. And, you know, I looked at the old boy and I thought, yeah, that'll be me in a few decades. You know what I mean? And if I get that far. And, you know, it's so interesting as a youngster because you see an old person and you see this archetype. I'm not saying I'm young now. I'm saying it before when you're younger. Say in your 20s or late teens, you see an old person, you see this archetype, you don't appreciate that person has a whole lot of experience, was young once, and you know, has volumes of wisdom that you could perhaps benefit from. But a lot of people just see this old person, they see something they view as weak, past it, you know, and it's just interesting how age, you know, is wasted on because what I mean is people don't.
Youth is wasted on the young.
Yeah. People don't listen. Yeah, I muted you by the way, Cougar, because we could hear your DIY noises. Good to see you, brother Marcus.
Yeah, there's something wrong. I've been muted and yet the sound comes through, so I really apologize for that.
No problem. Mate, no problem.
It's not supposed to be happening. It must be the app got itself into a state, and now I really don't have any control.
No worries, mate. No worries. I know you don't intend to be a malevolent cause for annoyance, unlike me, apparently, according to Retro and a few others. But anyway, we persevere. Nefaris,
if I could just say one thing, just apropos of everything that's happened today, in the past few days. I mean, even you and I have had squabbles a couple of times.
Yeah.
And my philosophy is, my take on it is, your channel, you do what you want. I mean, I may not like it, I may not agree with it, but that's the way it works. So, you know, your channel, your rules.
I mean, if you're not open to forgiving people, letting them hold their hands up and say they made a mistake, if you're not open to discussing it with them, at least discuss it with the person before you run away into the woods, calling them a bastard. I mean, what the fuck are you? Honestly, are you a man or a mouse?
Who are you talking about exactly?
Oh, someone who's just run away and called me a cunt, basically.
But anyway, yeah. Your channel, your rules, mate, and you're right. I mean, sometimes I don't like it, and sometimes I do disagree. But so what? That's kind of the conclusion.
Yeah, you get the point, though. I've been told off today for allowing disharmony and argument on the channel. People disagreeing. That was another thing that was held to the fire for today. But I'm like, well, why do you want people to agree all the time? Surely agreeing doesn't get you anywhere. It's the points of contention that matter, because that's where we have work to do.
Well, how do you find Gnosis if you're in an echo chamber?
Exactly.
What are you learning?
I don't understand.
If you're just having people repeat the same thing you said back to you.
Exactamente.
Or if you're not allowing yourself to be exposed to an alternative take or push back against something you say.
I understand it's painful. It is painful sometimes.
But is it really? I mean, but personally,
no, it can be if you're emotionally attached to it. That's why I was trying to say to LA, stop being so emotional, because that's where the pain comes from. I'm not saying don't be emotional in day-to-day life, but when you're talking about ideas, try to remove the emotions a little bit. Otherwise, it just becomes agenda, trying to set agendas for people, and a kind of tyrannical system of might makes right, We are just human beings having discourse in good faith, trying to find, a common ground, trying to find a good way forward. But of course, people are emotionally attached, trying to barrage into other people's heads and not listen to what those people have to say. It is what it is. I just wish people would chill out a little bit. You can be an activist. You can be, an ideological tyrant if you want. Do it somewhere else. When you come here, be open to conversation and don't get angry. Don't get emotional. Try and have a conversation where you are open to the possibility of having your mind changed.
I think that people get really wedded to their ideas, but they don't have outlets in the IRL, in real life. And so when they come on here, there's just a lot of, I need to be heard, I need to be validated. And then when people don't validate and they say, hold up, what was that you just said? That sounds weird. Then they're like, oh my God, the one time I had a chance to be validated, now they're shitting all over my pearls of wisdom. It does become personal, but I don't think that's externally generated. I think people are just pent up and don't have outlets. Maybe they should go to the pub and hang out with the blokes and get punched in the teeth if they say something really stupid.
I totally agree, mate. That's so true.
Kind of the earmark of the midwit to get upset when somebody hears your take, because you think that you're going to like enlighten them or whatever, but when you're an intelligent person, you're a brilliant genius like I am, you're used to people disagreeing with you because everybody's so fucking stupid compared to you. So you don't get offended by it.
There you go. Daniela, good night, darling. Sleep well, sweet dreams. And Skywork says the same. He says, good night, Daniela. Have a peaceful one. So does Brother Marcus. And Divine Hazel. Chickpea says, speak for yourself. Chickpea, darling, do you want to come on and tell us what that's related to? Because I don't know, actually. Have I upset you now, Chickpea, darling? Oh, no. Oh, no. Here I go again. Brother Marcus says he allows anyone to disagree with him. Not everyone has to be right. Yeah.
I don't even trust my own opinions, mate. Fuck.
QWERTY says, I hear you, D&W, but there's so many variants, time zones, tiredness, situation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Chickpea says, I have not upset. Thank fuck for that, Chickpea, because I've upset every fucking body else. Just not on this panel at the moment, I don't think, but a lot of other people are, highly, highly affected by me. Maybe going into therapy this week. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they're seeking a retreat of meditation because I've perturbed them so much. It's quite a shock to my system. But anyway, it is what it is.
LA's chat is quite funny. I've got that running on the side of my screen.
What is he? Are they bitching? Go on, give us.
It's a little bit of a bitch, yeah. I'm not listening to him, but
tell us. Go on, give us the.
You can click on it yourself, mate.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try. Let me just have a look here.
Why don't people bring things up and then be like, oh, you can see for yourself? Like, you made a supposition. You have the responsibility to prove it. I don't have the responsibility to disprove it.
That's correct. I'm not really, I'm just making an aside here, saying that the chat's going, how should I prove it? By giving the link or what?
No, I've sorry. Say that again, Yerf. I was just reading the other stuff.
I'm just responding to Wixie. I agree with you. If you make an assertion, you have to bring the evidence to prove the claim. I was just making an aside about what was going on.
Well, your assertion was that it was interesting. And we were like, okay, well, go ahead. Read us the interesting part.
Well, right? That's fair, but I was using interesting in a more of a sarcastic way, so.
Well, even more so the reason to, if you're going to say it, or just don't say it at all, right?
Right. Now, guys, just get used. I know it's a change in orientation here, but the link to come on and speak will always be below the video now. You should see it there. But I have shared it in the live chat just now. Yes, Divine, it's below. It's in the video description. You can come on, darling. Chickpea's found it. Chickpea, you're in the Finding Gnosis show. Great to have you here. You know, you haven't run off with the new Messiah. You're still here. What's going on?
What? Me? You talking to me?
Why? Yeah.
Why have I come back? No, I just thought I'd go away for a while. I'm back now. Couldn't cope with the arguing. No, someone said something. I thought was interesting.
Chippy Retro is increasingly furious with me. He won't calm down. He's at boiling point. I didn't even know people could have blood pressure that high, to be honest with you, without dying. Right. But anyway, he's excruciatingly angry. He's in danger of bursting. Chippy, can you say something to calm him down?
Like, are you saying retro again? Now,
retro.
Yeah, but what does retro
and retro is unhappy because I kicked him off the other day.
Yes, I know. I don't know why, because obviously, I'm sorry. Yeah, the retro. He doesn't call himself retro in his little the name under his little picture, does he?
No.
No. What does he call himself there? I've had this before because I remember everybody by their picture and the name. Sorry?
Sacred vessel.
Sacred vessel.
Yeah. But Witchy, you shared the video for me. Was I in the wrong with what I did?
I don't know if you were wrong or right. What I do know is that the way it all went down, and I was there as well. The way it all went, I think I was in the chat stuff. The way it all went down, my understanding was you drew a line in the sand and then he intentionally crossed it. It's not about what he said. It's that Denizen was actually speaking and he came on the attack again instead of being respectful like you'd asked everybody to. And you expected your closer friends of all people. You said yourself yesterday that you expected Den to be the one to get dropped because you expected your friends of all people to show decorum better than strangers.
That's exactly what I said. I said I drew the line in the sand. It had been aggressive. It had been out of order. Bang out of order. Yeah. Most unparliamentary language was being used. And the thing is, I expected Denizen to be the one who was going to get kicked off, but it was Retro. And literally a minute after I made the rule, he went out of his way to break it. So that's all. That's to me. I mean, what type of a fucking gobshite would I look like if I made a rule and didn't try to
Well, and
make
then he's
it count.
Your friend, so you backtrack.
Well, apparently, I don't know. Apparently, I'm his kind of arch enemy now. I don't know what the hell's going on.
You considered him a friend from what I could tell because you backtracked immediately and said, you know what, just take a few minutes breather and you could come back up today.
Yeah, I did. I did say
that.
I told him to take a 10 minutes in the sin bin. He can come back. But he didn't. He didn't come back. Instead, he's been on the warpath for 2 days. Oh dear. Divine Hazel, I don't even know if you understand what I'm talking about because you seem to think that I'm wrong because I saw some of your comments, darling, and I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from, sweetheart. So maybe you can come on and talk about it. But anyway, it is what it is. I still like everybody. I still wouldn't hold it against Retro if he came back. And I'm sorry he is so angry. Unbelievable. I can't believe he's so angry. But there you go. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody said something. Was that you, Chickpea?
Yeah, it was me. Sorry. Now, I get a bit confused the whole Retro thing because he keeps he doesn't have the same name all the time, does he? And I'm getting old now. My brain is stuffed full to the brim with rubbish, and I've got no more room for it all.
Retro's been the same name.
No, but he doesn't say Retro on here. He says something else.
No, he doesn't. He said Sacred Vessel.
Yeah, I get. The thing is, Marcus, I tend to put the face and the name together, remember it in that way. I don't.
It's a shame. I mean, look,
I'm sorry to be so stupid.
He's not a bad dude. He's not a bad. I don't have anything against him. Only this. I just think it's a ridiculous, unnecessary escalation. That's all. That's what I think.
Yeah, Marcus.
And at the end of the day, it's like you have I didn't. We didn't fall out. We just had a little moment, and we're all adults. And he could have come back within 10 minutes late. He could have come back, or the next day. I mean, I kicked people off before, and they come back. You know, it's fine. It's not a big deal. He literally, all he had to do was stay off for 10 minutes. Anyway, it is what it is.
But Marcus, yeah, unfortunately, I tend to remember people's face and their name, just one of each. You know, when people have multiple names and stuff, I just don't absorb it anymore.
I understand.
I know, getting older, my head is. When you're my age, Marcus, you will find that your head gets stuffed, full to the brim with rubbish. You've got no more space left. You just remember the important things. Yes.
What are the
I just remember the important things.
For what it's worth, if I ever get over the top or talking over people or whatever, just tell me I'm over the top and I'll kick myself off.
Look.
Well, he did that repeatedly with all of them, Cougar, and nobody was
I'm not being bad.
self-ejecting.
The thing is, Denizen is a handful as well, but me and him had a nice chat on here yesterday, actually, later on, didn't we? Which I think you were there. And he understands. He's actually a nice guy, but I found sometimes he was a little bit aggressive or whatever.
Yeah,
Now,
don't tell me about it. I tend to be the receiving end.
Even he's taking it on board, you know? He's not a bad bloke. It's just like, if we're going to have this place, there's no point in us driving each other insane, you know, unnecessarily, you know?
I just want to say, to be fair, I just want to say, to be fair, the first time I came here, 2 different people attacked me. Miss Chickpea said some really unsavory things.
I know, I
to me and
attacked her,
Den.
yes.
And so I'm not even excusing Den's behavior because he can be a handful. You're not wrong. I've known him for years. However, I do want to say that he may have felt that sort of behavior was acceptable here because that's what we saw when we came in. Whereas, because other places we go, picking on each other in that way is like foreplay, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And the thing is, Chickpea, I put you on a long leash, a lot longer than anybody else, because you know, I give you more leeway. But maybe I shouldn't, Chickpea. Maybe I should ask you to not call people the S word or all these things that you've been doing. Yeah.
S word.
Silly little man.
S word have I used?
Well, she called me fat. That wasn't very nice.
Yeah.
Yes, because
try not to do that anymore, Chickpea. That's all.
Yes, I do. Thing is, you know me, D&W, when it's all to
I know
do with
you.
veganism.
I
you
know.
know me. Yeah, I know, Witchy. I'm sorry. I tend to go off the
Again, it doesn't.
handle.
We're over it. We're over it. I'm just saying that was the first time I'd been to the channel, so there may have been an impression that kind of banter was acceptable.
Yeah, I have apologized.
It's not really acceptable. It's not acceptable. As I said, I don't know how to deal with Chickpea in the past because I like her and she's an older lady, and you know, I'm not saying she's beyond understanding what's going on or she's senile, because she's definitely not. She's fucking sharp as a button. But thing is, we all have a soft spot for her, Witchy. You know what I mean? And I'm glad, Witchy, you forgave her, and I really hope Chickpea takes it on board.
So, Witchy, can we see one of your hens, please? Your hen, is there a hen close by?
It's dark here now. They're in their hen house sleeping. Open it up.
Do you have a wire going under the hen house to stop the rats getting in, digging in at night?
Oh yeah. They have a large coop around their hen house.
Wish it'd be nice to see them. You'll have to let us see them again one day, Witchy, because I'd love to see hens.
Oh, most certainly.
Yes. Wish they were mine. I really wish it. I'd love to have a hen.
I wonder, will Skyworks come on here at all? Because they're commenting a lot. Skyworks, are you ever going to come on here? Divine, are you joining us, darling? Yeah. So, anything in the news, guys, today?
It's terrible. Whoops, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go on.
No, I was just going to ask. I was going to ask about the news. I know we heard about Hawaii, and that sounds absolutely
Yeah,
crazily
I've just been listening
frightening.
to geoengineering, what I know you guys don't watch it, but I do. And apparently there's a horrible weather front coming towards us somehow. I haven't finished watching it all because I came back here, but the weather's there's weird things going on, very bad weather on the way for us, many of us.
Yeah, I was listening to like Cougar make the prediction, and so I looked at my local weather forecast, and it's going to be bad here too. So
Yes, that's what geoengineering. Don't you guys watch geoengineering? Am I the only one? Oh, I'm the only one then.
No, I mean geoengineering, isn't that man-made weather thing that you people believe they're doing, right?
Well, he sort of
is it conspiracy theory?
No, well, I don't think it is. I see the chemtrails every day over my head. It's every bloody day.
It's technically.
And I hate DW speaking as an old lady, okay? Because I was around a long time before you were. But I can assure you, when I was young, we didn't have stripes in the sky. And the weather was different. And the smell, even in London, back in the 70s, you'd wake up in the morning, you could smell, it was in the morning, you could smell the spring smell and that smell you smell in the morning, the ozone smell. And that's all gone. It has changed a lot since I've moved. And when I first came to live in London back in 1979, it would have been thereabouts. I had to use the central heating all the time, whereas nowadays I barely use it anymore. So it has got a lot warmer, a lot warmer.
Kugaduma, are you able to talk to her about the chemtrails and, the
go on, Kuga.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
So
what can we talk about chemtrails?
Are you sure?
Here in New Mexico, where I live, they drop chemicals to keep the radiation down from the nuclear testing.
Lovely.
Well, they do seed clouds. They do that now and again in different places around the world, but it's not commonplace. But go ahead, Kuga. What would you like to give her?
So there is no geoengineering at present. The chemtrail thing. Okay, that's fine. Like I say, I don't really care what people think.
So what's all these stripes in the sky? The stripes that go little crisscrosses and all that sort of thing.
They're coming out of the. They come out of the engines of the jets that are flying at high altitude.
No, I'm not that stupid. Well, don't you ever listen to what geoengineering ever wants?
I don't have to, because I know what those are.
I'm not going to argue about this because I believe that what Dane Whittaker says, there's a lot of truth in what she's saying, because I can see it above my head. Because I'll tell you something. I remember back in the 90s when it all started. Prior to that, it didn't occur. All of a sudden, planes.
Isn't it because they changed the types of engines?
Huh?
No, it probably did, but back in the 90s, you didn't care, so you didn't notice. Now you notice it every. Now you notice it every day because you're terrified of it.
But I remember seeing those trails when I was a kid in the early 90s. I remember seeing them.
Yes. Well, they didn't. Well, they weren't there prior to that, because I noticed. I'm a great sunbather, and I'd go out to sunbathe and I see the bloody stripes all over in the sky. No, they did not exist prior to the 90s, 70s, 80s, 60s. We didn't have stripes in the sky, and we didn't.
Well, there's been a huge increase in jet traffic. So,
but the jets only leave a short trail. They do not leave a long trail that lasts all day long.
But the solar radiation
now I've discussed this with my cousin, who's a pilot.
Geoengineering.
There is no solar radiation management going on. There will be. So I'm being very careful here. There isn't now. There will be soon. And when it happens, you'll know it.
Over for 30 years already. Must be blind if you haven't seen it. Been around for 30 years, and I remember it because I can remember back in the 80s.
Darling, are you open? Are you open to it being explained to you that it could be from the engine releasing vapor that isn't necessarily, some kind of sinister thing? It's just.
DW, we didn't. I'm a sun worshipper, and I can remember. All of a sudden, it started here in London. I don't know what's going on in America, but I remember it here in London, and I think to myself, why are these people spraying all this stuff in the sky, blocking out the sun, blocking out the total sunlight.
But Chickpea, if anything, the UV index has got worse since the 80s and 90s. So I don't understand your claim, because is it not getting hotter and UV is getting very, very high here?
But a lot of the heat's being caused by the fact there's so much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now.
No, but the UV, that means that the sunlight is getting through. So
Yes, I know the weather has changed a lot in the past 30 years. I would say that it's changed. It's got a lot hotter and a lot weirder.
I can hear
Divine Hazel agrees with you. She says 2 days ago there were 19 to 15 different planes in the air.
Thank you, Divine. Thank you very much, because I need to hear that, because I feel as I'm getting completely bloody bonkers here. I can assure you they've been spraying for the past 30 years.
Chickpea, do you watch when you hear these things? Do you look for simpler explanations?
All right, DNW. I've got a cousin who's a pilot. He works for Delta.
I've got a cousin who's a pilot as well.
Yeah, and I discussed chemtrails with him and everything, and he said that passenger planes do not leave stripes in the sky that last all day long. And he said there's something else going on. That's my cousin. He's a pilot for Delta.
I mean, let her believe it. Who cares?
People, because they're doing it, and like everyone has to say on the subject. So, contrary.
There you go. That's the answer right there. I don't care what anybody else has to say about the subject. She just said it.
Fair enough.
Contrails only last for a couple of minutes. Chemtrails last for an hour. Big, long stripes in the sky, crisscrossing.
Jesus is forever.
Skyworks says contrails, the signs of contrails go back to the 1920s.
I'm talking about chemtrails.
I know.
Oh, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day.
Greg says Google cloud seeding. I know they do that. They did it in China, I believe, for the Olympics.
That's what geoengineering is, DNW. That's what it is.
Yeah, but no, cloud seeding is for a good reason. It's to bring about rain, isn't it? Or to move rain elsewhere.
Well, that's what I was trying to hint at. There are different methods of like what people consider geoengineering. So I was trying to hint at, I hate saying it, but like, how do you define geoengineering?
They are legitimately doing it for good reasons. And then there's, but then there's the conspiracy theorist view that they're doing it for sinister reasons.
Well,
pretty soon.
Have you heard of this?
Pretty soon they're going to be doing it because of they have to try and reverse global heating. That's what they're going to do. They will fail, but they will try.
Are you talking about like pumping like sulfur into the atmosphere?
But they've been doing it for years.
There's several schemes being offered. I actually did a video on it a couple of weeks ago. And I think I came up with like 6 points, and then there was like 9 other points of things that people want to do. And there's just this mad rush now that the heat is on, literally speaking, the heat is on. There's mad rush now to try and basically cash in. People are trying to cash in, trying to get grants, trying to get money from the government to study how to geoengineer our way out of this situation. And it's just a money grab. There's nothing will come of it. We've run out of time, and none of these things are going to pass international treaties. Anything you're going to do on the global level is going to have to pass geopolitical minefield, and it's just not going to happen. No one's going to do it. They're not going to sign off on it. And spraying crap over Russia or China will get us very quickly into the Third World War. So it's not going to happen. They'll talk about it. And Chickpea, you're probably going to hear them talking about it, and then you're going to lose your mind. But and justifiably so, because I will be. I'll be stressing out about it. But I know they're not going to do it. They can't do it. It's impossible. So they'll talk about it.
1 minute that the US goes starting to do chemtrails over China. I don't think the Chinese would like it very much. But I can assure you, the Brits are definitely chemtrailing over the UK. And they are.
Well, everybody has contrails. Every country has them.
They're chemtrails. We see contrails too. The contrails are short. The chemtrails are long and last all day long.
Yeah.
Maybe America, you don't get them. I mean,
Look, it was Americans.
It was the Americans who invented this entire conspiracy. So don't let us off the
Conspiracy.
hook.
Well, it's not a conspiracy. I suggest you just go and watch Dave Wigington. Just watch one show. See what he has to say on the subject.
What's this? Where's this show?
It's called Geoengineering.
Yeah, where do I find it?
It's called Geoengineering Watch, Global Alert News, March the 14th.
Okay,
Dave
where am I typing that in?
Right, just type in Geoengineering Watch,
In
March
Google?
the 14th. YouTube.
Ah, so it's a
I watch it
YouTube
every
channel.
week.
Okay,
YouTube channel.
you heard that. Do your research, Cougar. Watch a YouTube video.
Anyway, can you see the stripes in the sky in the picture there?
In the background picture?
Yeah. You know, there's a guy standing on the left. The picture, Dane. Then there's a picture on the left, to his right, of all the chemtrails in the sky.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's your weekend?
You talk to me.
Anybody?
Oh, I've had a lovely weekend with my cats. We've had a nice weekend. They're all sitting with me.
I've been working in my basement. I decided that I'm going to use this for a fallout shelter, and I'm building a kitchen, a little galley kitchen. And I do a lot of residential construction. It's just another thing I do. And so I've got countertops down here, and I've got electrical outlets in the wall. I'm wiring in the cabinet lighting.
There won't be any electricity. I should think if they drop a couple of nuclear weapons near you, Cougar.
Yeah, they might do that, and I might be in the blast radius, in which case I'll have a good laugh when I'm dying down here in my basement. But I'm more worried about fallout. That's why I'm calling it a fallout shelter.
All right.
It's a different problem to solve.
So have you found it, Marcus?
I mean, nuclear fallout, Cougar, you'll have to stay in for quite some time, right?
Yeah, and that's why.
I mean, I've heard it varying from months to even a couple of years.
Yeah, there is kind of a little rule. You have to stay out of contact with the fallout for at least 3 days. It's basically 3-3-3. 3 days if you don't want to die. 3 weeks if you want to be as safe as possible, and 3 months if you're really radiation averse. Everybody has to have hard cover. That means water and something to eat, and no access to the outside for 3 days. 3 days, hard cover.
Good luck, Yerf. Thanks for joining us, brother.
So, Marcus, have you found it? Marcus?
I was trying. Okay, listen. I was trying to make a joke. Watching YouTube videos is not research.
Okay, fair enough.
But
I'm not saying I researched, but I just said I watched.
Trixie, any crazy person could go on YouTube and just say whatever they want.
You ought to give this guy benefit of the doubt. Now, just watch what you. So we're having an argument about something you don't even know what I'm talking about. There's some very good stuff on YouTube, Mark. You're being very, very naughty here. There's some very clever guys on YouTube.
You're not listening to other people's opinions either. Why would you just dismiss? Why would you dismiss Cougar's opinion?
I'm not dismissing Cougar's opinion. I'm saying I see chemtrails.
And he was going to counter that.
Yes.
And you
well,
just said
I do see
you're not interested in other people's what they have to say about the topic.
No,
so that's
I'm talking
you're
about
not open
stripes.
to counter evidence. You're not open to that.
No, well, right, Marcus, okay. In the 80s, 70s, and 60s, and 50s, there were not stripes going from one end of the bloody horizon to the other. They didn't exist. They only started in the 90s, okay? Now, I know you don't seem to see them, but I can assure you a contrail is short. It doesn't last very long. Contrails come mostly from passenger planes. A chemtrail is a whole different entity. Now, if you haven't seen those long stripes in the sky, lucky you. All I can say is because they're obviously not doing it over your head. But here in London, we get it quite often. Long stripes in the sky.
Well, that's because London is a major international destination. London probably gets more flights per day than any other single city in the planet.
They're short,
London.
yes, and those planes release contrails, short ones. They don't release long ones. Now, I've discussed it with my cousin. Granted, it was quite a few years ago, and passenger planes release contrails. Have you spoken to pilots about this?
Why would I?
Fine. So I'm the one who talks to the pilot. I'm the one that doesn't know anything.
I don't think the pilots know anything about it, to be honest. They know what it is.
Right, okay. Well, no one knows anything apart from you, do they?
No, they don't know anything about chemtrails. They don't. I probably wouldn't have an opinion on that.
So
they know
my
what
cousin,
contrails
the
are.
pilot, knows less than you do, who's never spoken to a pilot even.
No, they fly in the sky. They fly behind other jets. They know exactly what's happening up there.
Fucking hell. Yes, he says there are chemtrails up there. It's being done by the military. And that's what he told me. Now, my cousin works for Delta, which is more than you can do. So don't criticize everything I say.
Why would anyone be doing that? Why?
I've got no idea. Listen to Dave Wigington. He talks about it. Okay, give Dave Wigington.
Because they hate us, and that's why they're doing it.
Dave Wigington.
Why would? Well, who are they, and why would they hate us? I don't understand any of this.
They hate us. They want to get rid of us. You said yourself they want to get rid of us. You said that yourself on here.
Yeah, like Cougar Doomer, you're supposed to be a Doomer. You should know that there are forces beyond our control that probably don't like us very much, and they want to like harass us and like even kill us. So yeah.
But they're not forces beyond our control. This is not a big mystery. We know who they are. They're the elites.
No, by forces beyond our control, I mean that we don't have access to stop them. That's what I mean by beyond our control. That's what I mean. We can't stop.
I'll tell you something. You're really helping me at the moment because this argument is really getting on my nerves. The fact that a bloke who's never so much as even discussed this with a pilot.
Wow.
Trashes what I have to say, who has discussed this with the pilot.
I mean, like, I think if we ask every pilot in the planet, right, we can at least talk to one that says, yeah, there's fucking, like, the chemtrails. Yeah, at least I've seen one of them. We can ask probably, how many pilots are there in the world? If we probably ask all of them, maybe, like, 20,000 of them can, like, at least confirm it. But that's not a small
for heaven's sakes,
number.
I'm just saying what my cousin works for Delta, so, you know.
Of course, yeah.
So he's in the wrong, too.
No, I know. I do think that, like I do think that there are trails up in the sky that are harming us. I do follow that theory. Yeah, no, 100%. I follow that theory. Like, why would it be not true? Like, what the hell?
But what are they doing, and what are they doing that they couldn't do in some other simpler way?
Poisoning us? They're
dropping chemicals.
But they're doing it. But they're doing it at 50,000 feet. I don't understand why they would be doing that.
Cougar Doomer, if there's anything...
The higher they drop it from, the further it spreads. Okay, that's common sense.
Yes,
yeah, but it's going to spread. But it's going to spread 1,000 miles before it comes down. What are they doing?
You're going to spread 1,000 miles. They spread it. The higher you drop, if you are spraying water on the floor, okay, the higher you spray it from, the more area you cover. That's common sense.
Yeah, well, that might work with water, but this is some sort of vapor. It's not going to fall anywhere.
Is there anything you don't know best? Is there anything in this world you don't know best?
Can I just say something? Well, here's the thing, Cougar Doomer.
I'm just trying to understand the physics.
The physics, but sometimes Cougar Doomer, there are some things that are beyond explanation, and they will be explained within 10 to 20 years. So I think that there's something up in the air that's like so new that like there's not yet a scientifically released explanation for it, and that's real because like people thought that because someone brought up a good point that like animal engineering has its like roots all the way back in like the 1960s and 70s, and like there's good evidence for that. You know,
I just want to say thank you very, very much for supporting me in this because it's very distressing. Because I have been watching this for the past 30 years, and to see, to be told, no, it's not happening at all. It's all your imagination. It's very distressing because I get very upset about the chemtrails because They're
Then
blocking out the sun.
let's not talk about it then.
Why not, brother Marcus? Why? This is about finding
Okay, if
truth.
you guys want to just shout at each other, go for it.
But no, it's just that I can't understand why some people seem to know no matter what one says, they always know best.
I got a book
I
today,
just said,
so
go and watch Dane Whittington for just 10 minutes. Look at the picture on his site of the chemicals, the stripes in the sky. Just go and have a quick look. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
Because I tell you something, Dane puts together very, has no done a survey of pilots. No, I haven't, but my cousin is a pilot, okay? You silly little man.
Boy, pilot? You mean like a commercial or like Air
Yeah, he
Force?
works for Delta.
Delta. Oh, okay. Delta. I think I rode Delta one time when coming from America to Spain for holiday last year. Yeah, it was not a very good experience.
Yes, I know. Well, he used to work for the British Air Force, and he sold up what he decided to go to America and works for Delta. I mean, I've never flown with Delta. I've never flown to America. Never visited America. So I wouldn't
Then
know
don't. Please don't.
No, I won't be. But he used to be in the British Air Force
Oh.
when he was young. He's about 60 now. But I can
Wow.
assure you, we had a nice long chat about this about 20 years ago. This whole
Oh, the chemtrails. Oh, there you go. 20 years. Yeah, no, this has been a thing since like the 1980s, like the late
It
80s.
started, yes. Thank you, Fatima. It started a long time ago. Because I remember I'm a sun worshipper, and I got really annoyed about it, looking up and seeing stripes all over the place, blocking the sun out.
Blocking the sun out. Yeah. No.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Thank
No,
you
and
very
also, like, do you think that they also like fake snow? Like sometimes they
Yes.
like generate the fake snow.
Yeah. I've seen videos of them in stuff in America where people are literally setting the snow on fire. They're getting a ball of snow in their hands, and it burns. You ever seen that stuff?
Yeah, I think I tried it once and it kind of worked, but it did like eventually melt. So maybe it was like a combination of real and fake snow that one time.
Yeah, there's something very weird going on.
Yeah, but it was weird though. Like,
Very strange going on. I don't
like,
and,
but beyond that point, my day was pretty good. I bought a book today. It was Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying what I don't know what goes on in
I,
America.
got,
I watch
Al
Dane
Mar-
every week just to
I just got Al Marari.
Al-Marari. Oh, you did Al-Marari, the Syrian anti-natalist. Oh, cool.
Yep. I'm excited to
Wait,
start it.
there's a full English translation of his work. Wow, I didn't know that.
I don't know if it's all his work, but it's a good good number of them.
Yeah, well, not all of it, of course. He was a poet, so he didn't write like books like Kant did, which is like a big like block of it. But he did write something, so that's cool. Finally, he's getting.
The one that I got was it's called The Epistles of Forgiveness. The Epistle of Forgiveness.
The Epistle of Forgiveness. Ooh, yeah, very interesting poet. Yeah, from Damascus. Yeah, no, was it Damascus or Aleppo? I forgot which city in Syria. I forgot which one. Basically from the area.
Syrian. Yeah.
Syria.
sorry.
It's 584 pages apparently.
Wow.
Ooh, that's a pretty. I think that's all of his work then, because he was only a poet.
It might be. Yeah, it might be.
He was only a poet. Yeah, but a very intelligent one at that.
Anyway, I'm sorry for arguing with you, Cougar, but there are a couple of people who've backed me up, so I'm not the only one that sees stripes in the sky.
Well, I know you and I argue about this all the time, and I don't really care what you think. You can think whatever you like. It doesn't harm me. It doesn't offend me. No one gets hurt, not even you. So just think whatever you like.
Yeah, just think whatever you like, but like if it's something so like offensive to me personally, I will like call you out on it in your face, just so you know. For anyone watching this, yes.
But anyway, Divine sees them all over the sky too, and well, so I'm just saying, you ought to give Dane the benefit of the doubt and watch one of his shows. He does a very good show, and there's some very good people on YouTube, Brother Marcus.
I'd rather read Al Marari and Immanuel Kant.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't wait to start him. I've been reading like a lot of like secondhand essays online to like understand him, like the rational Blizzard and empiricism, and I think I have a gist of it, but I know I'm gonna have to like reread, some pages over and over again. Yeah, but it's
No,
whatever.
yeah.
It's called a manual labor, so it's all right, kind
And
of.
I just cracked open my Play-Doh. So
Wow.
Oh
I
yeah,
just did
good.
Euthyphro for now, but then I want to do the Phaedrus. Is that what it's called?
Phaedrus, yes, it's called that
Yeah.
Phaedrus. Yeah. Yeah, you have to read Plato and some Aristotle to like understand Kant. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and then you're all right. And then just read up on like the encyclopedia of like philosophy's articles on rationalism and empiricism, and then I think you're okay.
But I'm glad that I got Almarar because like it's the Western canon's way too Greco-Roman, and
Yes. Oh
yeah,
yes. Yeah, of course. Like that's why, like late last year, I got into like Theravada, the Buddhism, like exclusively from Thailand. Yeah,
nice.
I'm really into Theravada Buddhism right now. It's very ancient, very
That's awesome.
very ancient philosophy. That's kind of like Stoicism for the West, but they actually have this a structure that's similar to like Christianity, in that there's like history for it and like an entire civilization built on those foundations. So yeah. It's
Nice.
very interesting, yeah. But it's good that Al Amari is finally getting his due in the West. Yeah, honestly, like, but then again, it's interesting that we don't teach like a lot of Arabic or Islamic philosophers, because they essentially helped like preserve like the Greek works, right, in the
Yep,
Islamic Golden Age.
exactly. Yeah, it's intellectually kind of bad that they don't teach that.
Yeah, who's the other one? Ibn Sina. Yeah, dude, he was a big deal. Like a lot of like his works were studied even in like the highest degree of the church. Ibn Sina, and he
Yep.
was like a Moor.
Yeah.
So, Cougar, what's your take on David Icke?
Chickpea
Oh,
William
God.
White says his favorite philosopher is David Icke. There you go.
No, that's why I'm clapping. I'm clapping what he says.
David Icke, yeah, he's alright. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I agree with some things he says. Yeah, why not?
I can't say I've been exposed to him very much.
No, really, because like
Really?
in like the whole doomer sphere, David Icke is a pretty like well known person. He
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
I'm reading
Yeah,
one of his.
I'm not really a doomer like that. I'm a realist, and
Even
there's
then,
Well,
like
David Icke is a realist. I tell Fatima, I'm reading one of his books that he wrote 10 years ago, and everything he wrote 10 years ago is being talked about now.
Of course.
okay. You know what?
Yeah. 20
I
years
promise
ago.
I'll
20
take a
years ago.
look tonight. David Icke. He did end up in my recommendeds a few days back, and I took a look at the title and I thought, whatever. But I will make an effort to look up David Icke, and then you can ask me in the future what I thought about David Icke.
Okay.
Yeah, David Icke, he's good. Yeah, even though like some of his like other like conclusions are just wild. Like I still cannot get behind like the whole like blue blizzard thing. Like that's just kind of
What?
okay, man.
The what?
Reptilian stuff.
Yeah, sorry, I have a speech
Right.
impediment. Yeah, I just can't get
you?
behind that. I just can't
Okay,
get
and,
behind.
and that's where that's where I draw the line. If someone is like that unhinged, then they get zero of
It's
my
not that
time.
it's not that he's not unhinged. It's just that I just think that everyone has their own way of viewing reality, and like that's just his way, and like we can't like stop him from like believing in that, because it's not hurting anyone. Like he's not like some type of like a Nazi or like a fascist. He just thinks that there's
Okay,
aliens like.
yeah, okay, so it's entertaining, but I frankly I'm too busy and I don't have time to be entertained by fringe. I'm after data, solid
Well,
data. I mean, I'm a freak that way. I only have time to build basements and go with data. That's all I've got. And reptilians and shit like that is a massive immediate turnoff. Flat
Well,
Earth, complete turnoff. I'm gone.
I don't think he follows flat Earth. I don't think he's that unhinged, right, Chick? He doesn't believe
No,
in
he
flat
doesn't
Earth.
follow flat Earth. No.
Exactly. So you see, he just has that one thing. But I think that you can just like pass over that and like look at the other things, like his stance on like geopolitics, the vaccines, the big oil, the wars, and all of that's true. That's all
Yeah,
that's
everything's
true.
coming up, but everything's coming true. He
I'm
also
loading
wrote,
a quick video on David Icke.
Oh
Jeeves,
man.
Yay!
Jeeves, help
It's like
you.
5 minutes. It won't be long.
What about a video
But
on the
Fatima,
critique of
10
pure
years ago, he
reason?
was writing about
Critique
what's
of
his
pure.
name,
Yeah,
that
how about
water.
that? Yeah, I,
If you
I'm
can
in
get
my
it.
Fatima?
Kant mood now. I'm in my
Yeah.
Kant mood. Yeah, even though my favorite philosopher right now for like the past 5 months was Wittgenstein. He's really good. I like him a lot.
But Fatima, he wrote in his books about Epstein 10 years ago.
Oh, of course.
Would it be real? 10 years ago, he was writing about it. Now it's just starting to come out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I can't quite work out where he gets all his information from, but it does seem to be
Well, he was
very relevant there.
he was like a radio slash like the journalist, right? So he just goes to people and he goes to the locations, and boom.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know. It's weird how he gets all this information. Very strange, but I've got all his books. I've got all of his books.
that's good. Yeah,
Got
he
old
did.
books
He
out
wrote a
there.
lot. How much you got?
Yeah, I know. Don't tell me about it. I haven't read all of them yet.
How much you got?
I've been buying them 30 years.
30
And there's so
years.
many
God
of
damn.
them.
LAU said earlier that we'll be dead by August. What did you mean by that? And
Wait,
now you're
what?
saying cougar. Yeah. LA said earlier tonight when he was on in the
No.
comments, he said, we'll all be dead by August, by the end of
Yes,
August.
I've heard that as well.
This year in August.
Come on
Why?
and tell us. LA, come on and tell us what you meant by that.
Why is this Samsung operation finally going to be like installed? The Samsung operation, is that finally going to be like exploded? Every like US base just blows up.
Oh, they are going to wipe us out, Fatima.
Of course they are, but I don't know when though. Like I don't know
No,
when.
they are going to wipe us out, and I think it's going to be in our time.
In our time, oh shit.
Yeah, I think we will see it. Yeah.
Well,
Oh, don't
well,
you think that?
maybe, yeah, but I was expecting like in a generation or two that they're gonna wipe us out.
Well, generation. That's only 10 years. That's most definitely
LA,
your
it's in
time.
it's in the video description box.
Yeah, get used to it. The link is going to always be in the video description at the bottom of underneath the video.
Oh, okay. So Chickpea, you think in our lifetimes, like in my lifetime?
Oh, yes. Fatima, they have to, because if they don't, they themselves won't survive. We are pushing this planet to the utter limit.
She's right. She's right. I agree.
Get rid of us
She's
in
right.
order to protect
Imagine
themselves.
this. You've got a guy who is a household name, a trusted sports broadcaster on the BBC, someone you'd see in your living room every week. Now picture that same guy, filling up massive arenas, talking for 10 hours straight about shape-shifting reptilian overlords and the idea that reality itself is a hologram. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, right? Well, it's the very real story of David Icke.
So the big question is, how on earth does someone go from talking about football scores to becoming one of the most famous and, let's be honest, controversial conspiracy theorists on the planet? It's a journey that has absolutely fascinated, angered, and even inspired people for more than 30 years. So yeah, let's dive into this. All right, Section 1. To really get a handle on Icke's worldview, you have to go back to the beginning. Back when he was, a totally conventional public figure. First a professional footballer, then a beloved BBC sports presenter in the 80s. A pretty normal path, right? Well, the speed of this change is just staggering. After a solid career in sports and broadcasting, everything flipped on its head in 1991. He goes on this super popular chat show called Wogan, wearing that now famous turquoise tracksuit, and he declares himself the son of the Godhead. The audience just erupted in laughter. The media absolutely tore him apart. His public image shattered, literally overnight. But then, fast forward 15 years. He goes back on that same show, and he's a completely different person.
And this quote right here tells you everything. He didn't see that public humiliation as a defeat. For him, it was a trial by fire. It was this intense experience that burned away his old self and basically forged his new mission. In his mind, he'd been tested, and he came out the other side stronger for it. So moving into Section 2. After pulling back from that intense media spotlight, Icke didn't just vanish. Nope. Instead, he started building the spiritual foundation for his entire worldview. This is really where the seeds of everything that would define him for the next 3 decades were planted. If you look at his first books from the early 90s, the themes are very much rooted in New Age philosophy. He's talking about a huge vibrational shift for the planet, claiming he's getting messages from some kind of higher consciousness, and seeing the Earth as a living being he called Gaia. But then, right around 1995, a new ingredient gets added to the mix. The idea of a hidden network of elites. And that right there was the bridge from his spiritual message to what would become this massive conspiracy framework. Now you got to remember this quote, it's from his very first book, and it's basically the bedrock of his whole philosophy. Even as his theories got way more complex and, controversial, this core idea that love is the fundamental frequency of the universe and everything else is just a made-up illusion, that's always remained right at the center. All right, section 3. And this is where that spiritual foundation starts to build into something else, something much bigger. In the late 90s, Ike's message takes a really dramatic turn. We're moving away from just vibrational shifts and into a cosmic conspiracy of, epic proportions. So in 1999, he puts out what is probably his most important book, and he calls it The Biggest Secret. The title itself is a huge question, right? A question that would really define his entire career from that moment on. What's the one truth so big it would change everything if people knew it? And here's his answer. He puts forward this theory that a race of shape-shifting reptilian beings from another dimension have been secretly interbreeding with human elites for thousands of years. According to him, these hybrid bloodlines are now in all the positions of power across the world. We're talking royalty, politics, banking, you name it. This idea, it became the absolute cornerstone of his entire worldview. Okay, section 4. But believe it or not, the reptilian theory was just one piece of a much, much bigger puzzle. The conspiracy, for him, wasn't just about who controls the world. It got way deeper. It became about the very fabric of our reality itself. So his model just kept expanding. He started pulling in ancient Gnostic ideas about these archons, which he describes as parasitic beings that feed on our negative energy. He argued that our reality is actually a holographic matrix, like a simulation, designed to keep us stuck in a time loop of control. He even came up with a specific mechanism for how this whole illusion is supposedly broadcast to us. He calls this the Saturn-Moon matrix. The theory, as he lays it out, goes something like this. Step 1, the planet Saturn acts like a giant broadcasting station, sending out these control frequencies. Step 2, the moon, which he claims is actually an artificial satellite, picks up those frequencies, amplifies them, and beams them to Earth. And step 3, our brains decode that signal, creating the collective illusion we all experience as reality. So, the obvious question is, if we're living in some kind of cosmic prison, how do we get out? Well, for Ike, the answer isn't what you'd think. It's not about fighting the system or a violent revolution. The solution, he says, is totally internal. It's all about a shift in your own consciousness. He breaks it down into this idea of 2 selves. On one hand, you have the phantom self. That's our ego. It's the part of us defined by fear and by all the labels society sticks on us. Our job, our nationality, our political party, that, he says, is the prison. But then beyond that is our real self, which is just infinite, loving awareness. And that, he says, is the key to getting out. So the path to freedom, what he calls the awakening, is all about waking up from the dream of that phantom self. It means you have to consciously stop engaging with all the fear and division you see everywhere. You have to detach from all those labels that you think define you, stop identifying with your ego, and instead reconnect with that deeper, infinite awareness. It's about remembering who you really are. And this all leads to his ultimate point, which is captured perfectly in this quote. He's basically arguing that reality isn't some external thing that happens to us. It's a projection that comes from within our own consciousness. So if you change your consciousness on the inside, you actually change the world you perceive on the outside. From a BBC presenter on the sidelines of a football pitch to a prophet of a cosmic conspiracy, David Icke's evolution is without a doubt one of the wildest stories in modern public life. So what do you make of it? Is his worldview the result of a journey into delusion, or is it a unique, even profound guide to understanding the nature of illusion? That's for you to decide. Imagine this. You've got a guy who is a household name, a trusted sports broadcaster on the BBC, someone you'd see in your living room every week. Now,
BMW.
What edition did you get?
Who are you talking
So, of Emmanuel Kant.
I must tell you something, Marcus.
Okay.
I'll tell you something weird. You know, I've been coming here for the past 15 months or so. I had a little breakthrough last 2 nights ago.
You feel happy?
Yeah, I've really cheered up. I've my soul has finally released all its fury. I had a real weird thing happen to me. Yeah, that's strange. So there is something incoming here. Yeah, I'm not full of joy to spring by anything, but I don't feel so heavy as I felt for the last 30, 40 years. I know it sounds hard to believe. It's true.
I'm glad you feel better.
Yeah, it's been well, you know, coming here, having hissy fits and telling my stories of woe has helped me. But that's why I said to DW, I'm here for group therapy. He didn't believe me, but I'm here for group therapy. Because it does work.
Chickpea, after watching that David Icke, do you not believe, would you not admit some of that is absolutely bananas? I mean, he said,
know.
hello,
Cougar,
sorry,
I can't.
D Prophet said he might be back in a bit. Good stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
Hard to hear with the background noise.
Yeah, that's Cougar Duma. Sorry, Cougar Duma, I'll mute you. He's muted now. I mean, he was saying that we're being controlled by a frequency from Saturn.
Yes.
And the moon is an amplifier to, I don't know, to make it more effective on our psyche. I mean, what the hell is he on about?
No, DW, there is something weird because even scientists say that apparently they sent up, even NASA scientists say that they sent up something to the moon and they crashed it into the moon and the moon rung like a hollow device would. So the moon is not a solid piece of rock like we're led to believe. Find it very, very hard.
I think they made that up. I would want to see a peer-reviewed journal article on that.
Well, I'm just saying what I have read about it. I don't know, but anyway,
That's fine. Be wary of deep fakes.
yeah. But DW, I don't know. You know me. I think I do believe what David Icke has to say has an element of truth to it. I'm afraid. 10 years ago, he started writing about Epstein. I've got the book here. It's now been talked about. DW.
Yeah, I'm listening, but I'm not inspired, darling. I mean,
okay, it's okay. You don't have to be.
Some of his stuff there, the phantom self, the real self. I mean, you could just say he's just talking about narcissism or something, you know.
I don't know anymore. I don't know, but I don't know. It's all very confusing. Yes, I do find some of his stuff a bit heavy duty, but in the great scheme of things,
I think you're mistaking heavy duty for shallow and very, very glib isn't the right word, but yeah, shallow and no depth at all, actually.
Actually, there was one thing in the narration that is almost certainly true, whether David Icke believes this or not, which is that we construct our realities internally. This is absolutely correct. And because it's correct, it's very difficult to separate what is internally generated versus what is externally acquired. It's actually impossible. There's no way to test it. And he has internally generated a lot of stuff, and people find it interesting, but it's internally generated. It's in his head that's where it originated, in his head, and that's where he communicates it, and good for him, but it is not an external phenomenon. It's an internal phenomenon.
So, now I went with a row on this because in my mind, then, are you saying if we generate what we see inside our own heads, yeah, was that effect?
Yes. And that is necessarily correct. It must be true. It must be true.
So what are the animals in the factory farms doing then? Are they generating that horror inside their little heads, or is us humans doing it to them?
I mean, you could also say, Cougar Duma, it's a little bit of maybe 50-50 because there's things coming from the outside into your head to influence it, like photons from light, and sound waves going into the inner ear.
Okay, so I guess I'm not being real clear, and that's my fault. The sound waves coming into your ear do not touch your brain. The photons coming into your brain do not touch your brain.
They stimulate
Your brain is your brain is in a box. Your brain is in a box.
That's true. I'm not arguing with you in that sense, but to say that I can't prove this, by the way. I can't prove this, but I think most of us agree that your brain interprets reality, gives us our thoughts and all that, but we all, most of us at least, agree there is an outside world that is having an effect on that brain.
Okay, the movie The Matrix was interesting in that it demonstrated the difficulty. The guy was walking around on the sidewalk. He thought he had a sidewalk. He thought he had buildings. He thought he had people. He was in a vat connected to a computer. Okay, this is the problem.
It's a basic it's a basic philosophical kind of take that undergrads use in their first year, the brain in the vat theory. I mean, but we accept, we take a leap of faith. We can't prove it, but most of us accept there is an outside.
Okay, and that's fine. And when people have trouble with various forms of interpretation of the outside world, then they have what we call mental illness. But it's simply having difficulty interpreting the outside world correctly. They see things that aren't there. They hear things that aren't there. They taste things that aren't in their mouth. They remember conversations that never took place. They think they saw God, and there isn't such thing.
That may be true. That may be true. But even in a right thinking brain, then by default you're admitting. If you're saying that, you're also admitting in a right thinking brain, its thoughts are being affected by the outside world in a legitimate way.
So, Cougar, what's your take on the concentration camp victims then? Now, the concentration camp victims said this happened to them, that happened to them, all the other things happened to them. Are you suggesting that they just imagined it all?
No, not at all. I'm saying that there's a difficulty. All I'm saying is that David Icke is an example of someone who has internally generated an entire world. I do this as a writer. I know how this works. I'm a writer. I generate worlds, entire worlds in my head, and then I write them down on paper. Huh?
That's a story you're generating.
I know. It is a story. It's a story.
But I'm sorry.
And then he shares his story in narrative, and it's a story.
So anyway, back to the concentration camp victims. Now you hear all these. I've read quite a lot on this subject. So are you suggesting that they just imagined all these things, like the factory farm animals imagined their horrible life and their this and their that? Because it looks.
No, I have no opinion on that at all. I'm saying that in the case of David Icke, he is generating a story and he's sharing it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's a story. And that's what it is.
So what about all the
guys?
Rights?
LA is saying something. LA, don't be frightened to speak up.
You right?
Well, I was trying to write my comment, but like when I was little, I had a dream that I went to the bathroom, but when I woke up, I still got a beating for peeing in a bed. So apparently my dream did not manifest into reality because I still got a beating.
You know what, LA? I did that once when I was little. I got it in my head that I'd gone to the loo in the bathroom, but I was still fast asleep in my bed and actually dreamt it. And it was so real. I still remember it. Yeah, I got a beating too for piddling in my bed. And I remember, just like you. Isn't that weird that we've both done it? Because I've done that.
Well, that's kind of my point. Except that when you're 4 years old and you're dreaming about being in the bathroom, that's one thing. But David Icke is an adult and he's dreaming about being aware of all these things that just don't seem to make any sense to everyone else. He's having his own world and he's sharing it as a story, and that's great. He could write it down and people would buy his books. I'm sure they do. You say you've bought all of them. So he's a great storyteller and he's a successful author, and that's great. That's perfect. That's wonderful. But that's what they are, the stories.
Right, but my point is that your thoughts don't change reality. I dreamt that I went to the bathroom, but I did not actually go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but there's an entirely different expression of that where the person never realizes that their internally generated world is unique to them. They think they heard the conversations. They think they talked to God. They think all these things. It's a different type of thing than being 4 years old and peeing in the bed and thinking you were in the bathroom. Okay, that's different. There are people who live their entire lives waking, sleeping, dreaming, eating, fucking, everything else, where they are in a completely separate world apart from humanity. And the problem is that in any way different than what the rest of us are doing. The fact that people are capable of creating an entire internal world and living it daily, waking and sleeping and dreaming, that's what we all do. It's just that some people go someplace that the rest of us can't go. They go there.
The problem is that he's basically saying that your dream is reality and your reality is the dream. He's basically saying that you didn't actually wet the bed. You actually did go to the bathroom and you didn't actually get beaten for peeing in a bed.
Yeah, but that's nonsense because the bed is wet.
Right. So everything that he's saying that your perception changes reality is complete nonsense.
That's right.
Okay, but all I'm saying is that there are people whose inner world is their entire world.
LA, I'm not supporting him. I think he talks a load of rubbish, if I'm honest. But is it not the case that what you're saying isn't exactly a fair assessment of matters? Because he's not saying all dreams are creating reality. Just if you know what you're doing. Like you're doing this
Okay.
perception, or
I mean, I can give I can give adult examples of things that I thought that did not manifest into reality. I mean, that's just the most obvious one, that your thoughts have no bearing on what actually happens. It's a fantasy.
Some people never get out of their thoughts. Their thoughts are their entire world, completely.
No, but he's trying to validate it to say that your thoughts are your reality. Like it's like the material world is not real, but your thoughts are real.
Well, he's right in that regard. Your thoughts are the only thing you have. Your thoughts are the only thing you have. That's the problem.
Okay, this is not even a.
They may be all you have, Kuguduma, but as I've tried to communicate, and I know I can't prove it, but there is something outside of us affecting our thoughts that's beyond our ability to overwhelm, control.
This is not original, by the way. This comes from Immanuel Kant. Kant has already, I mean, Schopenhauer's already debunked that whole idea because he talks about how we're the will and its representation. So the representation is a narrow gate to understanding reality, objective reality, because you can feel your body. You're both the will and the representation, but you can feel your body, you can see it, and so it is not unique to yourself. Everybody else is having their own individual representative experience. So you can make assumptions about what is objectively true based on your own perceptions as a representation of the will. So it's already been debunked. You just have to read Schopenhauer.
LA, can I ask you something? In your dream, did your brain or your consciousness actually make its way to the bathroom?
Yeah, I dreamt that I literally got up and turned the light on and went to the bathroom, and then I got back in bed.
Yeah, that's what I did. Exact same thing. I actually, in my little dream, I floated, my little brain floated all the way to the loo and everything. I did everything in my little brain. Then I went back to bed, and then I woke up in a wet bed. You've had the exact same thing as me. That's weird.
I don't know. I guess my mom thought I did it on purpose or something.
I did. Yeah, I still remember it. It's weird. I still remember it. All those years ago.
All right, gang, I am done running wiring, so I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for keeping me company while I was down here doing all this stupid work, and we can maybe try it again sometime in the future.
Can I ask you one last question, Cougar?
Yeah,
If your
sure.
if your thoughts predominate reality, why would you even write a book? Why wouldn't you just keep your thoughts to yourself and let it manifest into reality?
Because I'm interested in writing fiction, I find it entertaining.
But wouldn't your thoughts be the same thing? That as long as you thought it, that is reality. Why do you need a material book to actually represent your thoughts?
Because I like writing. I like communicating.
Right. The
I enjoy
reason
it.
you communicate because that is the representation that is expressed externally. It's not about what is in your mind. It has to come
Yeah,
out
but
your mind for everybody else to understand it.
yes, and some of writing is persuasion. Some of writing is education. So there's lots of motivations.
All right. Well,
I've said before, and maybe now this makes more sense for me to say it again. I consider my first novel to be a user's manual.
Sounds
And
like it'll go well with my book. Like in
actually,
conjunction.
the second one will probably be a user's manual as well, but on a different topic. I write speculative fiction. I speculate. I write speculative fiction.
Yeah, I'm writing speculative nonfiction.
Wait, what is speculative nonfiction?
It's where I'm not really using a novel or trying to craft a fictional story. I'm trying to look at actual historical events and predict what's going to happen in the future.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So
It's a hypothesis, isn't it? I mean, that's speculative nonfiction.
yeah, it's speculation. It's speculation from history. I guess I do the same thing. So it's still speculation. Yeah, it's fine. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, speculating from history is, it's an arrow, right? You look at the past, dot dot dot. Where's this pointing? And then you speculate. Nostradamus did that, right? Or maybe Nostradamus did not do that. Maybe he just sat around, drank wine, and got drunk and thought things. But there's a lot of speculative fiction out there. About the Third World War and about what would have happened if something had happened differently during the U.S. Civil War and how the Nazis might have won, and that's all speculative fiction, but it's based on history.
Cougar Duma, before you go, there's a question for you on the screen. And
Oh.
by the way, when you're answering this question, can you tell us how likely you think this scenario is?
You know what? I can't even read that. Could you read it to me?
Oh, so it says, what is the best advice for people on the receiving end of a nuclear fallout? Should we take iodine?
You got to be careful with iodine. The reason you do that is because one of the common isotopes in fallout is an isotope of iodine, and because your thyroid takes up iodine for its normal regulatory functions, you can end up with thyroid cancer. The reason you take iodine tablets is to saturate your thyroid with iodine ahead of time, so that if you happen to ingest any radioactive iodine, it won't go to your thyroid. All of this is kind of moot. You just shouldn't be exposed to any radiation because there's cesium, strontium, there's some plutonium, there's some shit in there that will just take you out. So the idea is you need 3 days of no exposure to the outside world. Maybe you're in a closet, maybe you're in a bathroom with the windows closed, whatever it is, no exposure to the outside world for 3 days. Then the really nasty shit burns itself out. Then if you can pull it off at all, 3 weeks of no exposure to the outside world. You have your own water, your own food, you're crapping in a bucket, whatever it takes. And then maybe you can come out if you don't, if you're not a child. I wouldn't let children out. So those are just the rules. That's all.
So what are you supposed to breathe during this time?
Well, this is rough, isn't it? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, it is. It's hard. I don't know. Most people.
How likely do you think that scenario is? That's the question.
How likely? How likely? You know what? Given what's happening in the world, I'll be honest, and this is not a common take, and people would think I'm over the top, but I'm just being honest. This is just my assessment. Coin toss odds in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
According to what?
5 years. You said it was going to happen by the end of the summer.
No, that was a different topic. Heat. The heat that's going to hit us is going to be traumatic.
You know
Cause
what?
trauma.
Actually, you don't believe in what's his name, geoengineering. The guy, he's talking about that, the heat that's coming.
Yeah, he should be. Go ahead.
So I'm just saying, he doesn't talk complete crap. He's talking some pretty
Well,
heavy.
that's fine. I didn't say he did. I just don't buy that chemtrails are a thing. That's all.
Maybe
Now,
you live in an area where they're not spraying.
I also said, Chickpea, and please give me credit, because I did say this. Chemtrails are not real now. However, they're talking about making them real. So you're not entirely incorrect. This is coming. I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they can pull it off.
They'll doing it. They will do it. They'll do all sorts. I think you're just being very, very lucky that they're not doing it where you live.
Maybe so. Whatever. Yeah, I've said before, you have your own experience and you're entitled to it. So that's fine. I will consider you to be data. I will take your data. I will take your data in complete fairness with all the other data I gather every day and every night, and I'll take it and I'll file it away exactly where it needs to be filed. And it's just so you know, it's not in the garbage. Okay.
But Cougar Define has it where she lives too, so I'm not the only one.
Fine.
There's two of us on here.
Very good. Is there anything else for me, people?
Get it.
LA, did I respond to you correctly? Did I clarify myself?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to keep you, but I do. I mean, I can ask you that later.
Yeah, I just don't like leaving things up in the air. What I said was my concern going into the summer is that the confluence of the massive heat waves we're seeing all around the planet, in particular here in the U.S. I don't know why we're getting whacked, but we're getting whacked hard. Plus the coming El Nino swing of the ENSO, the El Nino Southern Oscillation, which is in the South Pacific. They're saying it's going to be a record El Nino. And we've been having 3 years of marine heat waves. And folks, what can I say? That's like a triple whammy, all right? It doesn't look good. Does not look good. Keep your whiskers out.
No, but I thought you made a specific prediction, excuse me, that most of civilization was going to die by the end of summer, because of massive heat.
No, I think actually now you mention it, I think someone else in the forum said something like that, attributed that to some online personality. No, I would never say that. Destroying, actually, just so you know, just in case it ever causes confusion again, I don't think that destroying humanity is anywhere in the cards. My book, It Was 100 Days, explicitly discusses why that is not happening.
No, that's not going to happen. I thought you knew that.
We can do a lot of things to ourselves, including with nuclear weapons, but I don't think that we ever go away. Hothouse Earth, it's going to be painful. It's going to be painful. It's going to be humiliating, but I don't think we go anywhere.
But you said that only a small percentage of the population is going to survive. You talked about forming communities and hoarding food and storing water.
That's right.
Okay.
But
so you do agree that most people are going to die off by the end of summer?
Okay, I can be not by the summer. No. I explicitly state that in a regime of hothouse Earth, and given all the difficulties we're going to face in the collapse of civilization in general, given our dependency on fossil fuels for 100% of what we do, 100% of the time, I expect, and here's a number for you, I expect a die-off of humanity on the level of 999 people out of 1,000.
Now, Cougar, I've always said this. I've said to you a lot that we won't all be killed off. The elites will survive in their bunkers and in the Alps, the mountains.
Well, let's face it, they have a better chance because they have resources.
will. Of course they're going to.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of a given. And Elon Musk is trying to get to Mars, and Jeff Bezos is trying to get to low Earth orbit, and they have a plan. Okay, let's just allow that they're thinking about this. And if they're thinking about it, they may pull it off. I don't know. Maybe.
Cooper, have you seen the nuclear shelter inside the Alps in Switzerland? Have you seen what they've built?
Yeah, you've mentioned that before, but I don't think the challenge is nuclear war. There will be nuclear fallout, but I don't think you're going to need a bunker.
They're going to wipe. I reckon the elites. The only way they can survive is by wiping us. By simple virtue of the fact the planet cannot sustain us all, and we're wrecking the place. They've got to wipe us out, and they will do it. Even
okay,
the
yeah.
I wipe us out. There goes their workforce. They're not going to.
They don't. Yeah.
Fucking
AI, robotics. AI. They don't need us. They don't need us. Frankly, yes, they don't need us.
Yes, they do. The AI also needs us as a resource.
They're only going to need. Oh, dear me. They're only going to need a tiny minority of people. They'll have their slaves and their security guards and their bodyguards. Most of us are going to be killed off. It's just going to happen.
I remember someone. Yeah, go ahead.
Just all of the myths that predict cataclysms or the Kali Yuga is going to be like a third of humanity. It's not going to be all of them. It's going to be like a third. So that would be 2.5 million people.
Yeah, we can argue about the percentages, and that's fine. That's perfectly legitimate. I was reading something recently where everyone was so concerned during the Cold War that nuclear weapons would destroy all of humanity, and someone actually did the math and looked at the cities and looked at the countrysides and looked at the weapons, and they decided maybe a quarter, maybe a third of humanity would actually die in a large-scale nuclear exchange. So it's really hard to kill off people, and that's why I think the only way that it really happens is because the planet finally gets down to the job, and there's nothing we can do. There's no escape at that point.
Yeah. Well, Cougar Doomer, before you get off, I want you to put this in the file that you consider and think about. Is the black box or the black cube and the crystal AI, even though you said it wouldn't be an AI, it would be like a memory storage thing that could create output. Because I think that's probably pretty close to the reality we live in.
Okay, you know what? This is what I will do.
What is reality?
I will store it away, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use it in my next novel.
Why? Because it's fiction? Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, my novel is really complicated, and it's what happens to people when they are exposed to a lot of stress and artificial intelligence at the same time. What they do, how they cope. And I can use that. I couldn't have come up with that on my own. Yeah, so, well done. With your permission, I will use that or something very close to it. Because I need ideas.
You could also watch Zardoz and the Dark Crystal, because they're pretty much going on about the same thing I'm describing.
Okay, that's it. That's internet cannon fodder, and it works for me.
Well, I mean, it just goes along with your speculative fiction book.
Yes, it does. You're right. You're quite correct. Anything else for me, folks? I'm here. Anything else?
LA says we will all be dead, but you will still be around writing your novels.
That would be really sad. I am not looking forward to that. And just like I tell people on my videos, at the end of every single one of my videos on YouTube, last thing I say is, don't die. So I will say that here to my friends and my virtual family. Don't die.
Why not?
Why not? We're all gonna die one day.
Bro, see, I knew you could make a controversy out of that. I just knew if there was a bunch of rotters who could make a controversy out of that, it would be this bunch. So
Of
well
course.
done.
This is
Well
the
done.
Finding Gnosis show.
At least you met my expectations. So fine. Now I'm leaving. I'm going inside the house. We'll have a glass of wine.
Brothers Marcus would say, why would
Later,
you not
Cougar
want to
Doomer.
try?
Alhamdulillah. Mashallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Goodbye. I'm tired of you people. Go to sleep.
Take care.
You go to sleep.
Fatima.
Hi, Brother Marcus. Thank you for calling me by that name. Thank you. How's it going?
What edition are you like? Do you already have it, or did you just order it?
Oh, it's already here. It's by me right now. Yeah, it's on my desk. It's the Penguin Classics. Just simple stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, Penguin Classics. Yeah, there was the other one that was the Cambridge version that was online on Amazon. That's like $37 though. This one was, it would be 23, but I had a gift card and it was a $5 save, so it was 18. Yeah, so it was a good deal.
So what did he just call you?
He called me a Fatima. He knew me before I transitioned. So yeah.
But we all call you Fatima.
I know, but he knew me before I transitioned. So yeah.
Isn't it pronounced Fatima? I don't know.
It's, to me, it doesn't matter. Fatima.
I used to say Fatima, but I used to say Fatima, but now I say Fatima because
it's either
that's
or.
the way
It's either or for me.
Oh, Grump, I must tell you something. There's a fabulous
Yes, darling.
book on Amazon called The Law in 60 Seconds. You should get it. Seriously.
I will do. I'll
It's
have a
all
look
about
at
our rights in the UK. It's very good. What?
I'll have a look at it. I'll have a look
Yeah,
at it.
it's worth having. It's just a pocketbook guide to your rights. It's all about our rights here in the UK, and it's worth buying because it's very simple.
What rights?
No, we do have some rights, but it's best to know your rights because they can be a bit iffy, especially with the police. But I've got this really good book on Amazon, English rights. Basically. It's good. It's worth having. The Law in 60 Seconds.
Cool.
Yes.
Well, it's been a funny few days, but we've had some good times. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times, as
Here
Charles
it is,
Dickens
Brother
said.
Marcus.
What you got?
Looks good.
My edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. Yeah.
All right. Is it easy reading? Or is it,
Oh no, it's not easy reading. No, it's a lot of
It's one of the most difficult books.
But Chickpea
ever.
Plato is an easy read. It's like reading a chat log. You should try it.
Right, Plato. Okay, I'll have a go.
It's not easy reading. Chickpea. Kant is considered one of the most hardest.
We were
philosophers
going to have
read.
a reading club here, but Brother Marcus didn't fancy it in the end.
Well,
Oh, really? Why?
Well,
That's
I mean,
weird.
we're trying to talk about philosophy, and people keep sidetracking it to something else. So,
And to
other
politics.
people-
Yeah.
Obviously,
True.
if it was a reading club, it would have to be on point and on topic. You know, you couldn't change the conversation. You couldn't have sideshows. But I mean, that would be a totally different affair. I mean, we may well do it. I'm still open to Brother Marcus. I know, I understand what you said. You can't commit, but if you want, I might do it.
Hey,
And,
Chickpea.
There they go. The Law in 60 Seconds.
I mean, all at
Nice
once.
one. Yeah, maybe I'll start doing that. Like,
I
once
mean,
a
we're
week
all
or
reading anyway, so.
Yeah, we're all. Oh yeah, all of us are reading. Yep.
Yeah, the thing is, we need certain length books or papers, because if we're going to do it weekly or depending on if you're doing it weekly or monthly, you know. So we'll have guys. I tell you what, under this video, make some suggestions for stuff you'd like to read. Have it read beforehand, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Well, I want to discuss David Hume. I'm going to be doing that soon. But
David Hume.
I would love to talk about David Hume.
David Hume was the biggest influence on Immanuel
You'd love
Kant.
to talk about David Hume.
Yeah,
Okay.
Immanuel Kant. Yeah.
David Hume.
Okay, I mean,
Yep.
that's quite an undertaking for a lot of people, though. LA, isn't it?
no, I'm going to start out with his writing on suicide, and
Careful with that word.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
I don't know. That's the name. That's the title of it. I don't know what else to say.
Of the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the title, but like, yeah, okay,
YouTube
fine.
doesn't care.
Yeah, doesn't.
Well,
But
I'll have a think about it
Schopenhauer.
because it's
Oh wait,
good.
no,
It's
we're not
good to
talking
have
about.
structure. It is good to have structure. You know, sometimes, not all the time. I mean, we do have to get a bit of a balance here because sometimes it's good to have structure. Sometimes it's good to have a free for all. It's also important because we seem to be going quite regular here that we don't actually lose ourselves in chaos. You know, you still need to ensure you're doing your reading and studying and all and trying to explore things, because although we do it here like in our conversations, that can't be all you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
So
but
I mean, structure.
We do stream quite a lot here, so maybe
And for
part of the
5
stream
hours, 6
yeah,
hours.
exactly.
Yeah.
So some of the streams should be probably
Readings.
reading,
Yeah.
or presentations. You know, so I'm open to presentations. If anybody wants to
I was
present, I
actually
did it.
going.
I did it. I think last year I did a few presentations on stuff. They weren't that good. One or two of them were okay.
I
But
like them. I like them.
you like them, okay? Well, they took a bit of effort. I know they were put together. They were AI slides and stuff. But it took a fucking while to fucking put them, you know, create them and stuff. All the same, but they were still good in terms of like they gave you a basic knowledge of things. So maybe we could go back to do that. If anybody here, anybody watching wants to give a presentation ever, I've always said feel free to contact me and let me know.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
get like a 5 or 10 minute one, or I don't know. Does it matter how long they are? Is there
I
like
think. Does it matter how long they are? I mean, like, are we gonna read books like the Bible? Like, that's 1,000 pages. Are we gonna read stuff like that? The Bible? We're gonna do like yeah, no,
I
of
tell
course.
you, I one thing I read here was the Pistis Sophia. That seemed to go on forever. Some people liked it. You know, I
Yeah.
told Brother Marcus this was actually terrifying, right? And I've never had this experience before. But when I was reading the Pistis Sophia here, I was able to read, and my mind was going elsewhere whilst I was
Yeah,
reading.
you
And
did.
sometimes,
You did say that. Yeah.
and it was terrifying because I was reading for like 2 minutes, and then suddenly I realized actually I'm reading out loud here. What the hell have I been saying? And
Yeah.
my mind had been traveling elsewhere. I've been thinking about things
To
whilst
be
reading out
fair,
loud.
it's like repetitive in sections, right? So
Repetitive, yeah.
That's true. That's true. But it was still quite terrifying.
Yeah.
I don't like to read all.
I panicked. I was like, "What the fuck have I been saying?"
I think we can finish like the Tractatus Logico Philosophicus on this channel, right? By
Well,
Wittgenstein.
I think we should probably do
The
a
Tractatus.
kind of. I think we should do like a kind of. We can more or less look at the great courses on Amazon Audible. You can look at like a basic undergrad degree.
I disagree. I disagree.
No.
Read the primary text. Stop being
Yeah.
intimidated. Stop being intimidated. Read the primary
No,
text.
Bite into the meat of it.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is we can look at the reading
Dive
list.
into the deep end.
We can look at the reading list of undergraduate degrees and then start there with the reading list. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to.
Oh, okay.
That's for structure, so we can move from, you know, idea to idea in a sensible fashion rather than going all over the place.
Yeah, because like it would be nice to have some structure on like the life, because I think we've been doing too much of like a free for all, which kind of gets into like the whole like heated like arguments and drama things that like
Yeah. I say we
yeah.
can't have a free for all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would love to have structures and like read things with everyone here, like either online or where like I have my own copies of books here. I mean, who knows, right? You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It sounds like a good plan.
Well, I've already asked you to contact me on Twitter.
Oh yeah, I meant to ask you, DW. I actually made a Twitter account 2 days ago, and I followed you, IMF it. So I'll if you want DM or I can DM you first. Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
I mean, I know Brother Marcus on Discord. I don't know where LA is. I got Chickpeas details. Anybody else? Feel free to contact me.
I have a Twitter and Instagram and a Facebook. Yeah, that's all I got. And a
Funny
TikTok.
we're still calling it Twitter.
I could read something from my book right now.
Whoa! Wow. I can't hear you. Set, Dom.
Yeah.
You still there, buddy? Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you kind of cut out a second ago.
Yeah, I asked if maybe I'll read something that I wrote in my book or that I'm writing.
Oh yeah, you talked about that the other day.
Yeah,
And
so
by
I
the way,
wrote,
oh, sorry.
individuality is the most wondrous thing in existence. The truth we are all uniquely different is our greatest gift and nature's greatest strength. It allows for reflections on characters that have never existed nor ever will exist again. Nuance is everywhere in existence, from each leaf on a tree to each snowflake that falls. Each second exists as an image which has variables happening simultaneously, unlike any other second before or after it. There are those, however, threatened by such characters who exist in large numbers. These people seek to use these beautiful individuals and turn them into something else. Orchestrated belief in confusion throughout history has been the great destroyer of imagination. People of Earth, from the east where the sun rises to the west where it sets, are as different from one another as the mountains are from each other. Yet we all share enough in common to sing amazing songs in harmony with nature. Those who hijack this song have existed for thousands of years, stifling individuality through conformity, preeminent in nearly every civilization known to man. These men and women usher in apocalypses. And that's the first paragraph of my book.
I will hand you a golf clap. That was pretty interesting.
Thank you.
Were you guys just discussing different ways you could take the show, D&W?
Yes.
Yeah. Just because we do long streams, and I do it sometimes to chill out after a long day and stuff. But the point is, we don't want to degenerate into always just having arguments and such. Sometimes it is good to try and have some format. Like before, I did try to do like presentations and subjects when I started the Finding Gnosis show originally. And we can do that maybe I'm not going to say all the time, because I quite enjoy the kind of free-for-all sometimes, but sometimes it will be good to have maybe once a week. Maybe I can't commit to too much in relation to, because it takes a lot of time to do the prep work for that type of thing, if you're going to do presentations and shit like that. So yeah, OE, I got that, brother. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I appreciate it, mate. That was nice of you. So yeah, that's that.
I did like the you had themes or something. I remember you prepared little presentations and stuff. That was quite cool.
Yeah, very nice of you, OE. Thanks, mate.
Aww.
Look at it.
It's cute.
I like
and as I said, I've always said anybody who wants to do a presentation as well, and I really should get my finger out and invite more people here for chats, because you can invite someone else here to give a presentation, and then we have like questions and answers afterwards,
Yeah, sounds
I
good.
think we're getting enough views at the moment. We might attract some people, 500, 600 views is quite okay for some people. No, not all, but like some people,
No, I think it's okay for a channel like this. It's pretty good, actually.
I mean, Objective Ethics, he has a good little format going where he does his live streams just one-to-one, discussing one topic. And then, I think he goes, I don't know, it varies an hour or whatever, plus or minus. And then he invites others to come up and join the discussion, which I think is a really good way to go.
It is a good way. It is a good way to do it. And, we did do that here before on the Do Not Watch show a few times back in the day. I'll be honest, I've just been lazy in terms of inviting people, I haven't really invited anybody on. You know, I am. I'll be honest with you. I am quite lazy in terms of doing that kind of side of things. You know, the admin side of things. You know,
It's all right.
Do you have
I don't
any
know if it's lazy.
specific goals for the channel, or is it just kind of where
No.
it goes?
I think just continuing to just I initially it was just like a hobby for everybody just to learn, you know, and talk a bit of everything, learning, talking, and you know, developing, you know, that's it really. So we're going in the right direction in that sense. I just don't want the bullshit, you know. I'm getting too old for this shit, you know, in terms of all the fighting and crap, you know. I just don't want that anymore.
Gets exhausting after a while.
It gets
Are you
exhausting.
getting old, are you, D&W?
I am actually, yeah.
Oh.
No, I am.
Really?
I feel like I've lived. Sometimes I feel like I've lived 3 different lives, you know, already. You know, compared to all the stress I've had.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cry me a river. Play me the world's smallest violin. You know.
From
D&W, you
SpongeBob.
want to have babies at this time of life,
Sorry.
and you want to have babies.
I never said that. I don't know why you keep saying that, chick.
Well, you're not an antinatalist anymore.
That doesn't mean I want to have
Oh
them.
shit, that's right. You want babies. What the hell,
No,
D&W?
David, you said D&W. You said you were no longer an antinatalist.
Yeah, that
I
means he
want
wants
you to have
babies.
IVF for me. I want you to they could do that now, can't they?
Yeah.
I want you to have my baby, chickpea.
Oh my God.
You know that. I can't have babies. I've been done.
We can do something. I'm sure we could do something. I'll get a surrogate. I'll get like a donor womb to stitch into you.
Oh.
Yeah, you'd have to pay me at least $1 billion, D&W.
$1 billion. Try 1 trillion.
It would take that much. It would take that much, Fatima. I'd say I'm so grateful to not have had to go through that. Really.
Global Solidarity says, "Are you asking for guests?" Yes, Global. If you want, do bring him here.
But D&W, back to the subject of babies. You said you were no longer an antinatalist. You said so.
I know, and I'm exhausted talking. I'm gonna have to write one more comprehensive fucking.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot
I
of
really am. I feel
nuance.
like actually breaking my desk with my forehead right now. You know that?
Chickpea, do you believe that not being an antinatalist means wanting to have children?
Yeah, I don't think it works like that.
No,
so I don't understand. Never mind. Sorry, I got the wrong end of the stick, obviously.
No,
I'm not
like,
antinatalist anymore, and I don't want to have kids, so I don't know where you're getting that
Oh, you
from.
want to?
It's an outlook. It's an outlook in general, isn't it, Chickpea, for everybody? It doesn't mean you necessarily want have anything. It doesn't mean that you want to have. I mean, there are like literally child-free gay people who never thought about it and never you know, and it's never on their in any way their intention or an expectation on them to have biological children. You know.
Yeah,
with their partner, and they're antinatal.
Also,
you know what I mean? So it doesn't.
Okay, but fair enough. You have always taken antinatalist to be, I'm an antinatalist for myself. Blah blah.
What? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to get started.
What, brother?
No.
What's the issue?
No.
Okay.
There's no such thing as definitions of antinatalism. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. But big deep breath.
Yeah, it's all just words.
Boozy says I should let young people join the call.
No,
I'm sorry, I'm not a kindergarten.
No, no one under 8. No one under 21 on this show.
No
Like,
one
no
under
one
40, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh wow.
I mean, I used to say 25, but then Fatima, I think you're under 25, are you?
I am exactly 25. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That is kind of the preferred cutoff point for me, 25. Even that is risky, though. As you've proven, Fatima, too many times, brother. Sorry, sister. You've proven a few times that you've still got that devilish immaturity sometimes.
Yeah, I do, but it's not that bad. I try to restrain it.
It's getting better.
My unsolicited suggestion, as an antinatalist, ban it.
Still confused on this issue.
Ban AN.
Yes, you've been trying to move on from this for how long now?
For a year and a half.
I honestly was thinking of banning LA today. I'm getting fed up with it.
Oh wait,
I'm just
he
getting.
not banning people, but just like
I like
say
LA.
no,
I
we're not
like
talking
LA.
about
I
that.
like LA a lot of the time, but it just
Marcus, I'm confused.
no, that's just because I was in a mood today. I'm sorry. To be quite honest with you, I don't think I will ban AN, but I as in as a conversation topic. It's just that I just wish that people could understand my perspective, but they just can't, and they just can't accept it, and then they keep asking. You know what gets me on the show, and it happens a lot, and you tell a story or something, and then you have to repeat it again and again, like a million times, because some like it's a bit like sometimes they're silly stories, like some of my poltergeist stories, and all that paranormal shit. I have to repeat the same story a million times over the course of the streams. And Chickpea's like it with that V on your forehead and the hypnotist story.
Well, no,
Chickpea.
because you asked me to tell it.
I know, but the thing is, it is actually vitally important to what you're saying because there are new people watching. They don't know what you're going on about. So it is what it is. It's just, I suppose, it's just part of streaming.
I'm still confused. So, Marcus, right? Okay. So, antinatalism. So, I thought antenatal was an individual thing.
Here we go.
Say I'm an antinatalist. I thought if you wanted other people to be antinatalists, that was called ephilism.
I knew this would happen.
Yeah, here we go
you know
again.
What, Chickpea? Everything you think, correct. Let's
yeah. Let's. Who cares? It's just
Confused. Sorry, I'm just confused. Because I remember D&W being an antinatalist, but I always thought he was an individual antinatalist, i.e., like I was.
He's a soft antinatalist, individualist, OIB ethics kind of guy.
Needicity or needness or whatever. I don't know.
No, sorry, I'm just confused. I just
Needience.
To be fair, it is confusing, actually.
It's confusing because of the stupid people who come making up they use words they don't understand the meanings of. That's why.
You're talking about me now.
No.
Not you.
No.
Not you. Like,
I'm
just saying, people just use these words and they have no idea what they mean.
Yeah, they do.
Because I'm a bit worried about D&W having babies because he doesn't realize just how much hard work babies are.
It's good that this topic.
Oh no, that's actually why I don't want one. Actually, you know me very. That is what I would be. It's nothing worse, I feel, than having to get up. Even now, look, I'd have to go. If I had a kid, I'd be asleep now.
Yes,
I wouldn't be able to, my lifestyle would completely change.
Yeah,
and I'd have to get up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Yes.
It's like a dog is hard enough, at my age.
Yeah.
So how old are
I've
you?
had
There's zero fear of that. There's zero fear of that.
Should have 7 cats. Then you know what hard work is.
Cats, I feel like, are much easier to look after than dogs.
Yeah, I would think so too because cats can stay in the home, but dogs they need to walk outside and you do have to play with them. There's more like manual.
I've got to look after my neighbor's dogs as well a lot of the time, so it's a real.
Oh no, yeah, that sounds like a hassle actually. Yeah, no.
I realize the meaning of my life is to pick up dog shit.
Ah.
Well,
that is
you
why
won't
I'm
keep
here.
picking up after 7 cats. Scooping the poop. Have you tried to house train Max D&W?
Is he house trained? Yeah, he is house trained.
House trained in using a litter tray or something. I've never understand why people.
No. I'd rather my dog shit outside.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's more like in tune with how they actually behave.
Beckoned me to let him out and shit in a fucking. Yeah.
I'd
rather my dog didn't shit inside.
Yeah.
Because there's one thing about living in an apartment, right, with a dog. Because when I got him first, he wasn't properly trained. When I got it took a while. I had to train him for a while to like get used to things because he was a rescue dog. It was a year and a half when I got him. And he wasn't properly trained. He'd never been out. I don't think he'd ever been. Well, he'd definitely never been on the street. He'd never seen other dogs since he got taken away from his litter. He never saw cars or motorbikes. He was absolute nervous wreck, and he wasn't house trained. He actually came from Stratford, from a block of flats apparently.
Yeah.
And some man had him in the flats, and used to let him into the communal garden off the flats, but he hadn't been anywhere else.
Yeah.
He was,
Oh,
and he was
like
in a
my
bad
Dave.
way. He was malnourished and all that. Anyway, he wasn't
Malnourished.
properly house trained because he obviously used to shit wherever he wanted back then, and so I had to train him. And a few times initially, obviously, he did crap in the gaff. And I'll tell you one thing: there's no way I'd want to train a dog to fucking shit in a litter tray. The smell of it.
Oh,
the smell
yes,
of
yeah.
the smell of dog anus glands.
D&W. I
Oh
used to
my
have
God.
dogs. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, the smell of that is
They
horrible.
release a special their anus glands become somewhat lubricated before they do a shit or
Yeah,
drawing it. I don't know what. But the
Yep.
fucking smell of it is the most toxic,
Yes.
horrific. It goes into your nose and rips out your lungs. It's absolutely horrific.
It's like a punch. It's like a
It
fucking
is.
smack to your face.
It's like you breathe it in and you feel like you're eating it. It's absolutely horrific.
Yeah. Yes.
D&W, you ever owned a rabbit? D&W.
Oh, they're cute. I like rabbits.
Have you ever owned one?
I have a
I
very
can tell
sad
you a story about
that.
a rabbit.
What?
I have an extremely sad story about a rabbit I owned as a child, and
Yeah.
you might not like it.
Oh no, I don't like sad stories with animals in them.
I set a rabbit free on a night of thunder and lightning and rain.
Oh God.
What? No.
Yeah, I know. I was young. First of all, the rabbit freaked me out a little bit. I don't know why. And I thought it would be better. It wants to be free. It's better off to be free. So I went up the road. This is sad. And I put the rabbit in a wheelie bin. Okay. An empty wheelie bin. And I pulled it up the road about 200 meters, or maybe about 100 meters. And there was like a little river bank with grass. And I let it go in through a hedge onto the grass. And I often feel, I'll be honest with you, sometimes I feel so guilty about that because I just think what happened to that poor rabbit, you know? He probably got eaten by a fox or something.
Yeah.
I was very young. And yeah, it is one of the greatest shames of my life. Particularly, I haven't actually told you the worst part of it.
Oh.
I went back to the house. I put the wheelie bin around the back of the house. And when I came back around, he was standing at the gate in the moonlight.
Oh.
So he had followed me back, and then I brought him back again. Now, I didn't kill him, obviously. I thought I was setting him free because I was young. You know what I mean? I didn't think about the consequences, but obviously there was no hope for that rabbit as an adult or whatever. I realized it wouldn't have had the ability to survive, the poor thing. And I feel really guilty about that. So that's one of my greatest shames. Setting a rabbit free because I thought I was doing a good thing. I thought it'd be good for the rabbit to be free and not in a hutch.
Yeah.
But on reflection, I didn't release it in a good place, and it wasn't ready to be released. Do you know what I mean? It didn't have. I doubt it had. Although I don't know. Maybe it did survive. I don't know. Maybe it did survive. Who knows? I doubt it though, because it wouldn't have had a burrow, would it? It wouldn't have had a burrow. It was raining. I mean, there were rabbits nearby though. There were rabbits, but they were across the river on the other side, maybe about another 50 meters. No, actually, if I'd only gone over the other side of the river, it might have met other rabbits, but I didn't. I released it on the wrong side of the river.
I'm making editorial changes to books.
Oh, really? Like, what do you mean? We went from rabbits to like books. Brother Marcus, what do you mean?
Reading something else.
I just posted a link in the private. I'll tell you a funny story about a rabbit, indirectly about a rabbit.
Oh,
they poop in beds, you know. I had a rabbit, and you know they do their poo-poos twice.
Ew.
You know that? Yeah, rabbits poop twice. They have the first poop, then they eat the second poop, then they use a litter tray. But I had a pet rabbit years ago, only for a couple of years. She was quite old. She used to poop in my bed. And yes, I was sleeping with the rabbit and poop in my bed. I can't believe it. Anyway, she used to eat the poop and then do the poop in the litter tray. See, that's how I am with animals. The animals can poop in my bed, but if a man so much as tries to eat a sandwich with meat in it, he's out of the door.
I had this roommate a few years ago. It was quite a nice place. It was north of the city, and this chick. So anyway, she had a baby rabbit, pet rabbit, and it was fine. Like the rabbit's cute, cool. It gets on with it. Whatever, cool, great. Have a rabbit in the house. I don't care.
Yeah.
One morning, I come down. I go downstairs to the kitchen. She's fucking scrubbing the piss and shit tray of the rabbit using the brush that we and the cloth that we use to wash the dishes that we eat on.
Oh, ew. Oh.
And I swear to Christ, there are some things I can't. I have no words for.
What's her name? Chickpea.
Well, I mean, I have to reinvestigate my memories, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I just looked at her and I thought, and honestly, the thought that went through my head was, I have no way of explaining this to you. If you don't get this already, you are fucked in the head. And I left that place within a week. I was like, I could not fucking believe it.
That is gross. What the fuck?
Right?
That is disgusting, man.
And
Sorry
now I
that
just
happened to
found
you.
out that rabbits eat their own shit and do it again. And, oh, Jesus Christ.
That's part of they haven't got a system that is adequate to digest the food in one go. So
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
I mean, it's a bit like cows chew the cud, don't they? Cows
Yeah,
vomit up their
yes, they do.
grass
It's called cud. Yeah, they chew it out. They spit it out, chew it back in. Yeah.
But
Ew.
farmers don't wash them in the kitchen, so that's all right.
Yeah.
No, you left dog. Sounds like me almost.
I really thought that might be something Chippy did, yeah.
I would do things like that, yeah.
The weirdest pet I ever had when I was a kid, I had stick insects. Yeah.
Stick insects. Oh.
Stick insects. Yeah.
Oh, stick insects. Oh, those things are cool. Actually, I like stick insects. Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. Yeah.
Now I got them without telling my parents because we were in school and some kid came in with a load of them in like coffee jars and gave them to all of us.
Whoa.
So then I went home with them. Yeah.
Stick insects. Yeah. Those things just look wild to me. Yeah.
So you've dog, did you dump her or what?
Oh.
Oh no, we weren't together, but yeah, I would have if we were.
It's a housemate, wasn't it? He moved to a house.
There was a roommate.
You can't talk about that. It's you. If that has to be explained to you, then you live on a different planet, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would have been the exact same. Actually, I would have been like, "Holy shit, I can't trust this person. What else?"
Yeah. What the hell? Like, oh my god.
She was a hot chick though.
Oh, that makes it worse.
Were you a meat teacher in those days?
I still am.
Oh, okay. Because I would have thrown you out for being a meat eater. Because
you can throw me out again
in my flat. What?
You can throw me out again, but I'll throw you out for fucking washing your shit dishes using my dishcloth.
Oh,
so I think that works both ways.
That is disgusting.
If you were in Chickpea's house share, you would have not only would you have to wait for her to get out of the bathroom, you'd have to wait for her cats to get out.
Oh, the 7 cats they'll have to take a piss and shit.
They're all trained to take a piss and shit in her toilet bowl.
No, David.
Shit.
Objective ethics. The link is in the description, mate.
Yeah, the link is in for future reference. I'll do it, but for future reference, the link to get in is under the video in the description. I am trying to share it now though. Where the hell is it?
But you've dog. Yeah, if you come to my flat, you have to wait for Dave to finish doing his business before you can use the loo.
Whoa.
Well, I guess I won't be going to your flat then, mate.
Well, you don't want to come here, no.
Because I'm one of those disgusting men that you hate.
I've never said I hate you.
You did say there's a hell of a lot of terrible men on this stream. You said that tonight.
No, I said, where's you? No, I didn't.
Really?
I said, where's you?
You said it multiple times.
Where's your dog's that horrible man? That's what you said.
No, I didn't. TW. No. I asked where you were.
Oh, you didn't mention about him, but you said it in general. You made this generalized statement that the men on the stream were horrific.
Yeah, but Durf Dog and Marcus weren't here.
I know.
No. You know I like Durf Dogs and Marcus.
No, in fairness, she did say she needs the clever guys back. She said that yesterday. You guys weren't here.
Let me know when they arrive.
Just think about that's funny with that thing. That's yeah. Could have been
So
me.
have you guys read that link I posted? They're going to change, or the beneficiary of Ursula K. Le Guin's children's books. I think it's her son.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
going to
really? I think so.
change the language of her books. It says children's books, but of course, she's the writer of Walking Away from Omelas? I can't remember the exact title.
The ones that walk away from
so-
Omelas. That was
I'm sorry,
part
what was
of
that?
another series. That was part
Yeah.
of another series of books, like a collection. Yeah.
Right.
What do you think
So-
of
So-
it?
so- sorry.
I don't want to say anything.
What,
you know.
can you explain to us what she's going to do? Sorry.
Oh, it's her
What
son.
they're going
I
to do?
think.
No. Okay, how about we read it?
But there you go. There you go.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to share it. Can you do that?
I've put it in the private chat already, mate.
Yeah, seen
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
I object.
it. Hey, Objective FX, how's it going?
I'm tired here. Can someone else read it? Do you want to read it,
Christ.
Fatima?
Yeah, Fatima, you do it, mate. Good on you.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, I'll do it. Do I share my screen?
Yeah.
Or
You got the link?
I do have the link, but I'm on my phone right now. So I'm on my
Oh.
phone right now. Yeah, so I don't think I can't do that, unfortunately.
Just
yeah.
read it.
All right, look, I'll do it. I'll do it. Fuck it.
Oh, okay. Oh, you sure D&W? Okay, you'll do it. Okay.
Yeah. 1 second.
Okay.
Fatima could read it and you just scroll it on the screen.
If you tell me what to do, I'll do. But I don't know what to do. I don't know how you do what you're doing now. Sorry.
It's okay. Here we go.
I don't know how to do it. You'll have to
Why
tell
I
me.
decided to update the language in Ursula K. Le Guin's children's books. Literary executor Theo Downs Le Guin on what that means for readers past and future. In a 1973 letter to the editor of the Horn Book magazine, my mother, Ursula K. Le Guin, took Roald Dahl's books to task. While acknowledging her own feelings of unease about Dahl's work, she remarked that kids are very tough. What they find for themselves, they should be able to read for themselves. I had this in mind as I read about wording changes in the new editions of Dahl. As Ursula's literary executor, I recently faced a similar decision. My mother, known for her young adult and adult novels, also wrote several children's books. A multi-generational fan base has kept her Catwings books in print in the US since the 1980s. I was excited to move the books to a new publisher last year. As we began work on the new editions, I received an unexpected note from the editor. I'm writing to propose several minor changes to the language to remove words that now have a different connotation than when the books were originally published. The words in question were lame, queer, dumb, and stupid. A total of 7 instances across 3 books. It's a quote here. I genuinely didn't know what my mother would have decided, but she left me a clue, a note over her desk asking, is it true? Is it necessary? Or at least useful? Is it compassionate? Or at least unharmful? Ursula revised herself throughout her career, notably The Left Hand of Darkness, which takes place on a planet where sex and gender are fluid. Years after publication, during a later wave of feminism, she received criticism for the novel's use of he as default personal pronoun. After some defensiveness, Ursula demonstrated through essays and revisions of the text how she might have approached things differently. My job is to bring my mother's work to new generations of readers, not to revise it. People who adore a book are often eager to transform it through screen adaptation, fan fiction, or critical reinterpretation. Sometimes this works well, often it doesn't. I tend to start from the position that Ursula's words are sacred. So my initial
reaction to the editor's request was that of a strict constructivist. After deep breaths and with Ursula's own revisionism in mind, I contacted a disability rights attorney, a youth literature consultant, a racial educator, and some kids. My advisory group leaned toward change, but was not in consensus. I genuinely didn't know what my mother would have decided, but she left me a clue, a note on her desk asking, is it true, is it necessary, or at least useful? Is it compassionate, or at least unharmful? I like to think that truth and compassion are immutable, even as the language we use to express them changes. But cultural constructs of harm are mutable. We frequently revise our definition of what's harmful, to whom, how it is spoken of, and who gets to do the speaking. My mother's note tipped me toward changing her words. I found substitutes that would retain the original meaning and cadence, and stipulated to the publisher that the new editions would note that the text had been revised. Criticism of the changes to Dahl's book can just as well be leveled at my own decision. Closest to my anxiety is the reaction of Suzanne Nocelle of PEN America, who counsels us to consider how the power to rewrite books might be used in the hands of those who do not share their values and sensibilities. Although this haunts me, people who don't share my sensibilities about artistic freedom seem to prefer to ban or burn books, usually without having read them. Most of the criticism regarding changes to Dahl's words is of the slippery slope variety, which in itself tends to be reductive. The decision to revise a book need not create prescription for all books or all writers at all times. It may pay heed to who is being revised, the reasons for the proposed revisions, the extent of change, and especially who is doing the revising. For example, a corporation that controls the rights versus the author or an heir. These factors will determine when we shift from revision to wholesale rewriting. Dahl and my mother could not be more different as writers and as humans, but they had in common a profound trust and affection for their child readers. Consistent with that posture, I would say that kids intuit and accept better than adults that language is constantly in flux, as are human sensibilities. Not condescending to young readers also means trusting that they can glean meaning from a textual whole, not just from specific words. There you go. Theo Downs Le Guin. Am I pronouncing his surname right? Le Guin? That's what I'd say anyway. So there you go. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty stupid.
Yeah, like changing words out from.
They did the same with Huckleberry Finn, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. They changed the N word out. Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a lot. They've done it quite a lot to a lot of texts.
Why though? Like, what? It's obviously just like political and social, in my opinion, to meet like the conforms of like our current like day and age, right? But it's dumb. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, they were written in a specific time. Like, to erase that is to erase like history, almost like erasing like a time, a capsule, right? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
OE,
I'm against that too. You know.
Objective Ethics. Thank you, brother, for the gift that you dropped into my email. Appreciate it. You're on the show. What is it you'd like to say, mate?
No worries, brother. You've actually given us all a great gift by providing this platform, this rather egalitarian platform, if I might say so, to share our voices and our thoughts. And I've been very grateful for that, and really enjoyed listening to a lot of the people who are on this panel right now speak. Fatima, Brother Marcus, Chickpea, your dogs. Really enjoyed all of your guys' input. So thank you so much. I just wanted to, I'm fighting a terrible cold, so I don't even know if you guys can understand the words that are coming out of my mouth right now. I got
You sound like you're eating. You sound like you're eating like I don't know, watermelon or something. I thought you were eating fruit or something. I don't know. But
well, I was finishing a bite. No, it's my birthday. My wife had bought me a nice dinner and stuff. I've been trying to relax, but I came down with a cold at the worst time, so it's kind of brutal. But I did want to just really quick touch on something you guys were talking about the dogs and the training. And there is a really, I mean, it's too late for DNW now at this point, I'm sure, but for other people who might watch this later, there is a really easy system for house training a dog in particular. Cats take care of themselves, generally speaking, but dogs, my wife and I have been through that so many times, puppies and rescue animals as well. And so a lot of times the adult rescue dogs can be more difficult than the puppies. But what you do is take, and I don't know, everyone's going to be different, but we use potty pads for the small dogs because, you know, they stayed in the house most of the time, the Chihuahuas. And so it's essentially something that just lays out on the floor. It's a potty pad, and that's where they do their business. So what you do is when you get them in the house the very first time, lock them in the bathroom with the potty pads and just wait. They'll eventually, Mother Nature will take its course and they will go to the bathroom. They'll either hit the pad or they won't. Keep an eye on it and then go in there, make sure they don't get out of the bathroom, no matter how much they cry about it, and they will. And then go in there, and if they miss the pad, wipe up the mess with the pad and leave them in there with the pad and shower them with love and affection and tell them what a good dog they are. Even if they miss the pad, once you get it onto the pad and show them that that's where the good dog is doing the business, bro, it takes a few hours, and I've never had a problem with it. Literally, every dog I've ever had to house train, less than 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's amazing. That's a really nice,
That's a
caring
good
way to
story.
do it, because a lot of
That's a
people
very good
shout
one.
at the dog, and yeah, that sounds like a much nicer way of doing it.
It's never a good idea. I had somebody who came onto my channel, and she was a wild lady. She was talking about something called secular Quranism. I don't know if you guys have heard of this before. It's
Secular. Wait. Secular.
Secular Quranism.
Wow.
So like the Quran.
Quranism.
Yeah. I think they're just trying to basically hijack in religion and call it secular, because I couldn't ascertain anything secular about what she was talking about. One of the things in her book that she wrote was talking about giving 100 lashes to people for having children out of wedlock, and I was like, that is insane. I know, that is so regressive, not progressive at all. What are you talking about? And I explained to her that we've learned in psychology that negative reinforcement does not work nearly as well as positive reinforcement. And the same thing works with children and pets and even your employees. If you're a boss or a supervisor or something like that, you own a business, if you use positive reinforcement for your staff, you'll find it to be much more effective than negative reinforcement, which is one of the reasons that I think that we really need to look into reforming our justice system, because we're not doing a good job of reforming people. And we need to find, now we don't want to reward people for committing crimes. That would be silly. But at the same point in time, true reform does require a way to flip something into using positive reinforcement. So you educate people, and as they start to absorb and show signs of retaining this better information, and as they show signs of making better decisions, you follow that up with positive reinforcement. And try to limit as much negative. Excuse me, this cold is killing me. You try to limit the negativity as much as possible, because negativity breeds more negativity. Dr. Martin Luther King said this, right? You cannot overcome darkness with more darkness. Only light can do that. And you cannot overcome hate with more hate. Only love can do that, right?
Yeah, it's a good quote by the king himself. Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate the chance to come in and speak. I think I should just listen while I eat my delicious dinner that my wife bought me. Oh, I did get a chance to meet, I don't know if I have heroes per se, but I got a chance to meet one of my favorite scholars today, virtually anyway, Dr. Carrier. I spoke with him in person. That was fascinating. I don't know if you guys know Dr. Richard Carrier and his work.
He sounds multiple times familiar. He sounds what does he work in again? Philosophy.
So he's technically, his PhD is in history, ancient Near East history, and things of that nature. But he has done a lot of work in theology, and he's actually well known for being one of the more prominent mythicists. So the claim that Jesus was not actually a historical figure.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that before.
He got a lot of shit for that when it first came out, but more and more scholars are actually starting to take that more seriously. And he's also done work in philosophy. So I've had a lot of debates and discussions on my channel about objective morality, because I believe morality is objective. And Richard Carrier also has a great argument for objective morality. A lot of people don't realize that most philosophers are atheists. In fact, the significant majority of modern philosophers are atheists, and the majority of philosophers believe in moral realism.
Yeah,
But
they
most
do.
atheists and agnostics who are just out on the street or who are not, don't have philosophy degrees, they all seem to think that that morality is subjective. But there's a really strong argument for why it's objective, which is why most philosophers think that it is. And Richard Carrier, I've actually cited his work in my debates, his peer-reviewed work
Yeah.
on that.
That's good.
That's really cool.
Richard
So
Carey.
we can have a look at that then on your channel, Objective Ethics. And have you got anyone else in the pipeline?
He is actually going to be a guest on my show. I got up with him on somebody else's show today, a friend of mine, and he said that he'd love to come onto my show. I have a very small platform, yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was coming down. I thought you had it all recorded for your channel. No.
Wow,
I did a show on our video on my channel, laying out my argument for objective morality, and I did cite Carrier in that video. And he's agreed to watch that video and give me a critique on where I could shore up my argument, because I've just started studying philosophy recently. And so I was really grateful for the fact that he said he'd be willing to give it a look and give me an honest critique about how I can improve, because I've tried to make a syllogistic argument for it. And for those of you who know syllogistic logic, that is not easy, especially in something like this. And so it's much easier to have just to have a logical argument as opposed to a syllogistic argument. But once you start to get a syllogistic argument and you want to reach a sound conclusion, it gets really, really technical. So that's tough. But hey, DNW, I always appreciate that you say something positive about me and about the channel. I know it's that's really, I'm really grateful for that.
No, it's a great channel, mate. It is a great channel. So keep doing what you're doing. And as I say, for someone who's just began studying philosophy, you talk very eloquently and with a great, you have a great skill of communicating it. So keep it up, man.
Oh, I appreciate the kind words.
By the way, you must tell us some stories of your door work as well. You said you were a bouncer for a while. So when you feel better, do come on and let us know.
Oh, you guys want to hear? No, you want to hear a crazy fucking story about that? You guys will like this story. I'll make it quick too, because I'm an agnostic. I'm not a religious person, but I will tell you about a crazy story, supernatural event. I'm working in the adult industry. So I'm working as a bouncer at strip clubs, right? And yeah. And so the music's all loud and it's really crazy and the lights are low and everything like that. And having studied the martial arts and self-defense for a long time, I knew that controlling my environment was really important for my own physical safety, because the bar I worked, many of the bars I worked was in a really dangerous part of town. In fact, so dangerous, it's nicknamed Felony Flats, because all the bikers and the gangsters. Yeah. Damn. And I'm just a little guy, like, who the fuck am I? And so I was always trying to use well, it doesn't matter. So to make it quick. So anyway, so knowing that bar when the lights were on and the music was off was a huge advantage for me, because most customers never see that environment like that, right? So I knew I knew the environment really well to be able to know my spacing and stuff. And one of the things I knew about that bar was that the men's bathroom door had such a bad hinge on it that it made this very loud squeak, so loud that you could hear it over this banging music and everything, right? So I'm working a Friday night and I'm working the door and I've got to take a fucking monster piss, but I'm working the door. I finally get a break from people coming in and I'm like, I got to go take a piss. So I run into the men's room, right? I whip it out and I'm in front of the urinal, and I realize that I never heard that fucking door squeak close. And I turn around, turn my head. I got my pickle in my hand. I'm doing my business. And I turn my head around to see who's coming in the door after me, why that door didn't close. And there's a fist flying through the air. I'm not shitting you, like fucking flying through the air. Stops right at my nose, right? And there's nothing I can do about it. It doesn't matter. Martial arts, I don't care. Whatever you think, how tough you are, there's nothing you're going to do in a situation like that. And I'm like, holy fuck, what is going on here? and then like time starts like kind of like speeding back up again, and I realize there's this fist just right at my nose, and I hear this guy going, "What are you doing to me, man? What are you doing to me, man?" And I finish my business, because if you're a guy and you got to take a monster piss, you're not going to stop that. Once you open up the floodgate, you're either going to piss all over yourself, so what are you going to do? So I stop my piss, I tuck everything back in, and I step back, and there's a dude who came to fucking sucker punch me and get a reputation for beating up the bouncer at the strip club or whatever, and he was fucking frozen, fist frozen right there in the air, mid punch, screaming, white as a ghost, his eyes big as fucking tea saucers, yelling, almost crying. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? There's nobody else in the bathroom but me and this crazy dude. And he's yelling, let me go, let me go. And I step back and I look, and both his feet, I shit you not, Both his fucking feet are about 1.5 inches, 2 inches off the ground, and he is freaking out. And I'm like, holy
He
shit.
was, hold on a second, he was levitating.
Off the fucking ground, both feet locked in, like somebody yelling at somebody to let him go. And there's nobody in there, bro. I
Wow.
swear to God, it's just
It's
me and this
fucking
crazy.
insane.
It was insane. And I'm like I said, I'm not a religious person. I'm not trying to convince you guys that there's any. I don't
Bro,
fucking
this is
know.
the most
Maybe
terrifying story I've ever heard. But go
it was
ahead.
insane, bro. It was insane.
Yeah.
So I washed my hands. I'm looking at the guy the whole time. I wash my hands. I'm like thinking to myself, this is fucking crazy. I go out of the bathroom, and about 30 seconds later, he comes out and he goes over and sits at the bar, and he's got a like a double shot of whatever liquor he's drinking there. And I could tell by the way he's dressed and his behavior, trying to fucking jump some bouncer in the bathroom, whatever, that he's just some lowlife. He's got no money, nothing going for him. He didn't touch his drink. His drink probably cost him almost all the money he had in his pocket. He fucking sits there for a few minutes, and he's just freaked out. And I walk over to him, and I'm like, "Hey, bro, what's going on?" And he fucking looks at me, and he turns around and just runs out of the bar. It was insane. I'll never forget that. So there's a fun little story about bouncing.
That is look. You've won an award. That's the craziest story I've ever heard on this.
Yeah, dude. Like for everything,
I never expected to hear one like that from you, Objective Ethics. And the thing is, I believe you, but it's an unexplained fucking mystery. First thing I would say is, was he doing that? You know that? Have you ever seen that weird thing where people can lift one foot up and the other slightly off, and it looks like they're levitating, but I don't know. It's just too weird. It's just such a weird story, man.
I'm absolutely all for some kind of natural explanation. I'm an agnostic because I'm not an anti-theist and I'm not against religion and whatever, but I personally think that there's a natural explanation for everything. So maybe it was a gag, or maybe it was I don't fucking know how to explain it, bro. All I know is that guy he fucking convinced me that he was shitting his pants. And when I looked down, now I did not get down on my hands and knees there and measure his feet, to make sure there wasn't something going on down there. Maybe he was doing some tricky little fucking thing, but I'm telling you, bro, that guy was something was going on that I can't explain.
That was weird.
That is fucking insane, Objective Ethics.
I haven't got a story like that, but it reminded me of something that happened to me last year. I think it was. I walked my dog in the evening, and I was walking. It was probably about 7:00, and I was on this dark street, walking along a residential street, and I had my headphones on, which you shouldn't do, I know, but I had my headphones on. And suddenly I felt this need to look behind. I looked behind. By the way, I was listening. I couldn't hear anything. You know what I mean? And I was looking ahead. So there was no way I heard anything coming from behind me. But I just looked to my left, and at my peripheral vision, I saw this guy coming at me, like literally a foot away. He had his arms up, just about to grab me or something and as I looked, from my peripheral vision, as I turned left, he freaked out. He jumped back, and then he ran off. And he was like a little demon that just appeared out of nowhere. I never forget it. It was just like I still don't know what the fuck he was going to do to me, but he wasn't a big dude either. But he could have cracked it or something. I don't know what he was. He actually had a guitar on his back though. I still don't know what the fuck he was going to do or what he was up to. But there you go.
Fucking musicians.
The Buskers, right? The Buskers. The Buskers, yep.
But yeah, it was weird.
Yeah.
Ran off as soon as I turned to the left, and obviously
I've had
literally
something
he was
similar.
just up. You can imagine his hands are up, and he had them just coming up to my head, and he was about a foot away. You know what I mean? And just as I turned, I saw him, and then he got a shock because I looked around, and he jumped back, and then he ran off.
Wow.
A little demon crackhead, says William White. That is my thought. But then I'm getting paranoid thinking it's somebody who I think it could be someone I know who's a bit mental. It could be them as well. I don't know who it was, actually. I have no idea. But it was weird.
Wow.
Life is an interesting one. There's a lot of stuff that's happened.
That is in no way as weird as OE's story. No way as weird. But I did happen to turn to the left. I sensed it. I don't know what happened to me. I just sensed something was coming, and I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it. You know what I mean? There was no reason for me to turn to the left like I did, because I didn't hear shit.
I've been thinking about doing a video, and I don't know if I should or not. If I'm going to tell you guys about it, I might as well do a video because the internet's forever now. It'll be out here. I bet. When I was a kid, as a lot of you guys who follow me and stuff know, I had a really rough childhood, and my father was murdered, and I had broken homes and stuff.
Oh,
And
I'm
my
sorry.
families were all religious, and I wasn't, but they all were. And so I kept asking this God, what the fuck is going on here? How come, how is this all this stuff happening if there's this God out there? And God, I kept praying and asking, and no God's ever answered me. So when I was a teenager out on the streets, I decided I was going to ask, go looking for answers. And so instead of asking God, I tried to ask the devil. And I got involved in some really fucked up shit. And I never did find God. But I'm telling you guys, I did find something out there. And it's fucking dark and it's scary. And you better know what you're getting into if you decide to start exploring that kind of stuff. Because there's energies out there. We know that energy is a thing. We don't understand a lot of it, and I don't want to get too many details because people are going to think I'm literally insane.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't blame you for it.
I've had I'd be happy to talk to you at some point about that and whatever. But I've had experiences of both, So I wouldn't say I've had demonic. I had a poltergeist experience. I had something happen when me and a friend did a Ouija board. I've spoken about it on this channel. A lamp on the other side of the room. It was a brass side lamp. On the other side of the room, just started dimming, and it went off completely, and then it came on to full brightness. When I said, "Are there any spirits around?" it did that, and then I sat back on the sofa with my friend, and she was like looking at me. We like look at each other, and then I thought in my head, I was thinking, "Well, it's just a coincidence," and I asked it again, and it did it again. So it just started dimming really slowly, went off, and then came back on. She says to this day, well, last time I spoke to her, the way things go, we don't talk anymore. She got into a relationship or whatever, and then and that's that. But this is years ago. But last time I saw her, I asked her, did that actually happen? She said, yeah. And she said, maybe we should go to see a priest. I did go to see a priest, and I told them about that type of shit. I didn't go purposefully to see the priest. It's just that I was a carer for this old dude, and he was going to this. He used to go to different churches, and I used to bring him to them. And one day I went to this Catholic church. And I told the priest what happened, and he said, "Don't worry about it." He said, what did he say? The only demons here are humans. That's what he said. So, because I was worried I'd opened up some demonic portal or something. You know what I mean? Having said that, I've also had a prayer answered instantaneously as well, in a positive way. You know what I mean? Finding money in the gutter when I asked for exactly that amount. I won't go into it now. It's a long story, but. I think there is I don't see why there couldn't be something going on. It may not be spiritual. It may be interdimensional beings. It may be who knows what the hell's going
aliens,
on. But I do agree.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. There is. I think there's something going on. Well, there is something going on. We don't know what's going on. Because that thing you told me, my poltergeist experiences. They are either tricks of the mind, or they are psychokinetic in some way, or they're something else. We don't know what they are. There's a lot of them. Another thing that's fascinating that I hear a lot about are the near-death experiences, the out-of-body experiences. That shit is wild, man. When you hear people talking about some of that stuff.
I did hear a voice. I was testing I designed an innovative kayak, which I'm actually writing in this picture right here, and I was doing the testing phases.
I like that
and I was
picture, by the way.
I appreciate you so much for that. I worked so hard on that, and I was testing the boat in big white water, and I was in at an event, and I didn't have things quite right with the seat and everything. And so I was really pissed off. I got home. It was a whitewater slalom event, which I'd never actually done a whitewater slalom event in any kayak, much less my own. And so I didn't do very well. And I was really upset because I just didn't have the design quite ready when I left there. So that night I decided, all upset and emotional about it, that I was going to do something really stupid and just put a makeshift seatbelt on it, just as a temporary thing, which never seatbelt yourself into a kayak, ever, ever, ever. Okay, that's my legal advice right there. But I decided to do that because I knew the boat would be fine. I just needed to just stay on top of it. And the water was so big that year. So I strapped myself to this fucking piece of plastic, and I start coming down the river, and I end up getting flipped upside down. Well, I didn't take in, because you're not supposed to be doing this anyway, and I didn't really think about it. As an engineer, I know better. You gotta account for everything. And I did not account for the temperature of the water. And so what I had is I had a quick release setup. So all I had to do was just reach down and just grab it and flip it, and it would just pop open, right? So I thought this is totally safe. It won't be a problem. Well, the issue is that one, I was wearing a full-size life vest, like the U.S. Coast Guard wears, because it was so cold, not just a life jacket kind of thing. And the other issue was that my hands were so cold because of the water temperature that my fingers were numb. So between the jacket and my numb fingers, I couldn't feel what I was actually grabbing at. And I couldn't get my fucking seatbelt off. And I was trapped upside down. My head's bouncing off the rocks. And after struggling, it occurred to me that I was going to die and I was going to drown. And I was like, I thought to myself, I was like, you know what? I don't want to be all freaking out and stressed out and upset and die that way. So I decided to just come to a place of peace. So just focus on my wife and my success and all these other things, how I turned my life around and stuff like that. And I just let it all go. And I'm telling you two things about this story. One about what happened. The other thing is when you can face death with peace, there's no feeling of peace that you'll ever experience like that. I've done all the drugs. I've banged all the hot bitches. You don't even fucking know my life story. And there's nothing that you can touch that right there. That state of peace is untouchable. If you can face death with a peaceful, clear conscience and a peaceful heart, you literally, there's no better place to be in life. Anyway, so there I am ready to go. And this fucking, I'm not kidding you, a fucking audible voice, loud, yelled at me, "Hey, dumbass, if you don't flip this boat over, you're going to fucking die." And I was like, well, no shit, And then I realized, okay, I'll give it one more good go. And I ended up getting I probably caught a lucky wave or something that mostly flipped me over. But yeah, wild. I swear to God, there was an audible voice that was yelling at me, hey, because I was ready to go, myself. I was just ready to just give up. And that was weird. I'll never forget that. That was wild.
It is weird how these, I've heard these stories, that these voices can appear to be not of the, the person hearing them's origin. That is that. I mean, in your instance, positive story. I've also heard scary stories, but yeah, wonderful.
This is a little bit random.
Yeah.
Sorry, bud. I was just a little bit random, but what you just talked about there, like you finding some kind of peace. That reminds me of that Leo Tolstoy book or short story, The Death of Ivan Ilyich. If you haven't read that, it's quite cool. It only takes you about 30 minutes to read, but it just reminded me of that. Just letting go and going.
Letting go and going. Yeah. I mean, I made a little. I saw a picture in the news that was going around a few years ago, maybe 2021 or something, of a nun in Italy that died, and she died smiling, and she had this like really angelic. She was actually a beautiful woman. She had this angelic smile when she died in her deathbed, and for some reason, her convent published it, and it was going around like the world. This beautiful nun smiling in this serene-looking photograph, even though she knew she was dying. And in many ways, that became a kind of like goal of mine, to face death like that, to smile while you die. I mean, but obviously in a positive manner, pleased with what you've done and not afraid, I think what you said there was powerful, objective ethics, about if you are in that situation, to go peacefully,
Oh, absolutely. It's so important, because you in a lot of situations you don't have control over that. That is what it is, that's just how it works. And so what you do have control over is your perception of things. And I talk about this, and it's important to remember this is how we approach life, not just death, but we should be approaching life with the same idea that we can control our perception of things, and it really does affect our outlook on everything. You know what I mean? Literally. I mean, and the same thing with death, it's very important.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. I agree with you. And I think in the years gone by, we had a different relationship with death. I mean, we used to have wakes where they used to hang out with the bodies, for the whole night. They don't really do that anymore in the big cities, and there used to be much more of a community focused, like it used to be a bigger send-off than what I believe people get nowadays, for the most part, at least in London. In London now, it's
mechanistic, and it's almost corporate. You know, the send off. It's not with as much feeling as it would have been done, say, in the like early 20th century, 19th, 18th century. You know, it would have been much more of a personal affair. You know, now bodies are taken away from the family. They're not in the house. They're in a morgue, and it's a very different thing now, isn't it?
Well, you guys, I apologize. I came in here like a cannonball, and I didn't mean to take over the show or ruin the flow and change the topic like that. I don't even know how I got into all this weird shit, but I can't even remember what I started talking. Oh, fucking dogs pissing on the carpet or something. That's a wild.
Yeah.
What a tangent.
Well, I tell you what we'll do. Not this week. Maybe next weekend. We might even do a whole stream of weird stories that people have had. You know, that would be fun.
Yeah, we could go on forever on this. I've got a million things I could share, and I don't want to monopolize the time here. I would like to enjoy listening to what you guys have to say.
You're all
So,
good, man. You're all good. You're a good storyteller.
He's a fantastic storyteller. He's a great orator, and wonderful. So yeah, if you're around next weekend, maybe we can do that. You know.
I'd like to. I'd like to participate in that, because I think that I have lived a full life. That is one of the benefits of going through difficult times and overcoming stuff is, you know, you've lived a full life, got a lot of stories to share, and sharing those stories, I hope can be inspirational and educational for people to help them avoid the mistakes that I made, and also be inspired. If you're making mistakes, there is a way out. You know, you got to put the work in, but there is a way out. No,
you're an inspirational man, and that's why I think it's important to listen to you, because you got some story there, bro. Some story. And fair play to you, and it's wonderful that you've turned out like this and wanting to help others. You know, fantastic.
Yeah, if I was just taller and better looking, I'd have it made, right?
You're doing okay in that. You're doing okay in that department as well. So
there you go. Yeah, I do right for
Happy birthday.
No, let me get out of here, you guys. I'll be in the chat, and I'll be listening to you guys. Thank you so much for your generosity and for your hospitality. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
You take your birthday. I hope you feel better. Enjoy your time with your missus and enjoy your meal. Okay. So, that's some wild stuff there, guys. Wow. I mean, that story was actually pretty terrifying, wasn't it? The fucking story he told about the fist coming at him, freezing in midair, and the levitating. Whoa, blew my mind. What did you think of that, Chickpea?
Cool. Yeah, well, it helps me to hear these sort of stories. Yeah. Yes.
You're still there. You're trying to leave. I don't know if he knows he's still on air. I better move him backstage, because he might start talking to his. Can you? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone anyway.
It helps me to hear them, because I always think maybe people think I'm mental when I come out this weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a few weird experiences. Even Yerf Dogs said that he saw a few things, but he can't be sure. Brother Marcus hasn't seen anything or experienced anything strange.
Yeah, maybe I come at it from the same point of view that OE does. It's kind of you see stuff, but I'm not going to rush to a supernatural explanation for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that as well. I can't be sure either. I don't know what it was. It could be psychosis. And with that experience I had with my friend, with that lamp, that could have been some kind of shared psychosis. I don't know. I just don't know what's going on. It could also have been some weird psychokinetic thing that we don't quite understand yet. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, he's a very nice fella, OE. Says Skyworks. Right. Okay, so anything else, guys, before we close up?
No, mate, all good. That was fun. That last bit there was quite cool. I like that. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, he's got some great stories, man. He's had some fucking life. You know. Right. Well, I suppose.
Marcus, you've been very quiet, my friend, lying in the corner there.
He's doing some editing or something. What did you say you were doing, brother?
I was reading the article. He's like sent while you guys were talking about poop.
Oh, there's another article in the private chat, is there?
No, I read it before you read it.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
So, Brother Marcus, why
Okay.
on the subject of washing up? Why are you so thingy about the way that we wash up in this country? Just curious.
I literally don't think about it.
Well, no, who was it that said last night about me not doing my dishes properly? Was that you?
I
Was
made
you?
one sentence where I was surprised that you don't rinse your soap off. That was all.
Why is that?
I didn't know it was going to turn into a multi-day
Well, I'm
thing.
just curious that you
I
even
mean, it is kind of disgusting, Chickpea.
Is it? I don't know. I've been
You've got to
doing
What's this?
admit,
I
it's
missed this.
unnecessary.
What's this about?
Chickpea, when she does her washing up, she washes it with the soapy bubbles and that, and then she doesn't wash the soap off. She just leaves it to
It's
drain.
not just.
No, I don't leave it to dry. I wipe it off with a thingy cloth.
Oh, you wipe it off.
Yes, I wipe
That's
it
how
off.
we did it back home in Kiwi, but here in Japan they rinse it off religiously.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you do it too?
Hooray! Someone else does it too.
Well,
I
okay,
rinse
you
it
guys
off.
like
Now I
soap
rinse it
residue.
off.
It's
Hey?
like
I rinse it off.
Yeah. But down in New Zealand we never did. Or at least my family didn't.
Is it just habit
Yeah.
or?
I don't know.
I think it's because they only have one basin.
It's only
And
one
they had the
basin.
soap. Yeah.
Only one sink.
Okay.
So I'm still here, unfortunately, so it hasn't killed me off.
But Chickpea, I don't think about this.
I'm just so curious
Well,
because no
perhaps
one's
you
ever
should.
mentioned. It's
Chickpea
no
emailed
one's
me
ever
about
mentioned
this.
it to me before. That's why I'm confused. Just curious. It's just something I've never even thought about. Sorry.
Yeah. No, Chickpea emailed me about this. I'm like, I trust me. It was just one sentence. I'm
Yeah,
good. I
I'm just
don't.
curious.
I was
as
up all
to-
night. I couldn't get over it.
No, but if you Google it, it does say it's very common in the UK
Yes.
to behave like this. It is a UK
She'll
thing.
be brushing out the cat litter tray with her toothbrush next.
So gross. So gross.
Oh, the cat.
Okay, guys, I think we'll end the live. I'm not going to bother doing the closing remarks because I'm sure we'll be fine and we can come back next time. But yeah, it was a nice one. Thanks to everybody who tuned in and in the comments. William White, you're still here. Nice to see you. Skyworks as well. And anybody else there? OE, obviously. Objective Ethics, great to see you too. Happy birthday again to you. Hope you have a good one. William White says it was a nice show tonight. Thanks, guys. The end with the slight exploration of the paranormal mystical was nice. Good night, everybody. Good vibes and good luck. Okay, I'm going to end it. I'm clicking the button to end it now. Take care,
Night,
everybody.
Gramps.